should actually go live,
check.
and then I need to. I mean, it's gonna be the same thing, so I don't actually need to do anything additional.
So I'll check the sounds.
I guess I'm wondering it's. Oh, there, it finally switched over.
Live now?
Yeah, I can see it, so that means that audio should be going in to it.
Yep, you are super loud, I'm super quiet already.
Really? I actually have to kick it down a lot more. Oh, that's fine. I'll kick it down another 3 decibels, and maybe that'll balance it out.
Well, I need to be louder. It's you can get a little quieter, but I need to be turned up. Like, I am that quiet.
Okay, I'll give you another 2, but on that side I don't have much to work with, but I mean I can, like, I have a little bit of space, I just don't have a lot of space.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I sound a lot better. Already. You're still, of course, louder than I am.
Really?
Yeah, by a good amount, but
I'm actually surprised by that. This
well,
meter is lying to me, but I can change
so
that.
part of it is the devices we're using to, like, our mics have an effect on it. So, like, you might need to be quieter than me because my microphone's making me quieter and your microphone's making you louder. So, like, you might need to pull your levels down so that it's, like, below mine, and then we'll sound even anyway, like, in the long run, because our mics are also affecting how loud we are.
I can always just pull up the mixer. I mean, Discord in of itself is... That actually might be a problem, because I reduced Discord, the thing that's producing possibly the game and you at the same time, to 27%.
Yeah, if
no, I can...
The mixer for the Discord app, that would affect both the game and... That would affect both the game and that.
Discord has an internal stream volume, so I can do that, boost you, and then...
Yes.
Okay.
Like, I think I only need to go up, like, maybe just 1.5. I don't know. Oh, okay. Wherever I'm at, I'm good right now.
Okay, how about now?
I just heard myself talk, and I'm good. Hold on, let me wait for the stream to catch up.
I'm gonna turn that.
Alright, let's test this again.
I need to figure out how to do this. I got like 3 volume things I can control.
I think you need to turn yourself up 1 now.
Okay, come here. And let's put you up to... Yeah, that should be good enough. Or maybe a little lower. Okay.
And now me talk. You can still turn yourself up 1. I'm louder than you now.
That makes sense. I think I actually doubled your volume.
Like, I'm at a really good level.
Okay.
And you're just a little bit quieter than me.
Okay, I boosted it up another 2. Probably like 10%.
Let me see here. Let me hear myself next to you. Say something, Jeff, right after I'm done talking.
Hey, the volume control is happening.
Yeah, we're pretty good. We're pretty close to each other. I'd say this is good enough for...
And I have the ability to control the stream itself, so that'll be simple if I need to fix it.
Alright.
Because I do, like, the game itself can be quiet. Like, I don't think it needs to be the center of attention.
I mean, the music in this game is good, so I'd want the viewer to hear it.
Okay.
Let's find out here.
I think that this is set up properly. I got everything that I would want out of this, at least. And, yeah, the game's good to go. You gotta have your Dark Souls features, so here you go. Gotta have your social networks going.
Basically, there's just a button. Like, if we hit select at any time, it just tells you what choices other people made on this day. Other than that, I don't think it does many other things.
P Studio. You better remember it. Yeah, I could probably boost that up. I
think you
can't
can
hear it
boost the
very
game.
well. Okay, that'll probably be a good place to start.
I was gonna say the problem is now I'm hearing the game on my own computer, so I can't test the stream because I'm hearing it in my my headphones from the game itself.
I think I'm good with where it is.
All right, well then I'll close out of.
She's gonna somehow steal things with her motorcycle.
I minimized the game.
Well, yeah.
Oh, and it looks like it paused the video. Interesting. But I couldn't, for the part that it played on the YouTube video while, like, I couldn't hear any of the game music for the time that it did play. It stopped playing because I minimized it, which is interesting. I like that it does that, but there was like because of the delay in the stream, when I minimized it, there was a period of time where it was still going on the stream, and I could not hear the music to the game at all. So, just a heads up, I guess.
I guess that is a thing, because if I'm cutting all the volume in half when it's all output, that does make sense.
Anyway, this is the new opening.
Gotta break out and dance on the way to school.
I was gonna say, I feel like, because that's one of the new characters to this game, I feel like she does that to call back to the first game's opening, because everybody else does like smashing the buildings and shit.
And they're gonna somehow make billions of dollars. They're gonna retire at the ripe old age of 17.
Yeah. I'll probably let that rock every single time we stream this game, though, to be honest.
Well, it'll be a decent time to do a recap, at least.
But yeah, so
Persona 5 Royal, we made it to this.
Yeah, this is the game where I've only completed about I've only completed 30 hours of it, so there is some differences. Sorry, I'm gonna go in my own Discord, adjust a little volume in my own Discord, because you sound good on the stream, but you're a little loud in my ears.
Well, that's why you have all these
over Discord.
That's why you have all these sub levels that you can mess with.
Yep, that's what I did. I turned down your user volume because I can I can adjust volume by user. I just turned it down by a little bit. Alright, so I like how it hovered over load game first, but if we hit load game, there's literally nothing. Because this is the first time I've played this. I do kind of like the menu compared to the first game. The first game, I think everybody's in the subway.
It's got a
like it has the silhouette thing going on, but they're all in the subway. If I remember correctly.
There's a little bit of style going for it.
And here they're all in like the main square of Tokyo. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna. I left a little menu open and it's distracting me on Discord now.
For the absolute enthusiast who just cannot handle their anime without the Japanese voice acting.
I mean, because at the end of the day, this game is fully text while also having not all of it voice acted. So there'll be parts where we do have to read, but there'll be parts where what's being written in the text is also dialogue. I like how anytime I tap my keyboard, that little dagger shows up, because that's the mouse icon. But I'm playing on controller because I'd rather play this game on controller.
That's just a measure of how enthused you are. You're like, I want to click on the game. I need to point at things. Oh, really? I wouldn't have been able to fucking tell. Hey, in the real world, are people two-dimensional?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's because, like, this game deals a lot with, like, problematic people that people could read into being a real-world person. Like, you know, like corrupt politicians and stuff. So, like,
well, are they doing, like, actual people, or are they just caricatures of, like,
they're
a
characters
stereotype?
in the game. they're characters in the game, but like, someone could always make the argument that, oh, this character and what they do is similar to this real world event. Clearly this character is based on that. And then, if that happens and they don't have this, they can potentially get targeted for slander.
Only those who have agreed to the above.
I think even if unless they directly name drop them, I don't think that would actually hold up, because slander is very hard to prove in basically all cases.
The world is not as it should be. It's filled with distortion.
Oh, really? I thought this was going to be a slice of life story with, criminal children.
No.
And there wasn't going to be any supernatural things ever.
When you told me, like, they were criminals and, like, Joker was going to recruit these people for a criminal game, I'm like, alright, Jeff hasn't been spoiled on anything in this game. I was like, the second you told me that they were actual criminals, I was like, alright, Jeff hasn't been spoiled on shit.
Trickster. Now is the time to rise against the abyss.
Oh, shut up, narrator man. Don't put your labels on me. I'm gonna go do what I want. I'm gonna drown in the sea. Boosh. Just jumps in the water.
I should have checked if subtitles are on for the anime cutscenes.
Well, yeah, I can hear it, so the audio's gone.
I know, but I like subtitles on it anyway. In case
oh, you mean that? I thought you were like, well, of course there's audio.
No, I was wondering if I should have checked the audio settings for cutscenes.
What the fuck?
It might default. A lot of games default.
What the fuck kind of hotel is this?
Not a hotel, it's a casino.
This is a really crazy ass building. And was there a bomb threat going on? It's like, I need to get out of the building. Unfortunately, we don't have any security in the ceiling.
I love the music to this game.
Wait, he already succeeded? We didn't even get to see the heist?
You'll know why in a second. It's gonna be very obvious in a second why we haven't seen the heist yet.
Well, why are you gloating? Just get out of there. They already saw you. Oh, it's because the gameplay is the escape, and not the heist.
Stay calm. You can get away now.
And we've already got our team together. Oh, is it because this is a flash forward?
Yes. We will eventually get back to this. But the game opens with something that's later in the game, and then we start at the beginning.
Yeah, it's a flash forward.
But I have to say, showing yourself above that crowd.
Where do I need to go?
No, it wasn't, cat person.
Work as always, Joker.
Well, because we're Phantom Thieves, so our shtick is, you have to be seen and, like, leave a calling card and shit like that, right? That's the whole Phantom Thief shtick.
You couldn't just literally leave a calling card. You couldn't just do the Batman thing.
Get out of there. The enemy's focus is on him. Everyone remember where we're meeting up? No worries.
If you don't, you guys kinda fucked up the planning part.
Take him down, Joker.
I guess if we turn all the security people into literal demons, we can feel perfectly alright murdering them.
Comparing power levels.
That's not a gun, that's a knife.
Yeah, I can pull out a gun if I hit that, Jeff. It's not saying gun, as in
yes,
I'm
it is.
holding
It's
a
the gun label
it's
over the
that's
knife.
the button I pressed to pull out a knife. I should have used a skill.
So this is a pretty...
I could have probably one-round him.
This is a pretty fast game, apparently.
I mean, as they said, this is a weak enemy, but yeah, I shouldn't be dicking around. I should have used actual skills and just auto-attack instead of auto-attacking him.
Well, apparently you have 237 mana, so why not?
Good. You defeated them with ease. More of them? Be careful.
Why do you need infrared goggles to do your job? It's like, where are you?
Joker, behind you. Go through that door.
I have a security computer that I can only see with these special goggles.
You should be able to get out
It's infinitely better than encryption and infinitely stupider.
Don't worry, I'm picking up everyone's voices. Just go, Joker. Wait a sec. I'm getting a weird reading heading your way.
Come on, controller. God damn it.
Is everyone like simultaneously
simultaneously
escaping, or do we have 3 different wheelmen for some reason?
As of this moment, I believe. So there is one person on Overwatch, essentially, if you haven't figured that out, as she's saying she's monitoring shit and stuff.
Well, yeah, she's the lady in the vans just looking at everything.
But yeah, as it stands right now, Joker is the one escaping. I don't remember if the other ones have already escaped or not.
Who the heck put up all these graffiti posters? Especially since this is like the back room of the casino.
Where'd they go, damn it?
Did all the employees just get bored and figured they just put infinite amounts of posters everywhere?
You'll figure that out as we play the game.
It's a lot of, like, it's literally everywhere.
Yeah, and you'll figure out why things like that exist as we play the game. You'll never get away if you just keep fighting. Hide in the shadows, sneak past them when you see an opening.
This isn't much of a stealth. Wow, it's barely a stealth section. I mean, to be fair, if you're not going to bother with stealth, you might as well just do the least amount possible and then get out of here. Should you know? That's kind of a part of, like, planning the heist.
I mean, as you can tell, you know, something went south enough to the point where there's people on our ass, right?
Which, is that beyond
Anyway,
the...
this is the new mechanic of this game. This wasn't in 5, the grappling hook.
Really? This guy didn't think about getting a grappling hook? Training in it?
It wasn't in base 5, it got added in Royal as a new mechanic of maneuvering around dungeons.
Considering that you just introduced stealth, should you really run directly into a spotlight?
Even you can't take on this many. Huh? Joker, that weird
It's gonna be really hard to plan an escape when demons could just appear from any place in the building.
I'll end this right now. Joker, it's her! She's the weird reading I've been getting!
And she has the power to summon demons?
My weak self relied on you so much.
What? Oh, they transformed. I thought that they just all died for no reason.
Anyway, the theme that's playing is the new battle theme to this game.
Okay, we have a griffin and 2 lions.
The enemy readings have decreased?
That's spoiler.
It's been a while since we last fought side by side. But this time, it's my turn to come to your aid, Senpai. Now let's win this!
Sona,
Eye gown?
go down.
Why is her skill better than our skill?
Too late to be sorry.
I like how they don't explain that mechanic yet. They're just like, hey, we're just gonna auto-do this mechanic that you'll get to do later, and we won't tell you what it is now, just to show off the new character.
Well, apparently
version of it.
apparently Overwatch van lady doesn't know what happened either.
Wait, bad news. Enemy backup's headed your way. You need to book it right now. Please go. I'm going to make it harder for them.
I mean, what stops them from just appearing another wave right now?
Right? Then I won't stop you. Since I'm not a member of the Phantom Thieves, I'm in no position to interfere.
So you're some sort of counter thievery group doing something else?
However, please don't forget the promise we made, okay?
Or you're just a vigilante that just decided to show up?
All right, let's do it.
Wouldn't it be easier if Joker could find, like, a service elevator or something in these back halls? Instead of, like, directly running up every floor?
Something wrong?
And then he just came to the casino floor again.
That's just how it is. After that commotion, the bottom floor is completely closed off. Hey, can you make it?
Over there. There's nowhere to
Do they mean, like, the entrance is guarded? Because there's, like, no one down there.
See ya.
What a show off. You're so reckless, you know that?
Yeah, that was pretty dumb. Unless he knew, like, the exact construction of the building.
It can't be.
What happened?
An ambush? Joker, can you handle this?
Joker!
Wait,
Oh no.
how tall was that window? Was that window, like, right above the door? How much of a public menace are the Phantom Thieves to justify having an entire army stop him? This is like 500 people or something.
Didn't expect to find some kid. You have your teammate to thank for this. You were sold out.
Okay.
Suspect confirmed. Cuff it.
You didn't even take his mask off, though.
Guess the drug was too strong. Wake him up.
What was he taken to a black site?
No dozing off. You still don't get it, do you? Give it up! Come on, cooperate. What? You want another shot? Huh? What about the camera? Are you thinking it can be used as video evidence?
All right, what do you want to say, Jeff? Of course not. What do you mean? Dot to dot.
Now let's dot him. We don't know what's going on.
Hear my question? Answer!
So we're clearly somehow
Justice,
a terrorist.
blackmail, defamation, possession of weapons. Manslaughter too, yeah? Talk about the works.
Okay.
Think that all those crimes were led by a punk like this. And you seem to be enjoying every second of it.
All right. What difficulty do we want? We're just doing normal.
Well, why'd you even ask then? This is the illusion of
show that
choice
the
that they
game
were
doesn't.
talking about, huh? But I seriously don't get this, because these are, for being taken to a clearly black site interrogation, manslaughter was the worst thing he did?
You'll have to just keep watching, Jeff. You'll know why. Anyway, he said it's a confession under your name. Do we go, I understand, or dot dot dot?
No, dot him again. We're gonna show no respect for this.
I see. I need your hand to sign this, but
I'm gonna cut your hand off.
I don't care if you end up losing a leg.
I mean, you're not gonna cut his leg. You're not gonna remove his leg by stamping on it.
No, break his leg by stamping on it, Jeff.
I don't even think he could do that. He doesn't seem to understand how to do it.
And stomp someone's leg to break it. Really simple. When their leg is on the ground, you stomp it real hard. That's literally all it takes to break someone's leg. Anyway, what's our name?
We actually
Our
have to
first
sign this
and last
stupid
name,
thing.
by the way. Our first and last name.
I'm thinking he looks like a Joseph. What do you think?
Everybody in this game has Japanese ass names.
Oh, fuck
That's
that.
what I think. So we can be a Joseph.
We can choose whatever we want. We don't have to follow conventions.
I'm gonna go with a callback.
Or maybe Jude.
Or do you want that to be our last name?
Yeah, let's make it our last name. Let's give him a legit
like
first
Jude.
name.
I like Jude.
Okay, that seems good enough. Jews cast smack. Unless this is like actually Japanese and they're just gonna call us by our last name.
I was gonna say.
Damn
I
it,
forget
Jude,
the
you
name.
fucked
I
up.
have an official name that I use in all the Persona games. It's because Hiro, spelled with an I instead of an E, is a Japanese first name. So I named my guy Hiro because he's the hero. And then I forget the last name is. I think it's Kusanagi or something. I don't remember. But I have a Japanese last name I picked out that I just sign every single time in all the Persona games when it comes to writing your name at the beginning of the game.
Well, when I get the choice, I usually just look at the character and be like, okay, what would be this person's name?
Yeah, and then the first time I played this game, I think I put my name. The very first time I played this game.
I'm Nijima from the public prosecutor's office.
But it was weird because everybody had Japanese name and my name was in English. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna find a Japanese name so it feels a part of the world.
Well, we're clearly detached from the system, so we can be special.
With the suspect.
Nijima-san, I believe this case is no longer in your jurisdiction. Besides,
Are you
You guys don't have jurisdiction. You guys do black site interrogations.
Just got off the phone with your director.
Right, and they said she doesn't have jurisdiction. They didn't talk about their jurisdiction.
I can't
They
imagine
said
they
that
would have
she doesn't have
jurisdiction.
jurisdiction.
Get it over with.
Well, so Jeff, if someone who was in normal law enforcement showed up here, and tried to say, well, I need to question them. Like, let's say the local PD who likely helped with the capture comes to say, well, I need to question them. You know, the black ops people can be like, well, it's not in your jurisdiction anymore, right? It's not your problem, it's ours, right? It's a federal issue now, right? That kind of thing.
I think the more pertinent question would be, how the fuck did you get down here at all?
I thought I ordered you to stand by.
Stop getting involved with our clearly corrupt bullshit.
Interrogation?
I'm calling because I knew you'd bring it up.
I will not be convinced unless I confirm it for myself.
You're not even allowed to go in there.
Good luck to you then.
I wouldn't expect a case like this would even have like a prosecutorial team or like rights.
I forgot to mention something important.
Well,
Or
so you gotta
rules.
understand that at one point in time, the crimes wouldn't have stacked up yet. So it would have started as a smaller investigation, right? So there would have been a prosecutor at that point in time who was put in on, like, you know, piecing stuff together.
I mean, I suppose, but if it got transferred to a different department and a different, you know,
For your own sake.
trying to think about it, like an official alias.
Simply meet and speak with
Like, I don't think you would then keep the same people involved. It would like get transferred up to new people who would be fine. Okay, they just let her into the room anyway.
Didn't expect it'd be you.
I mean, she got permission from the director.
The director of the black site.
Questions this time.
Director of whatever organization is the people at the black site. I think it was SUI director or something is what it said on the as the name for the guy.
Can you
Yeah,
confirm?
SIU clearly means something. I can't
Oh,
hear,
yeah.
they
SIU
beat my...
Special Investigation Unit. Duh. SIU Special Investigation Unit.
Well, they clearly beat my sense of hearing out of me, so I can't actually hear anymore.
That's why I need you to answer.
Also, they broke my leg. They shot me in the liver.
They didn't
They gave me
break our
truth
leg,
serum.
Jeff. They threatened to break our leg. They did give us truth serum. That is what the needles are supposed to
What
be.
was your objective?
No, they're literally drugging me. That was full of heroin.
I didn't think it was a prank from the get-go, but I couldn't assemble a case for prosecution. It's because I couldn't figure out the method.
Currently, he's tripping balls.
Alright, so she said I couldn't figure out the method behind your thing. So do we want to tell her, of course you couldn't, or what do you want to know?
If she's the prosecutor, I would say, why do you want to know? Because I don't think she's on our side.
This isn't an issue of whether or not it can be used in court.
This entire thing will not go to court, except for, like, a kangaroo court.
When and where did you find out about that world? How is it even possible to steal another's heart?
Huh?
Now, tell me your
You mean the
account of that.
demons?
Start from the very beginning.
Are we like
Alright.
are we like the only people in the situation that could have seen the demons?
Start from the very beginning.
The butterfly of mysticism.
Well, we're not at the beginning yet, because
Held captive, a prisoner.
I clearly know that. You don't have to remind me of that.
This is truly an unjust game. Your chances of winning are almost none. But if my voice is reaching you, there
Are you gonna teleport me out of jail?
to you. I beg you, please overcome this game and save the world. The key to victory lies within the memories of your bonds. The truth that you and your friends grasped. It all began that day, when the game was started half a year ago.
Well, you have to continue.
Otto, are
it.
you gonna move it?
For the sake
Oh, okay. I have to.
of the future.
It doesn't start the auto until the next one. I turned it to auto so we can just listen to it. I don't have to click the A button.
So, Jude is a Destiny child somehow.
Yes.
Okay, so this is like 6 months ago, 2 years ago.
I said the voice just said this all started 6 months ago.
You think we have too much advertising there? You think we should spread this out?
Damn brat! I'll sue!
Wait, he did? Or was this like a third thing that happened?
A mental shutdown? It's the truth. To a person, though, it's gotta be a joke. You really love all that occult stuff, don't you?
And like every anime universe, the schools all have 800 different clubs. Why is this guy wearing pajama pants everywhere?
They're just plaid pants, Jeff. They're not pajama pants.
We're gonna have to get real close and study those pants.
I was gonna say I have plaid pants, Jeff.
Why does he have a badge that labels him as the second fiddle? Don't just touch that! What are you doing? Just a random icon of... Wait, what the hell? See, that's why you don't just touch random icons on your phone. It transported you into a hallucination. Either that or an alternate dimension. Also, you just inadvertently summoned a demon bird. So we're starting off with literal magic technology.
Alright, deletes the app. Yeah, I was gonna say this game isn't slice of life
Apparently, we're also in the
there
COVID
is slice of
years.
life stuff. There is slice of life stuff, but the game is supernatural. Like all of the Persona games are supernatural. Remember, they are a spin-off game from Shin Megami Tensei.
Well,
Like-
I get that. Well, literally in the tutorial we were fighting demons. But, like, I wouldn't really expect, like, literal magic technology. That's kind of weird. Like, I've created a magical spell that can interface with your smartphone. I'm just saying it's kind of an odd choice. Okay, we're in Yogen-Jaya.
which is a district of Tokyo. I love playing Spot the Protagonist.
Oh, you
Which
mean the
character
person the
does
camera's
it?
centered on?
I wonder which. No, because like which character is important, Jeff. Like, look at all the background people. Who sticks out when we were walking there? Like, I wonder which character is important. There was the weird woman in a lab coat that looked a lot different than these faceless NPCs.
Are you talking, like, about the transitional scene? Because in the scene that started this, there was only one person next to us.
Well, there was like people in the background. Like there was people walking on the street, and yes, the person who was nearest to us stuck out in design compared to literally all the other random background people. So one of my favorite things about Persona is it has the anime trope I like to call Spot the Protagonist, which isn't the best way to word it because I'm not actually referring to the protagonist every single time. But like my point is like the important characters stick out in a crowd. Like if you would put you put them in like a scene where they're sitting on a bench like in an auditorium or something, and there's like a bunch of other seats around them have NPCs in them, you can always spot which one's the important one because they stick out. Anyway, if you use, you'll be able to rotate the camera. Press B or press in the stick, you can bring the camera back to its default position. You can adjust the speed and stuff in the configuration settings. Rotate the camera to look around the city and at people near you. Talking to people. All sorts of people live in the city. Try listening to their conversations or press A to talk to them. You might learn something new.
Here's a cartoon map that I picked up from a children's play area.
And it's just a stylized.
You don't really need directions in a city that's like composed of 4 blocks.
Not a city, Jeff. This is a district of Tokyo.
Our map has like 4 blocks in it. It doesn't look like a big section of city.
I mean, it's just the explorable part. But like to put it in perspective, what was it the other day? I literally compared Tokyo's, literally the other day to my mother. I was trying to point out how numbers can be deceiving and how concept, like if you don't have frame of reference, things don't like necessarily click. And the way I did it was I talked about how, you know, Tokyo's the biggest city in the world, but how big is it? And then I took like the 2 largest cities in the United States, and Tokyo still had more than them. I also took like whole states of the United States and added them together, and Tokyo still had more people in it. Like, but I wish I could remember. But yeah, we're in a smaller area of Tokyo right now. But yeah, this entire game takes place in Tokyo. Like everywhere we are is technically an
This
area of
cop's
Tokyo.
like, why won't this guy leave me alone? I told him what he wanted to know. I better go back to my apartment and die. Just so that I'm not a burden to my company and I can ignore that meeting I don't want to go to. Our new home is literally going to be a dumpster. My policeman's always there. He just loves his job. Is Jude just being a nuisance to everybody? God, this is a really shitty house. It's in the middle of an alley, on a dark street, and there's just a truck blocking everything. Well, you were only there for 3 seconds, Jude.
Oh yeah, Sakura-san's usually at his cafe around this time. Well,
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
To take this package too.
Pull up the log here because we missed the last thing.
LeBlanc's in the back alley, which isn't great directions, but I mean, he's not giving us directions.
No, he's just thinking out loud. But yeah, so
I'm amazed.
we don't have to read these out loud when we pull up the log, by the way, because I can click to have it play.
My other deliveries first. Next,
Anyway, he says it's in the back alley, so we're going to the back alley. So lazy, they practically something. Anyway, here's the coffee shop.
I'm gonna be able to save this place as long as I only have 2 customers every hour.
With its customers still in it. The citizens can't live in peace if this keeps up.
oh, how frightening.
It probably wasn't true.
What could be going on? Didn't something similar happen just the other day?
And down is the name of a shellfish used in pearl farming. Oh, right.
Hey, pink guy.
They did say that was today.
So we'll be going now. The payment's on the table.
Thanks for coming.
This place is in the back alley, so there's no worries of a car crashing in here.
A what now?
There's been a string of those rampage acts.
There's been a string of people driving cars into shops.
None of my concern.
More like drivers losing control of the wheel, but yeah. Once again, it's going to be explained eventually. You're supposed to be like, what? And then, you know, we'll figure it out.
4 hours for just a single cup.
Why did you let them be here for 4 hours? Jesus.
So, you're Jude. Please take care of me, or is Sakura
Let's ask the question, not look like an idiot. You, random person, help me.
Sojiro Sakura.
I'm literally homeless.
Next year,
I'll have to live out of my duffel bag if you say no.
kid would show up. But you're the one, huh? Have you been told? A customer of mine and your parents know each other, and well, not that that matters.
I thought we were sent out of town. How are our parents here?
They're not. Our parents aren't here. So we were sent to live here. We're not out of town because we're still in Tokyo, massive city. But I mean, I think I already told you this once before. But essentially, that thing we witnessed at the beginning, where that guy said we broke his nose and shit, and then it showed us getting arrested, that caused us to have a bad reputation, and caused us to get kicked out of our school because Japan is like that with shit like that. So if like you get arrested for something, they can just kick you out of school and stuff. So because it gave us a bad reputation and the school didn't want our reputation tarnishing their reputation, they kicked us out. So we needed to go to a new school. There was a school that would take us, but it was nowhere near where our parents lived in Tokyo, but our parents happened to be friends with a like really good customer of this guy. So essentially a friend of a friend. And this guy agreed to take us in, so that we could attend the new school that's closer to this coffee shop.
You will now be living on this bench and in this box.
I'll at least give you sheets for your bed. You look like you want to say something.
Yeah, so essentially everybody in the world sees us as a delinquent right now.
It's cluttered. I mean, there's trash bags in it. Also, you have 8 gas cans? How much fuel do you need for your coffee shop?
You'll be alone at night, but don't do anything stupid. I'll throw you out if you cause any trouble.
Okay, pink guy.
Now then, I got the gist of your situation. You protected some woman from a man forcing himself on her. He got injured, then sued you, right?
And somehow he wasn't arrested during that suit.
You did injure him, yeah? And now that you've got a criminal record, you were expelled from your high school. The courts ordered you to transfer and move out here, which your parents also approved. In other words, they got rid of you for being a pain in the ass. It's best you not talk about anything unnecessary. I am in the restaurant business, you know. Behave yourself for the year. If nothing happens, your probation will be lifted.
We're only on probation for a year? That's actually a pretty good deal. considering what could have
Yeah, I
happened.
mean, because we're a minor. Anyway, whole year or probation question
Let's
mark?
ask him what probation is, since I don't know what terms we're under in this universe.
It's the word that applies to you.
Yeah, I get that, but what's the actual, like, terms of the probation?
That's why you're gonna be here for the coming year.
Like, what are we not allowed to do?
Problems, and you'll be sent straight to juvie.
Aren't we, like, 16, 17?
Shujin tomorrow.
Or like 16.
I mean, it's not a long time in juvie.
Anyway, he said we'll be going to Shujin tomorrow.
And let's say going where, I don't know what that is.
Shujin Academy, the school you'll be attending. We'll introduce ourselves properly to the staff there. There's rarely a place that'll accept someone like you, you know? What a waste of my son.
Well, I'm sorry you decided to adopt a kid, Sojiro.
Adopt isn't the right word. Take in. Like, we're not his kid legally. Adoption would mean that he adopted us and we're now his kid. He's currently looking after us, but we're still our parents' kid. But yeah, basically, no one wanted us. They threw us here because we were supposed delinquent. And, you know, you'll find out why later, why the man who, you know, was sexually assaulting that woman didn't get arrested for the sexual assault. That will come up.
I mean, if that's what we saw happen, I don't even know if we could get him on the sexual assault. They probably just kick it down to regular assault. If that. If that guy's as well connected as I would imagine someone like him is, that he somehow managed to sue Jude for what he did without being put in for assault
a bunch
himself.
of clothes and stuff here for us, so we have, you know, clothes and supplies. And
okay, so the box is our box.
Yeah, which is why we
it's
now
not
changed into a casual outfit.
It's not just some random box.
I should clean the room while organizing things.
Let's throw out let's just throw everything out the window. Are you sure that's not just trash? He owns 1 year's worth of newspapers and somehow 50 books. So we're starting off with a fantastic life.
Oh, we got it a little better.
It doesn't look much better. It looks more like he just turned the lights on.
No, the floor is less dusty. The table's cleared off. The bed is made. He cleared off that little sofa to sit on. He cleared off a shelf to put his box of his clothing and stuff on.
He didn't do anything with that potted tree.
What the heck? I heard you making all sorts of noise up here, but I didn't...
Well, what'd you think I was doing? Just jumping around like an idiot? I also cleaned off the spider webs off your fan, and then I put them on the ceiling.
Too bad.
Because I'm just like that.
So you want to keep your room tidy. Why don't you go to bed for tonight? You don't have
But yeah, over time our room will get cleaner and cleaner.
shop and get out of
Eventually we'll get rid of the potted tree, and again, the 8 gas cans.
staying up too late. You got that?
Do you even live here? Like, what does it care?
No, he lives at that house that he was earlier. He said we're gonna be alone at night.
Then why do
He
you
said
even
we're
care
gonna
how
be alone
long
at
we
night.
stay up if you're not here?
I mean, he said if you get sick, it's not my fault if you get sick from staying up all night. He's telling us to do the responsible thing, but he's saying I don't, if you don't do the responsible thing and get yourself sick from staying up all night, it's not gonna be my problem. It's gonna be your problem.
Oh, we also own 5 wrenches. Because everything in this room is now mine.
Damn brat! I'll sue!
Sue in this game that my guess is maybe it's a translation error because it's more like press charges. Like I think sue's the wrong word because like we're on probation, we did get arrested for it, we have a criminal record because of it, and a lawsuit in the United States, that's not how that works.
Yeah,
now, I
that's
don't
not
know what that term would mean in Japan and their stuff, but essentially the way I'm telling you to view it is I don't know if it's that the word sue is a translation thing or if it's just how they would say it in Japan. Like the word for sue is the same for press charges. Like I don't know, but essentially charges were pressed against us. That's what actually happened. Sue is not the right word, so I'm going to clarify that. Oh yeah, now we're doing the memory of the assault.
So it wasn't just an assault, he was also kidnapping her?
How dare you cross me?
Stop it! Let me go! No!
Don't give me that shit.
It was very convenient for him to assault this lady in the only deserted part of Tokyo. Well,
Alright, I can't
both
ignore
of
this.
both of them are the same, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's different ways of saying it.
Well, if it's not a choice, I don't care.
Okay.
He's also drunk.
You're worth causing me trouble?
Yeah, we said he was drunk earlier.
I'll call the police!
He's doing a very bad job of drunkenly assaulting someone.
The police are my bitches.
Okay, so he is obviously well connected, as I thought.
No! Stop!
He's just like, I know 3 policemen, that gives me the authority to commit any crime I want.
Get in the car. Incompetent fool.
Wait, why did we get involved if the cops were already coming here?
Follow where
Or, like, around here?
What are you looking at? Get out of my face. This ain't a show. Get lost, kid. See? This is all because you're so damn slow. Get in the car.
Don't touch it.
Alright, it's so creepy, or I thought I deleted it.
The first one. And now I will go into the dream world and the game will become Catherine. Well, damn it, I went to anime jail. I got arrested for downloading too much stuff. Huh. They duplicated somehow. Is Jude mute?
No, it's just we're a man of little words. We did say something right before we jumped out the window that one.
Hey,
cutscene.
Penguin.
Trickster, welcome to my velvet room.
You're not even gonna call it your velvet prison?
So you've come too, inmate.
Is this that game that the butterfly told us to somehow win?
You are only experiencing this as a dream. You're in the presence of our master. Stand up straight.
I literally am.
I am delighted to make your acquaintance.
Now we're hunched over grabbing the bars.
This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Okay.
It is a room that only those who are bound by a contract may enter. I am Igor, the master of this place. Remember it well. I summoned you to speak of important...
Also remember my 2-foot-long nose. Yeah, let's say let me out. Let's be dumb.
Know your place, inmate. Who do you think you're talking to?
I don't know.
This is a surprise. The state of this room reflects the state of your own heart. To think a prison would appear as such.
So we've been transported to Silent Hill somehow?
Of fate. In the near future,
We're in the land between dreams and reality. He explained it.
awaits you.
I mean, that doesn't really explain much. Other than
yeah,
this,
and then
we're
that
in a
this room takes the that the velvet room takes the place of one's own heart, and ours took the shape of a prison, which he finds interesting.
apparently we took the arrest and ruining of our lives like very, very seriously.
Near future,
Let's
there's
say
no mistake
ruin.
that
Let's
ruin
ask what
awaits
he's
you.
talking about.
I speak of the end to everything. However, there is a means to oppose such a
So our personal problems are somehow going to doom the world?
rehabilitated toward freedom. That is your only means to avoid ruin. Do you have the resolve to challenge the distortion of the world?
How is the world being distorted? Let's say, wait, what? Like, what are the stakes here?
Very well, that is enough. Allow me to observe the path of your rehabilitation. Pardon me for not introducing the others. To your right is Caroline. To your left, Justine. They serve as wardens here.
Ha! Try and struggle as hard as you like. The duty of wardens is to protect inmates. We are also your collaborators.
Do you know what the word collaborator means,
I
Justine?
shall explain the roles of these two at another occasion. Now then, it seems the night is waning.
I always forget which one which. I thought the nice one's Caroline, but maybe the mean one's Caroline.
We come to understand this place. We will surely meet again, eventually.
Time's up. Now hurry up and go back to sleep.
We're gonna have to go figure out our destiny.
Anyway, I think it said it was 2014 on the calendar for the year. Because it was 2000 X4, which would be 2014, just in a creative written way.
About your transfer.
I had to put on my fancy hat for this.
Aoyama district. It'll take a while to get there by train. The transfers are a real hassle too.
Couldn't we just walk there?
Just for today.
No, Tokyo is incredibly big, Jeff.
Men aren't usually allowed in my passenger seat.
Well, then don't let him.
I mean, he's deciding he's gonna drive us today instead of having us take the train, because it's like, you know, you have to get off at one stop, transfer trains, get on another stop.
Do me a favor and behave yourself, all right? Don't get me wrong. I don't care what happens to you. Just don't cause me any trouble.
Why'd you even want to be involved in a kid at all, then?
Just so we're clear.
If you're just gonna constantly be an asshole about it.
Cause any problems.
In my opinion, you're nothing but a liability. But we had
Do you give the same speech to every troubled kid that you bring in?
Whatever you might have gotten away with in your hometown, those days are over. If you are thrown out from our school, there will be no place for you to go.
Let's go constantly do shitty things and get constant game overs.
In charge of your class.
I'm Sadayo Kawakami. Here's your student ID. Be sure to read the school rules. Any violations will send you straight to the guidance office.
I'm really
And
tired
don't
today.
try to cause any problems. I won't be able to protect you at all. That is your promise, yes, Principal Kobayakawa?
Mm-hmm. He is responsible for all his actions.
So we met the Kingpin, who's running a school now.
There should have been better candidates.
It was a sudden transfer, and your class was the only one that had an opening.
If you're done explaining things,
Considering this school, like, why would anyone need to, like, apply as a candidate to come in? Shouldn't it just be like, hey, can I come into your school, and they accept everybody?
I was gonna say, this isn't a school for like delinquents, it's just, this happened to be the only school that would accept us still,
Please keep a close
despite our record. So there's like good students here and like, you know, really smart students, and you know, it's a normal school thing, it's just this one was the only one willing to take us in with our record.
well, I'll be sure to have
Which, you know, would imply that they have a bunch of delinquents and troubled kids.
Come to the faculty office. when you're
Especially,
ready.
you know, since they
So you do your
are apparently
job.
tied in with the government.
I mean, as you said, there were circumstances as to why he took us in. So it's not necessarily that they take everybody in.
That's what having a criminal record does to you.
Thanks, Dad.
Your past follows you wherever you go. By the way, if you get expelled now, I won't hesitate to kick you out. Got it?
I think I'll scrape by.
I was gonna say one of the things. So one of the things about all of the protagonists of the Persona games is they all have an innate personality that you don't have to pick, but there's like always an option that leans into them. For example, Persona 3 protagonist, there's always like a really cynical option, and in Persona 5, a lot of the times there'll be like sarcastic options because the name Joker is a reason. Like why he has Joker as his name when he's the Phantom Thief stuff is a reason. So we can be a really snarky guy at times. So yeah, this Great Vi is the more sarcastic-y way of saying like, yeah, I'll keep out of trouble.
That's some weak goddamn sarcasm.
I mean, as I said, it's different things at different times. But there's always options that lead into that personality.
Why is this school staffed by like 20-somethings? These are the youngest ass teachers that you'd get.
Why in the world was someone like that
I mean, there's pretty young teachers around. When we were in high school, we had some teachers that were probably in their late 20s, early 30s, which is where I'd place these teachers. My friend teaches at a school, and she's, my age. She's younger than me. Well, right now we'd be the same age. Her birthday's only like 5 months after mine, but
What is the principal's decision? I was told that it's for the school's reputation.
to seem charitable, I guess.
Well, yeah, but then why would they be like, you step out of line once, we're gonna throw you in the garbage can?
To show that they're not going to let delinquents get away with anything. So they can show that they're willing, that they're charitable and that they will take in a delinquent, but if the delinquent does fuck up, they're not going to let the delinquent walk all over and get what they want, so they will kick them out. It's willing to offer the olive branch, but not willing to let you walk all over them, right?
Be careful, okay?
I'm guessing that the media probably doesn't have a grudge against the school. So I guess that's fair. So literally everybody hates us.
Well, I keep wishing that he'd just end up not coming to school.
These are teachers, right? You think that someone in that field would have some sort of like empathy?
Compassion. Yeah. So I feel like part of this is a cultural difference between the United States and Japan, because I know in Japan this shit is like much more like for example, if you've watched enough anime, you'll know that like simply dyeing your hair yellow, like blonde, is like a huge like uproar problem. Like they teachers will start harping on you if you just dye your hair yellow, like blonde, and stuff like that. And so they are a lot more strict in that way with students stepping out of line.
You think that they'd have better things to worry about than someone being more shiny than they used to be?
Well, because there's like a sense of uniformity that's pressed in Japanese schools, which is why the uniforms and like you can't have your hair certain colors, right? It's just to have that uniformity.
We'll have to work hard to make up for the
which is a more cultural thing in Japan, is that that you conform is a more cultural expected thing than in the United States.
Well, I'm just saying that this game is starting out and it's really bleak.
Yeah, because we are already labeled as someone who will not conform, because we already have the criminal record, so everybody just assumes we're a troublemaker and that we're going to cause all these problems and all this shit.
Traffic's not moving at all. You're taking the train starting to...
Well, I guess you could take the subway now that your car was at school.
The school, I mean. Think you can manage?
It'll be tough considering everyone hates my guts.
You brought it on yourself, though. Still, you were expelled once already. To think you'd re-enroll at a different one. It's not like anyone will be sympathetic.
Wait, this is our second expulsion?
If that's what it was like,
well, we were expelled from our own school.
Stuff about me in the future too.
So we were expelled from one school. He's saying, the fact that, like, it would be expected of me that because I'm a delinquent and I got it expelled, that I just wouldn't go to a new school, right? So, that's what he's getting at there with that line.
So even though we're school age, he just imagined that after we got expelled once, we just become a bum instantly.
I mean, Jeff, there were kids in our class who that around the age of 16 dropped out of school and never came back, so...
I mean, yeah, but they chose to do that.
Anyway, what a troublesome kid I've taken in. And
let's just ask him this question, considering he's doing nothing but dunking on us since we met him.
And I just happened to agree to it.
What'd you do, flip a coin on it?
I've already been paid for it, too.
Oh, there you go.
And now, back to today's top stories. A subway train has derailed, severely affecting the timetable across all of...
Is this the distortion they were talking about? All these accidents that kill people?
There's been a lot of those lately. In fact, there was a real sad one just last month.
It was the tragedy of me adopting you.
If I remember right, the girl that passed away was only 15. Her parents have got to be just...
All traffic around Shibuya Station is being redirected due to the accident, so drivers should expect jam-packed streets.
Okay, fair enough.
Come on.
It took us 6 hours to get back home. A demon happened. The horrible demon got to the conductor.
I don't have a video.
Huh, it crashed through the wall, kind of.
That was direct footage from the accident. According to the police, the engineer's life was not in danger despite his injuries. After questioning,
I guess.
high speed when approaching the station, no further comments were made. Police are still looking for a plausible motive.
It's less of an operating accident and more of a crime of the company and the government. Site inspectors apparently reported all of this 6 months ago. The deterioration of the tracks and the ATC. Seems a railway company and the Ministry of Transport both turned a blind eye to the truth. There's no way they can hide. This will go all the way to the top.
And then the top won't do anything about it.
This derailment accident, as well as other recent incidents of unknown motive.
Huh.
Concern is
Wonder who sent me a
spreading among the
message.
general public. Just what could be
They're just asking me to do something for Easter.
Everything's linked. That's what you're thinking, correct? Oh well. Are you free? You and I haven't gone for a drink in a while.
Thank you, sir. But I have another meeting to attend. I must be going.
So I'm gonna clarify something there because I feel like American American culture would suggest that saying, "Hey, we haven't gone for a drink in a while" would be a date.
It's probably a business thing. They want to talk business.
In Japan, you're expected to like drink with your bosses and stuff.
Did you ask for me? Is it a case?
Not quite.
Hello, student prosecutor.
Sure. Your judgment is quite often correct, though. Can we discuss this over sushi, perhaps?
I just want to go home, everybody. Come on.
Conveyor
Give me a break. Oh, it did actually take him 6 hours to get out of traffic.
That much traffic. What a waste of time. I wasn't able to open the cafe today.
Well, maybe you should have a second employee.
I don't think he has the money to.
Just head upstairs. There's something I need to give to you.
I need to give you this handcuff so that I can handcuff you to the bed.
A gruesome accident. 80 people were involved.
Are you just doom scrolling while you taking me to my room?
Here's the diary. Make sure you keep it up to date.
Wait, why?
You may be under probation. There's no special limitations on what you do in particular.
Then why are we under probation at all?
I mean, other than crime, Jeff. Like he's saying, you can do normal kid stuff. Like,
that's usually not how probation works. Usually there's like a list of things you're not supposed to do. They don't just say you're on probation and then not do anything.
So Jeff, the things that in the United States you can't do because you're on probation,
That's literally what probation
most
is.
Japan can't do anyway, because Japan getting a firearm is super harder than it is in the United States, right? There's a lot tighter gun laws in Japan. So like one thing you can't do on probation in the United States is you can't buy firearms or own firearms. But in Japan, that's already something that like basically no one has or can do. Under really strict circumstances, they can get certain smaller guns, but other than that, basically there's not you really can't have a gun in Japan. And then, so that would be one thing that probation would normally do. And then, like, potentially we can't be out at certain hours, but that's circumstantial. And for us, it seems it wasn't part of our thing. Sometimes you can't leave the house, but, you know, once again, that's a circumstantial thing. So essentially, we're just, you know, as long as we keep our nose clean, we won't go into juvie. That's our probation. As long as we don't get in trouble with the law, we won't go to juvie. But if we do get in trouble with the law, even for a minor offense, we will be going to juvie. So, like, you know, something that would be minor is enough to get us to go to juvie right now.
We don't even have a probation officer. This is the easiest probation on the planet.
Yeah, we really don't have a probation officer.
I'll be there in no time. I'll see you soon.
I'm going on a hot date right now. That's why I put on my special hat.
I'll lock the place up. So do whatever you want for the rest of the night. Oh, but
I can do that no matter what, dude. You're not supervising me.
right over to the cops. You got school tomorrow. You better head off to bed, all right?
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be a smart thing for us to steal from the place we're living at.
True.
But seriously, why the fuck did he just give us a diary and be like, I expect you to use this?
Something to essentially, there's like, I don't quite know what it is, because I'm not, you know, I haven't talked about it or learned about it a bunch, but essentially keeping a diary is something that can be, one, good for your mental health, two, like keeping a journal can be good for your mental health. Two, it you know, it essentially helps you keep yourself out of trouble. Like there's elements to keeping a journal that like help you. Like,
yeah, which doesn't really fit because again, Sojiro does not care about us at all.
I should write something.
See, we talked right there when I said I should write something. Anyway, the journal's how we save.
I think it probably would have been it would have made a lot more sense for us to be like, hey, I found a diary in this pile of books. I better start using this.
Yeah.
It's probably that butterfly asking where I am nowadays.
Alright, so the phone downstairs is ringing.
Is that a phone or... Oh yeah, that is a phone. That's a payphone? Say it is a prank call.
You've seriously forgotten my voice already?
Damn it, he's right.
Anyway, I closed up shop, then I forgot to flip the sign to closed when I left. It's too much trouble for me to come back just for that. Think you can do it for me?
Yeah, we can do that. It's literally just flipping a sign over.
I doubt any customers are gonna come now, even if
Did we seriously not give Sojiro our phone number?
But I have to say, this is quite a relief. It's a personal policy of mine, not to save a guy's number in my phone.
Sojiro, you're letting a kid live in your coffee shop. Are you serious?
Alright, so now flipping the sign is our responsibility every day, he said.
Okay. Wait, we actually have to go outside the building to do this.
Yeah, because the sign's on the outside of the door.
We should probably fix that, because it's going to be a lot less annoying for it to be on the inside of the door. Not really. We're not allowed to go anywhere. We don't have activities to do.
Yeah, the start of Persona games, you don't get to control what you do with your days for like a good week or two, and then eventually it opens up and you get to choose what you do in your free time.
Well, yeah, 80 people were injured. Of course it'd be all over the news.
Yeah, so now we're looking into whether or not it's going to affect travel time tomorrow, because we're going to have to
it's also
use the train to get to school.
It's also literally
hey,
warping the fabric of our cell phone. Time to delete it again and just pretend it doesn't exist.
I don't know. It's April. That's what the 4 up there is, and the year is 20XX. So we don't know what year it is. That or it's 2020, but I don't think it's 2020.
I mean, if it's 20XX, it could literally just be now.
Yeah.
Oh crap, we're in the Capcom universe. No! Mega Man's gonna show up and shoot us in the face.
So, you're actually going to school, huh?
Did you expect me not to?
Just make sure you finish it before the customers start coming in.
Say curry. Whatever.
What's that reaction for? Just eat it.
He made curry. That's why it's confusing. Because why would you have curry for breakfast?
It's one of the 2 things that he can make here, so... Okay, so apparently Jude is a food critic. Yeah, let's say that was delicious. You know, I'll make him feel better.
Hurry over to school. You'll end up late if you get lost on the way.
Did you spit my food out of spite, Sojiro?
Oh, yeah, and flip the sign.
Wait, you didn't open before?
You want anything?
Yeah, say okay, got it. Like, this is literally dead simple. Like, we would look like an asshole if we didn't do it.
You're gonna be late if you get lost, country.
Oh, I can't wait for us to play Persona 3. There are some voice lines that I'm like, oh boy, are we an asshole? Because I said, the characteristic that there's options that lean towards is cynical. So you can be really mean. Or I was like, oh shit.
Or should we be leaning into being a 16-year-old and be like, you know, pointlessly standoffish for no reason all the time? Is the game actually expecting us to do these transfers?
Not always, but right now it's doing it so that we learn the map and stuff.
Well, yeah, you're in Tokyo, buddy. Like, it'd probably be the same thing if you were in New York. Yeah, I would imagine it's probably hard to clean up, you know, all the ruined bits of tunnel that happened.
Well, and that's also why he made a point to mention that our thing was,
Apparently the entire population of Tokyo is also depressed.
I'm trying to remember what we need to do, because we need to change
It's,
lines.
it's something like
Ichome.
Ichome. It's like Ichome or something.
Why is it late again? We need to get on the Giza line, but I'm trying to remember where the Giza line is.
They never mentioned the Ginza line.
That was in the upper right corner.
I thought it was like Aoyama was the second line. You're just asking a random station attendant for this?
No, it's a cop. I think it's a cop. I don't know. Maybe it's a.
You don't have time to buy juice. You don't even know where your train is.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where the fucking train is.
Dude, come on, get your priorities straight.
No mention of the Giza line on the sign here. I should look elsewhere. Okay. Do I go up? I don't remember. It's been like 6 years since I played. That's a score.
This is definitely not the right line. Okay, maybe the subway is outside.
I was gonna say my thought is maybe there's a different.
Oh yeah, Shibuya Station. That'll cut our commute in half. It's already right here. I think Shibuya Station was the last step on our journey. Well, I guess we're gonna have to walk there now.
The building next door. Okay. Oh, another conversation I can listen to. That's scheduled later. Looks like it's up. Yeah, it's up for the Giza line.
It's an above ground subway. It's so fancy in Japan.
I mean, they have that. Okay, let's look around here. The access way. Was there a train that I missed somewhere? Oh, right here.
Buchiko.
Yeah, I was gonna say, one thing that's Persona 5 has over the other ones, it is a much larger world map of shit you can do.
Huh? It's raining outside?
It just started all of a sudden. This is why I hate the early spring.
And this is why I also hate Tokyo, and then he bashes Tokyo for 20 minutes.
Who are you talking about?
I mean, if it rains in Tokyo, it's gonna be raining in, like, basically all of Japan. It's not a very big area.
One house blend, please.
Throws coffee in his face.
Today's subway accident continues on today, as various lines suffer delays and...
There's been a lot of nasty accidents lately. You know, I mean the subway accident.
I wonder what the head count of all these accidents is at this point, like 400 people.
But that aside, it's
The hospitals are overrun and, you know, people are being cut in half by, like, trains and construction equipment and shit. The game just starts getting really gory for no reason. Aw, damn it, we did get to Aoyama, which means we're gonna be taking a lot longer.
Alright, so here's students in our uniform.
Forever. The entire society is fucked. You better emigrate to a different country. At this point, we probably should just buy another phone. Hey, are you the protagonist of your own game, lady? Hey, do you want to have a crossover? I'm a protagonist too. Hey, can you believe that it's raining right now, lady? That's the PE guy from earlier.
Sure, thank you.
Do you need a lift too?
No.
I'm so sad that it's raining all the time. Can't handle the weather. Okay. Hey, guy. I don't even know who you are, dude.
Alright, Kamoshida, or what do you mean?
What do you mean? I mean, we don't have any... We don't know anything that what just happened. Let's just say the king of the castle and not look like an idiot.
It's a question mark, so we're asking him what he means by calling him king of the castle.
I don't know any of you people.
You're from Shujin, right?
Yeah, I guess I think so. I mean,
And
clearly...
otherwise we can ask him if he goes to our school, too.
He clearly does, considering we're wearing the same pants.
Yeah, we're in the same uniform.
We're the same grade then. Never seen you before, though. Oh, you a transfer student?
Yep.
No wonder you don't know him. It's raining too bad. We better hurry up or we'll be late.
Is this gonna be our rumor mill character? He's just gonna constantly tell us dumb rumors.
Remember that thing I said about blonde hair in Japan?
Yeah, he's a blonde guy.
Yup.
Is that why they're just calling him a vulgar boy? Which seems kind of judgmental.
He is a bit vulgar.
Yeah, he's a bit vulgar. I don't think it's enough to call him a vulgar person.
You remember it, don't you? I assume you know of the uproar that the public calls the psychotic breakdown incidents.
I I guess it's a fair thing to call them.
Alright, what do we want to say to her? I might, never heard of them. What does that mean?
Never heard of them. We don't pay attention to the news.
Or at least we lie to her.
It was all over the news, and one of the victims included a teacher at your high school.
I don't pay attention to shit, sigh.
On that day, were you still an ordinary student?
Aren't I all... Let's say, what do you mean? Like, I'm just a person.
Let me change the question. You transferred to Shujin Academy, correct? An ordinary prep school that could be found in any city. That's what it should have been. What happened around that
What did we, like...
Tell me everything.
Did we enroll into Shujin Academy from another dimension? I don't know what she was implying there. Is our phone literally spying on us? Why are we following him down a back alley?
Shortcut to school.
Okay. Okay. Is that supposed to be Shujin Academy?
I assume that sign reads Shujin Academy.
You think they could have put a subtitle under it or something?
I mean, it's pretty obvious from the way the guy's talking that this is supposed to be the school, and he's confused why it's a castle, because he goes to school here.
So, the thing that I just said was actually what happened. We did enroll into the Shujin Academy of another dimension.
Nope. You're still wrong.
This is the school. The second option.
It said Shujin on the gate. What's going on here?
Alternate dimension.
Service. Where did we end up? The sign was for the school, right?
I wasn't paying attention. Why do you think that's a person?
Man, your costume's impressive. Is that all real?
Because you don't expect supernatural things to exist, so you assume it's a real thing.
Hey, what's going on?
The correct answer is to leave. Third option.
Dude, I don't know.
Then go home.
Calm down. Time out, man. We gotta run.
Exactly. Got it.
Alright, so got it.
Stop standing around and run.
Well, what about you then, Mr. Smart Guy?
What's with these guys? You're gonna break my...
All he did was shove you a little bit.
Hey, you hit him with the shield.
Barely.
Yes, we'll save our money.
So we were arrested by the alternate dimension school. And they're gonna execute us. Brilliant. Where are we? Oh, I thought you were aware a lot longer than me, man.
Not much longer.
There's no crossbars on this door. Have you guys tried, like, slipping through them?
I don't think they could slip through it. I don't think they look too narrow for their heads.
Maybe Mr. Lunkhead here could try and bend them a little bit.
Ah, yes. Bend metal with your arms.
Well, he's a lunkhead. He might be able to do it a little bit. I mean, they have an iron bar. They have an iron ball. Just use that to bang on the door. Did you check under the bed? Well, that's not going to help us. Sounds fair. So he's been possessed by demons? Let's say Kamishita. We already know his name. Wait a second, this door just grew crossbars.
What? No, the door
I'm
doesn't
looking
have
at the...
crossbars.
No, wait, I'm looking at the wrong side.
Yeah, the door still just has the one big thick bar across the center.
I thought our crime was trespassing.
Well, now, you know, not only did you sneak into my castle, you committed the crime, because we just now, like, whatever his last name is, I've forgotten, I don't want to say his first name yet, because it hasn't been stated. He just insulted Kamishita, so that's why there's a crime for insulting the king now. Also, punishment apparently for insulting the king is also death.
So what, are you gonna kill us twice? Also, are you naked?
Not naked.
He's wearing panties.
No, I think he's in either shorts or like a speedo.
Okay, how the fuck did you manage to do that? I could somehow
top heavy. They are top heavy if you look at their design. They would be top heavy, so it is presumably easier to push them over.
I mean, they are also armored in full plate and also 8 feet tall.
Yeah, top heavy.
It's not like this is my fault, dude. Well, I can escape. So, should we do the smart thing or should we stay for honor? Well, you did just punch him like 3 times.
You didn't mean that literally, though. You meant it to be mocking. Alright, so have you lost your mind or stop it?
You can pick either one. They'd sound like the same thing. I mean, they're equally stupid things to say. You're not going to be much of a teacher if you just murder everyone who annoys you. Then you're not going to have any students. Well, can you just give me some magic powers or something, butterfly person? Because otherwise I'm kind of fucked. I'm pinned to a wall! Like, what am I gonna do? Well, it wasn't. If we're gonna die, at least we're gonna have some convictions. I will stop you. Because I will. Yeah, lost a tooth there.
No, it was our glasses.
Yeah, it was our glasses. So, what we're doing is what he did. We're allowing ourselves to be possessed by demons, and the demons are gonna help us out of this jam.
First of all, you still don't know what happened to him, so don't say that you know what happened to him. The game did not say he was possessed by a demon. That's an assumption you made.
It was an assumption based on the voice in our head saying we're gonna be chained to hell. Which, you know, kind of implies that we're not having an angel bail us out.
No, I was talking about Kamoshida. There's nothing that said Kamoshida was doing a thing with a demon.
Well, yeah, that seems like an assumption. That he somehow has, like, domain in this universe. And we're clearly in a supernatural place. And his eyes are fucked up. Wait, you were always there? Yeah, say the first thing. Don't you want the easier target?
No, because if they would try to attack the easier target, I could just go after their king.
Well, they're not gonna have much success against you, man with demon. They're not exactly formidable foes, considering he just summoned 2 pumpkin men. He's using Yu-Gi-Oh cards to fight us, and it's not going well. So what happened to the third knight that was here? The second option. No, I mean the chains. Those are clearly what the key is.
Yeah, he's in a speedo.
Yeah, I don't get it either, dude. I mean, if he has power over this domain, how the fuck is he gonna be locked in jail? Can't he just snap his fingers and teleport somewhere else?
I mean, he can get his guards to let him out, but he hasn't shown anything that he can teleport or do anything like that.
That wasn't the line.
Oh yeah, this line's not voice acted. So when characters start, they just do when there's not voice acting, when they start talking, they do a line from their voice that's like just like a line that shows like who they are, their like tone of like their general personality kind of deal. So, you know.
Well, yeah, it's prison. There's more than one locked door in a prison. Also, don't you have like 4 keys? You picked up like an entire key ring. Just try some of them.
Like a treasure chest or anything down here?
have to jump, buddy.
Special actions by pressing A, which I already knew because I was doing it in the first area. Like the little runaway thing. Anything to see in any of the cages? No.
Well, then I'll just call him a demon and we'll kill them in 5 seconds. Or this game's gonna be like
Seeing as my character doesn't know what he just did, he doesn't know how to do it again right now.
Well, he could try.
Yeah, there's a volleyball still.
We could jump in the river and hope for the best. Well, yeah, it's in our pocket. I mean, it could be a clever trick.
I don't believe you. Quiet down. A cat? Question mark.
Eh, third option.
He is a cartoon cat.
You can't do anything, buddy. You are literally in an alternate dimension now, buddy. Why the hell are you still looking at your phone?
Help us sounds dangerous. You better not be lying.
It does sound dangerous. Because I don't know. We can't really trust this guy. Well, that's what we need. Like, that's exactly what we would need out of this guy.
Well, we don't need him to talk. We need him to lead us to an exit.
Yeah, which involves talking.
I mean, leading us to an exit means we follow him. Not necessarily he needs to talk.
And then this cat kills the both of them.
Meanwhile, at the school. Oh yeah, this is one of the things I like about this game. Whenever our name shows up, they'll say like he or like that guy, or they'll say something instead of our actual name in the dialogue.
I mean, a student apparently went missing.
I mean, we're not missing, we're truant right now. It's only 4th period and we haven't shown up. That doesn't mean we're missing.
I mean, it pretty much does. It's a cause for alarm.
No? If it's for more than one day, then yeah. That's where we came from. If it's for more than one day, then yeah, but if it's you know, kids ditch school all the time and don't show up.
Lowering the bridge. You, frizzy hair.
I mean, I knew people in high school who skipped classes and shit.
Over here. Try checking around the mouth of this statue, okay?
How were we supposed to know to do that?
Amateur. Come on, let's keep going.
Says the person. Well, all three of them did get caught.
Oh shit, it's them!
You amateur. Stay still. Hey you. You can fight, right? Let's go. Come.
You got one of those things too?
We will promptly shut them up.
An imp and a pumpkin head.
It's a tutorial.
Damn shadows. They've taken up intercept positions. Looks like it's not about capturing us anymore. They're out for blood.
You want to use a smaller sword, Morgana, considering that sword's as tall as you?
Go down.
I knew you were an amateur. This is how you fight. Zoro!
Well, you didn't kill your monster either.
Yeah, but he knocked it down,
Beginning to strike again.
which gives you an extra turn.
It's the most basic of basics. Remember it well.
If we hit something's weakness, we get an extra turn. Skills have varying affinities, and each enemy is weak to certain affinities. If you attack an enemy's weakness, you'll deal more damage and knock them down. You will be able to take another action after knocking an enemy down. This is called one more. If you topple another creature, you will get another one more. And this will continue as long as you continue to attack enemy weaknesses.
Come on. Let's hurry and get through this. Sona!
So yeah, it's just elemental weaknesses.
As I said, this game's kind of Pokemon-like. There isn't really types. Like, there is types in the fact that there's elementals, but like, there isn't like, oh, this thing's fire, so thus it's always weak to this, right? It's everything is unique in the sense of what it's strong against and what it's weak against. So like, for example, Arsene here is weak to ice and weak to light, but he's strong against dark because he himself is a dark one. Anyway, we now got Cleave, which is a physical skill.
Oh! Whoa!
Alright, now we have his first name, Ryuji.
Hey!
Here's 3 potions.
Yep, basically.
Okay.
3 medicine.
And in the next 30 minutes, I'll give you 5 Pokeballs.
Nope.
Now then.
Sure, you're good on HP, yeah, we're fine. We got the menu now, anyway.
No!
Oh yeah, there's...
But this door is yellow, which means it's important. There's obviously treasure we need to get in there.
Hold on a sec.
I know that guy.
I feel like I've seen what this dude's wearing before. Damn
They captured a soccer player.
I can't remember anything right now.
Come on, let's go!
Hold on, damn it!
What is it? We need to go fast.
We also need to rescue everybody in jail.
Guys,
Do you really think you have time to worry about other people right now? Besides, they're...
Oh, wrong there. Joking. Because Morgana said there as in they are, and then
I mean, it's just
enemy
one
said there
guy.
as in- Alright, let's fight.
I'm glad you stick to your gun. Looks like it's raring to go.
Really? A fairy? And also another fairy?
game wants to teach us stuff. If I remember correctly. Yep.
Okay, Jude.
Let's get away before more show up.
Hold on, we can't just leave these guys here.
That's exactly what we're gonna do.
Don't get it, do
Bye.
you?
Leaves.
There's no time to explain. Look, I'm going. If you don't want to follow, be my guest.
Damn it. Fine, I'm...
This way.
And he's got a little cartoon running animation.
I mean, technically, we're a cartoon too.
Yeah, I know, but he's got like his legs become like a cloud of like the circle moving when he runs.
Finally, we're saved. It's not opening. Did you trick us, you jerk?
Don't jump to conclusions. Over here.
I mean, if he tricked you, there'd be enemies coming down the hallway.
Where are we supposed to get out from here? There aren't even any windows.
There's literally a window right there. What's that?
Basic of basics.
The grate.
Take the grate off the wall. Yeah, ventilation shaft. That's pretty basic.
That's right. As I thought, you're a natural at this. It leads all the way outside.
I see. Then we just gotta get that metallic mesh off. And a one, and a... Ah!
It was seriously that easy?
Crap. The enemy didn't hear us, did they?
We killed them all.
Seriously, we're finally getting out of here.
You should wait on celebrating until you actually get out. Now get going.
What, are you gonna stay here?
There's something that I still have to do. We're going our separate ways.
Thanks.
You've got manners. Be careful on your way.
The game's like, you're acting very out of character.
No, it's not out of character.
We wrote this very fantastic, sarcastic character, and you're not using it.
I mean, we didn't have a sarcastic option there. It was either tell him to be careful or thank him.
Oh, are we finally piercing the dimensional veil?
Did we make it?
So how are we gonna go back to school?
You have returned to the real world. Welcome back.
Huh?
Return? Does that mean we got away?
I wonder. Wait, you're not gonna think about the fact that the phone realized that you crossed dimensions?
That anyways. That castle and Kamoshida and that weird cat? What the hell's going on?
What's with the yelling? Are you students of Shujin? Cutting classes, are we?
Huh?
Dang it, they caught us.
We were trying to get to school and we ended up at this weird cat.
Hand over your bag. You better not be doing any drugs.
Yeah, I'm clearly doing heroin in the middle of, you know, this entire crowd.
No, Jeff. He thinks we're on, like, a hallucinogen. And that's why we're talking about a castle. Because there wouldn't be a castle. Alright. Are you his friend? Something like that. Never met him.
Yeah,
He was
something
bullying
like
me.
that. We barely know this guy.
Then you should go to school. Take him with you.
Like I'm trying to say, I don't know what's going on either.
We passed by Shujin on our way here. There was nothing out of the ordinary about it.
Wait a
Any
second.
more nonsense, I'll contact your school. Is that what you want?
Come on, say something.
I don't want to be late.
That's not what I meant. Wait a sec. Fine, I'm go.
A Minister of Transport announcing his resignation. Things are going as planned.
Was this guy trying to fuck up the government?
That reminds me.
I'm gonna become the dictator of Japan.
Better to leave it be for now.
The head of the shadow government.
Alright, it is lunchtime and we're finally getting to school.
I figured it'd be like 1 or 2 o'clock.
What's going on here?
I mean, lunchtime might be 1 or 2 o'clock.
What I wanted to ask you. We were
received a call from the police.
Wait, they actually called you guys?
Snitched on us after all.
Yes, because Japan cops will call truancy to the
Where
school.
were you roaming around until this time?
A castle?
So you have no intention of giving an honest answer.
What's this about a castle?
Kamoshida?
You seem so carefree, Sakamoto. Quite a difference from when you did morning practice for the track team.
Shut up! It's your fault that
How dare you speak that way to Mr. Kamoshida? There's not much leeway left for you, you know?
he's the one who provoked me.
That's not exactly what a
Really wanna be
counselor would
expelled?
say.
In any case, you'll have to explain yourself. Follow me.
Does this school have, like, another meaning for the word counselor?
Bullshit!
Come now. I should have been more considerate too. Let's just say that we were both to blame.
Well,
I mean,
you
a
say
school
so.
counselor might say, you know, that you're really fucking up your life right now. That's something I can see a counselor saying.
Fine.
Essentially what he's saying is like, you better shape up if you want to stay, because
Transfer student.
I figured, you know, say it to be a bit more, you know, amenable to the person he's trying to counsel. You don't want to be antagonistic.
Have we met somewhere?
Say I saw a girl in your car. Maybe he'll say something about it.
That's right. I remember now. Well, I'll overlook this just for today. I'm sure you've heard from the principal. But cause any trouble and you'll be expelled.
Well, I guess I'm expelled already. We game overed.
I was gonna say, cause trouble and like skip school isn't exactly the same thing, because that the only person we're causing trouble to by skipping school in theory is ourselves. Now, given yes, if I did it more than once, eventually it'd become a huge problem, and then it'd probably get expelled. Anyway, should we say, can you overlook more, or I understand?
Let's say the second option. Let's be smug at him.
Is that supposed to be a joke? I'm not laughing. At any rate, hurry up and go to the faculty office. I'm sure Ms. Kawakami's tired.
He got over our sarcasm pretty quickly.
And basically he's just like, whatever. Like, you're not funny, kid, and then just do whatever.
Dang, we're being thrown into the future.
Yes, we're going back to the interrogation.
Oh, I thought they were gonna be like, oh, we'll just skip 2 months of the game for you.
Nope. I'd be super pissed if Persona did that because of all the stuff you need to do with your free time.
We'll just do your stats for you. You'll end up at level 43 and not understand why.
You continue the story. The one who received a calling card from the Phantom Thieves was an Olympic medalist.
What the hell are you talking about?
From Shujin Academy. The PE teacher,
Oh.
Guru Kamoshida. It all came out in his confession. He was guilty of everything. The abuse, the violations. But there should have been no connection between the two of you since you had just transferred. Why did
Well,
you
not
visit him?
if I stick my noses in his business.
Anyway, I'll tell you later, or I don't want to say.
Let's say the second option. We're gonna eventually get to the story.
That's unacceptable. Try and recall it once again.
We're literally going over the story right now, lady. That's what I said is a thing we're going to talk about. That's what I'm saying.
This is the faculty office.
There's that counselor who's bad at his job.
No, this isn't the counselor. The counselor was in a suit. I like had a suit coat on. Late on your first day of school, you like causing trouble for the school? Question mark.
Let's dot him and run away.
Oh, can't even give an excuse.
Just run away. You know, you don't have to talk to him.
I think this.
So there's the bathroom.
No, but I think so. So the first year's class is on the first floor, but I have to find the faculty office, and I'm trying to remember where that. Is it on the third floor? Nope.
Why would the
That's
office for
on-
a school be on the higher, like, be on the top floors? It's usually, you know, right in front of this, like, entry door.
So it's either on the first floor or this floor.
It should be on the first floor. I don't know where else it'd be.
Around again. Is this the faculty office? That's cafeteria.
Yeah, that makes sense. What about all these middle rooms? Are any of these middle rooms the one we're looking for?
Well, so see, 3D, these are classrooms. 3D, 3C, those are how classrooms are organized in Japan.
Okay, so there's where food is.
This is where we can buy food. I think it is on the second floor somewhere.
Yeah, it's very weird that it's not on the first floor.
This room? That's the principal's office. So it must be around here somewhere.
Does the entire teaching staff just hate their school?
Unbelievable.
Hey.
Being over half a day late on your first day? Can you explain yourself?
Not really.
Got lost. My train was late. I was in a castle.
Let's do the second one. She might actually believe that.
It's lunchtime, you know. You would have gotten here sooner if you had walked from your place.
I really believed in the subway system.
Mess due to the accident, but you're still way too late. Will you pull yourself together? You were given fair warning yesterday. More importantly, I heard that you were caught along with that Sakamoto-kun.
That's Sakamoto.
Don't get
Why won't they just call him Sakamoto?
nothing but trouble. He wasn't like that when he was devoting his time to track and field, though. Anyway, break's almost over. Classes will end after 5th period today because of the subway accident.
We need to give the kids 3 additional hours to get home on time.
Follow me. By the way, when you introduce yourself, be serious about it, even if you're lying to the class, okay? Do not say anything unnecessary.
I could say that I was just late today, and that would be true, lady.
You think that's him? Huh? The one in the rumors?
We just got here. How are there already rumors about us?
Because they hear about a transfer student coming and then shit like that happens. See, look at that! Look at that! Spot which character is important, sitting in class!
Again, the one that's in the center of the camera.
But he's not in the center of the camera. The center of the camera is literally empty space, or potentially that brown-haired girl in the front row. He's slightly off of center.
He looks normal, though.
He looks normal, though. What the hell did he think we look like? Just some, like, tattooed 23-year-old bro man?
Transfer student. Today we had him attend from the afternoon on since he wasn't feeling well.
Well, if you're just gonna lie for me, what do you have to worry about? Say nice to meet you. At least make a good first impression.
He seems quiet, but I bet when he loses it, I mean...
They think we're a spaz?
Assault, right?
So... Your seat will be... over there, the one that's open. Sorry, but can the people nearby please share your textbooks with him for today?
So even this world doesn't have proper book stuff? Who beat up that kid?
Lies.
You don't say, huh?
Did you catch that? Do those two know each other? Ooh, does that mean he hit on her before transferring here?
That means she's cheating on him with Mr. Kamoshida. Then again, this is Takamaki-san we're talking about.
For real, that side of the room is totally awful.
Oh, right. The volleyball rally's in 2 days. Everyone's just changed classes, so make sure you use that time to get to know each other. Well then, let's get class started. Who's on duty today?
Everyone, please rise.
Seriously, who beat up that guy?
That you should be asking that question. That is a proper question to ask, and we will find out.
Or is this school so shitty that no one cares?
What's wrong?
Oh shit, I didn't mean to select whatever I selected, but whatever.
Are you
I mean, that didn't look like a castle. That just looked like, you know, a fancy school.
Oh, so it very briefly had elements of the castle, not all of the castle. So it had like the carpeting from the castle for a second and some other stuff.
I can't even catch a break. Why do I have
Why are you still here, employed at this school? Considering all you've done is constantly complain about everything.
Oh, and about Sakamoto-kun, don't get involved.
Hey, I'll pick who I get involved with, lady.
What do you want? I heard the police caught you cutting classes today.
It was nothing.
And you haven't dyed your hair back to black either.
Sorry about that.
Apparently this universe doesn't have, you know, the proper elements of the First Amendment.
I mean, as I said, Japan, like, you can get in a lot of trouble just for dyeing your hair.
I don't want you getting involved.
Which is, again, something that shouldn't be the case, because people should have rights to, you know, free expression.
As I said, there is a cultural element that conformity is much more pushed in Japan than it is here.
A student with a criminal record and the culprit of an
Not like you're gonna get arrested for it, but like people are gonna look down on you.
So are we, like, actually in Tokyo, or are we in, like, fictional Tokyo?
We're in Tokyo. We're in what it, like, this is, for all intents and, I mean, it's fictional Tokyo at the end of the day because this is a work of fiction, and of course there's no, like, alternate universe shit going on in Tokyo. However, this is literally Tokyo. Like, all these areas that we go to in this game are real districts in Tokyo.
The school counts on you, Kamoshida-kun. You are our star.
Is it because the school managed to land an ex-Olympic athlete as a PE teacher somehow?
And a volleyball coach.
And a volleyball coach. And he probably has 4 other jobs if, you know, again, they have the same funding issue with textbooks.
So if you're really good, I was gonna say if you're really good at a sport, but you eventually age out of, like, essentially the competition age, you know, you typically have a fallback career, and someone who, you know, wants to continue experiencing their sport goes into teaching their sport. So that makes sense what he is, in my opinion.
He's also heading the drama club because they don't have enough teachers.
Sakamoto seemed eager to talk about something. I should meet him on the rooftop.
How do you know he's on the roof?
Because he told us he'd be on the roof, I think.
Let's beat him up too for no reason.
Anyway, we can ask him how to get to the rooftop if we want.
Let's not ask him that. That'll make us look really stupid.
I mean, yeah, duh, it's up, but, like, where's the door to it? Because you have to, like, get to a door or, like, an access area to get to the roof. You can't just...
Hey, Ding Dong, if you want to know how to get to the roof, look for some stairs. That's how I would answer that question.
What should I write about for my next paper? I wish I had a good topic out there. How about a castle? Maybe the...
Wow, these are all stupid options. Let's pick the first one. It sounds the least stupid.
Castle, like the old Sengoku.
You said Sengoku Castle, and yet you don't know what you're talking about?
No, so she doesn't mean that in the sense, like, she's like, what? Like, I don't understand why that would be what I'd write about. Is what she means by that. And we meant a European castle. Sengoku Castle would not be what.
No, it wouldn't. It'd be one of those tiered castles like the Burnt Tower in Pokemon Land.
Yeah, kind of. By the way,
I have no idea what they mean by a planter.
You plant plants in a planter. You know those, like, those plastic tubs that you see, like, flowers and stuff growing in, Jeff?
Well, I didn't think that it would literally be a plant pot. I thought it'd be a slang term for something completely different.
Well, so a plant pot would be the singular pot, but, like, the thing that's, like, bigger and has multiple plants in it is called a planter.
She has the roof key. Let's steal it. Oh shit, they disappeared. Yeah, just go through it anyway. Who cares?
There you are.
So you actually wanted to talk to me?
I bet Kawakami already told you stuff like, don't get involved with him, huh?
How'd you know?
He knows his reputation.
Yeah, but literally what she said.
I heard you got a criminal record. Everyone's talking about
That's a pretty big coincidence, Mr. Ryuji.
What was all that happened? You know how we almost got killed at a castle. It wasn't a dream, right? You remember it too, yeah?
Yeah, I have to.
Well, just because we both remember it doesn't mean much, though.
I would actually say it means a little bit of a lot, Ryuji.
I mean, it doesn't mean much in the sense that it doesn't give us much information on what it was.
Yeah, fair.
Thanks.
Say it's nothing. Let's look like a badass. I mean, I guess we don't really need to pretend to be a badass because we apparently can transform into a demon.
There's some rumors about him.
We didn't transform into a demon. It appeared behind us. We didn't turn into it.
Kamoshida.
Kamoshida, the guy we met earlier.
You know, the guy you met at the school gates. The ripped one. That asshole who was all full of himself at the castle. No one says anything against him because he's some medalist who took the volleyball team to nationals. The way Kamoshida was king of that castle felt crazy real because of that.
And because of that role, he's apparently assaulting the students in the future.
Forget it. Must have all been a dream. It has to be. Sorry to drag you out here like this. That's all I had to say. You know, we might be pretty similar.
That's fair.
Like we're gonna get along just fine as troublemakers. I'm Ryuji Sakamoto. I'll come talk if I see you around. Don't ignore me, alright?
Okay, so that's how he says his last name, too.
Yeah, that's how it's pronounced.
I would still say I'd probably hear it as Sakamoto. I've never heard someone say it like that. But, I mean, if that's what it is, that's what it is. To him.
How did he say it? Quick.
They keep saying Sakamoto, and I figured they would always say Sakamoto.
So my roommate was telling me about this the other day when I said I had a weird thing with someone's last name in Persona 3. In Japan, they don't stress syllables as hard as we do. So, like, in the way they're pronouncing it in the game, each syllable, like, no syllable stands out over the other. But when you say Sakamoto, we're putting more stress on the first syllable. Which is apparently not a thing that they do in Japanese. So my guess is the English pronunciation of that last name is the way you're pronouncing it, because I know I've heard that pronunciation before. But this game is sticking closer to how it would be said in Japan. Anyway, I heard you ditched half the day of school on your first day, so I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. ...
Oh, the second option. We're not going to get out of this, obviously.
Just when I was thinking you had it together.
So Jiro's just going to kick us out already.
Just behave yourself. One wrong step and your life is over. You do know what probation means.
Apparently, in this case, it means nothing.
Good. Hey, what's up?
He spent, like, all of Sunday bitching at us for existing, and he's just fine giving us a slide on the first thing.
Upstairs and go to bed already. No, it's a guy. I just hired a part.
Oh, you did actually get a second employee.
So he's claiming we're a part-timer to whoever's on the phone.
Wait, we're gonna have to work here now?
Told you, he's a part-timer.
Not necessarily. We can, though. I believe there is an option, too, in the game.
Live an honest life.
Our
That's the objective.
Quest objective right now is live an honest life. I want to clean the room more.
Well, you don't have time. You came home at like 11:30.
That's what I said when the game steals a bunch of days from you at the beginning, where it doesn't let you do what you want for a while.
Well, maybe Persona 5 shouldn't have so many flash forwards. It makes it a bit confusing.
I mean, this isn't a flash forward.
No, this is us.
The only flash forward is the jail thing. This is Dream World that we go to when we sleep sometimes.
Is a dream castle and also jail at the same time.
It's apparently a room. They don't call it a bigger building. It's the Velvet Room. And if you do look around, I don't believe there are any entrances or exits to this room. It's literally just the room.
Well, anything can happen here. Like the premise of this place is that it's supposed to not make any sense.
Right.
Your rehabilitation can finally begin.
I mean, we saw this person turn into two people yesterday.
Our power.
Let's say rehabilitation. I don't know why the hell he's making us be here yet.
No need to understand it all for the time being.
Then what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just sit here and listen to you?
Which you have awakened to. Personas are, in other words, a mask, an armor of the heart when confronting worldly matters.
I mean, that's a metaphor, but is the metaphor turning into a literal thing that's in the shape of a demon?
Yes. So the persona, as this world explains it, and to my understanding of them, it's like the one's soul or like their spirit and their heart turned physical, right? That's why it's called persona. It's like, you know, that thing turned physical.
But,
so our Sane is a part of who we are, and that's how we were able to summon him.
Choose the first option, since it'll say my question in the game.
Yeah, there will be more about what the other world shit is.
Are you talking about Caroline?
Oh, he's referring to the app on our phone.
The app that we didn't question when it told us that we swap between dimensions.
I mean, we didn't have time to. So anyway,
the second one. Because that's the question we should have asked, like, 14 hours ago.
I bestowed it to you as a means to train you as a thief. So Igor is the one that gave us the app.
So what do you want us to steal? I don't know how you abuse the use of an app.
It must be disheartening to make use of the Metaverse Navigator alone. Should there be
Have we ever actually been alone when we've been in a dungeon yet? I feel like every time we've been in one of those dungeons, there's been another person there.
I mean, we've only been in it once, so one of those dungeons. We've only been to the
wait,
palace.
the tutorial thing where we met the demons, we were alone there.
Oh yeah. That technically, yeah, we were also in a thing.
I'm going to imagine that's probably a similar thing that happened because, again, there were demons that showed up.
Yep. And eventually, either Igor or, Morgana, because Morgana seems to know what's going on in that world and stuff, will start explaining more of how that world works. And, how it works. But yeah, so, one of the things I personally like Persona over, I think in Shin Megami Tensei, they are, demons, but, in Persona, they seem to explain it all with psychic stuff. It's what's in people's hearts. It's their mask, right? Things like that. It's essentially your psychic power and your own soul's ability, which I think is a more interesting way to do it than just, they're demons, because that's, done all the time, versus, you can conjure beings because of your strength of will and the powers within your soul.
I suppose if just random Jagoffs, get Spider-Man villain powers, then, yeah, it'd probably be more interesting.
You mean that one with the red ribbon? I guess so.
Are you talking about the lady directly in front of you?
I mean, the ones talking are these two to the right to us. Those are the two that are talking right now. So it's not directly in front of them.
Okay.
It's not fair. I've got my hair in a ponytail too.
Okay, and what's that got to do with being thin?
Well, she just wants to be noticed. I mean, if she wants to be noticed, she should dye her hair blonde, obviously.
Thanks. Take my seat. My station's coming up. Are you sure? Oh.
Okay, so she's clearly the nicest girl in the universe.
Yeah, except that asshole took the seat from the old woman.
That seat was for this lady.
Well, I'm sleepy, so fuck off.
Oh.
Okay, let's beat him up for no reason.
It's all right. I can understand his position as well. I'm sorry I couldn't be.
Okay, so let's call this character Doormat until she gets a real name.
Please allow me to carry your luggage at least.
Oh, Jesus Christ, lady.
Alright, she's being helpful. That doesn't mean she's a doormat. The old woman didn't say, hey, carry my luggage. She offered.
I train plenty.
You, the stick figure, training something?
Thank you so much.
Anyway, this character is entirely new to Royal, by the way. This is one of the characters that is new to Royal.
Well, that means nothing to me, so we're just gonna talk to her. Let's say earlier, when we threatened to beat that guy up.
For what you did on the train, speaking up for that older woman. You're a second year at Shujin Academy, correct?
I mean, I guess the academies in this Tokyo world stand out because apparently they all have unique uniforms.
I mean, that actually is a thing with school uniforms. A lot of times they are unique. It's just, we're not really used to school uniforms here in the United States.
Were you issued those red shoes, or do you just have red shoes?
Her? I think the shoes are like a personal choice.
Let's go to the police and turn ourselves in for all the crimes we've been committing.
Not the police, it's the medal for the school.
What? That's a medal for the school? Really?
Yeah, so the school has its own emblem. And that's the emblem for Shuji Academy.
Okay, then.
Alright,
it's the first old person.
Our first class. I'm the social studies teacher, Mr. Ushimaru. I'll be teaching you the rules of society this year. You all look like you've been spoiled growing up. I can't wait to see who disappoints me the most.
Okay, so continuing, every teacher in this world is terrible.
The book's title is about
The Devil's Dictionary.
Devil's Dictionary by Ambrose Bierce. Hey, new kid.
Hey.
What's the answer?
Tell me what the Devil's Dictionary defined as the chief factor in the progress of the human race.
Experience.
No, I'm gonna pull up a guide because I don't want to miss the rewards for this.
This really has rewards tied into it.
Kind of.
Because I mean, if this is an actual trivia question, like a thing that exists in real life, this is a really unfair trivia question, so it really shouldn't matter.
Well, that's when I say kind of, Jeff. It's villains.
Boo, that's stupid.
Correct.
They're seriously rethinking our moral character because we got a question right.
I feel like a little smarter from being able to answer that question. Blink!
Okay.
So here's our social stats. Here's our social stats, Jeff. We have to do things to up these. It takes time to do things. These things can affect stuff, so we do want to get them high as quickly as possible. So while getting the question wrong just means we didn't get that point that we can get elsewhere in a multitude of different ways, it speeds up the progress because this point didn't eat any of our selected free time. So if we have control over our own free time, this moment did not take any of our free time, which is why these ones are super important to try to get, because you only have so much time in the game to do everything, and you can't, like, the game is actually designed so that you can't do everything, I should say, because, you know, we can hang out with friends and we can do that, and it's really difficult. I believe technically you can do it all in one playthrough, but you have to, like, super math it out if you want to do it all in one playthrough. It's designed for multiple playthroughs. Because when you do start a new game plus, you do keep your social stats at what they are, so they don't level down again, which means suddenly you don't have to spend time leveling those, and you can immediately do things like hang out with people and do other activities and stuff that you didn't do the first time around. But, so we, you know, part of this game is choosing what to do with our free time, but when we can get a benefit that doesn't cost our free time, it's really useful to do, because it allows us to have more free time, essentially. So I do want to get all the questions right just to speed that up. Because that note, I think, is 1 or 2 points, because the notes aren't exactly the point that it is. One note is anywhere from 1 to 2 points, 2 notes is anywhere from 3 to 4, and 3 notes is anything higher than 4, which can be anything from 5 to 10, I believe, depending on what we did. In order to get those to maximum level, we need like 100 to 200 points in each one. So they all have different numbers that they have to meet, and so yeah, this, you know, that's something we're gonna have to do, and I want to make sure that we get as much points as possible. It's basically all it is. That's why I always end up pulling a guide up for the classes, because at the end of the day, the class stuff is really not that matters. You know, it's a trivia question that, hi, if you know it, you know it. If you don't, they're going to teach you. What it helps you prepare for is if you read it all and learned what he said, when we do the like final test at the end of the semester, the information from what he said in that dialogue will help us with a question on the final exams. So getting those right or wrong isn't, the game's being like, hey, if you do happen to know it, we give you a little tiny reward, because that's not very many points towards knowledge stat. But if you don't get it wrong, it's not that big of a deal, because as I said, there's plenty of other ways to get those points.
Things have been pretty dangerous lately with all those accidents.
So there is that. But I want to try to do as much things as we can in a single playthrough, so I do want to try to get all the free points I can.
Sorry, I have a photo shoot today.
Are you trying to get into my red pants, Mr. PE man?
Being a model's fine and dandy, but don't work your pretty little self to the bone. You mentioned you weren't feeling well, right? Something about appendicitis?
If she has appendicitis, that's pretty serious.
To the hospital, but I've been too busy. Sorry to worry you.
You must be lonely too. I feel bad for keeping your best friend at practice so often. Oh, and be careful around that transfer student. He's got a criminal.
So somehow we're the center of attention for this whole school.
Actually, we will learn how the criminal record thing got out. And we will learn kind of why it got out too.
Was it that guy with political ambitions fucking with us for some reason?
No, because that guy's not at the school.
Yeah, but he's part of the SIU, I think. And apparently we're now tied in with the SIU.
Not yet, we aren't.
No, but that's how forward-thinking he is.
Yo.
Hello, my best friend. Let's say what's up. I don't wanna piss him off like that. That's a bit stupid.
I tried telling myself it was all just
Even though it's pretty funny sarcasm.
I can't act like nothing happened. It's all connected to that bastard Kamoshida after all. I want to find out what's up with that place, no matter what. And you know, you're the only
Are we still saying that Jude at this point still hasn't looked at that app on his phone?
I mean, we haven't experimented with it, no.
Yeah, let's say I'm out. I don't want to get involved with this.
Don't be like that. You've got to be wondering what the deal with that place was.
It was full of danger, Ryuji. Why would you want to go back there? No.
In the meantime, you're walking to the station, right? Let's go together. Let me know if you notice any other weird buildings on the way.
I'm pretty sure if you see a weird building, you'll probably
Dude,
notice
he doesn't
it.
seem like a bad guy. I should probably just go along with this.
Well, I mean, we're going home, so we kind of have to.
Oh, we're not going home. We're retracing our steps. So we're going to the station and then walking back to the school to retrace our steps.
Really? Dude, that's exactly what I didn't want you to do. Then you just went and did it.
We walked that way from here, right?
Let's say maybe. I don't... No. Ah, shit. I should have said the second option. I don't want to be here.
Sure anymore. All right, this way. Let me know if you notice something.
I'm still noticing that a whole bunch of NPCs are all wearing face masks. It's like 20% of them.
There wasn't anything out of place along the way.
I mean, that's just significantly more normal in Japan. Like before the pandemic, that was just a thing people did when they get like have a cold or something.
Second option.
Let's try again.
Come on, you gotta stick with me to the end.
But I don't want to. Did we just walk in a circle?
For real?
I mean, basically, we're going back to the station, trying to retrace our steps to see if it turns into a castle.
Is it smaller than we think it is? What do you think?
Check our phone. Let's check our phone.
I already did that.
There's like a scratchiness coming from your mic, and I don't know why. It's not happening when you're talking. It's just happening randomly. It just started in like the last minute or two.
I don't know what changed other than, you know, I turned my head over here.
Hey, that reminds me. Didn't you have a navigation?
I guess I was fiddling with this thing. Maybe that's causing it.
Could be.
Wait, you know what the navigation app is?
I mean, I think he saw that it was like an app for navigation.
I don't know if it was or not, but I heard stuff that sounded like one coming from your phone.
I am amazed that Ryuji had to bring this up to Jude, and, you know, not Jude looking at it himself.
What's this eyeball looking thing?
Say I can't delete it.
Wait, what? What a weird app. Oh, wait, this is it. I knew it. It is a navigation app. There's even your search history.
That thing has a search history?
Such a genius. Let's try using it.
2.
Then I'll do it.
Wait, it's literally called Pervert Castle?
Then we went in a certain direction and...
Yeah, I don't know what you're fiddling with, but there's static coming from your mic, so I don't know if you're fiddling with like a cord on your mic or something like that.
The only thing I can really do is adjust this. Otherwise, it's something. I mean, I guess I could plug in and plug out the mic again. But beyond that, I don't think I could fix it at this point. So when that distortion happened on the first day, it caused the castle to appear? Either that or we transcended into the dimension that has the castle?
If you were paying attention, we said random shit and the phone picked up on it and like entered it into the coordinates, and that's how we ended up here.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah. Ryuji said something about, you know, the school being like.
Oh yeah, when the metaphor.
The school being, you know, Kamoshida's castle, and then we said something else too, and then that led to this.
It's my magic outfit.
Anyway, you jelly, not bad, huh? Or I don't know.
Yeah, let's pick 3 for once.
I ain't jealous. What's going on here? This makes no
Yeah, even though I really do cringe at the new slang. Even though it's not new slang anymore.
New slang.
It's still cringy.
So I came here wondering what it could be. To think you guys would come back to the entrance when you barely managed to escape.
Well, why are you still here, Morgana?
I mean, they clearly know what they're doing compared to us. They know how this world works and they know what it is. Compared to us who are just bumbling around.
This castle is the school, but only to this castle's ruler.
The castle's ruler?
I think you called him Kamoshida? It's how his distorted heart views the school.
Kamoshida?
So what, are we in his mind palace or something?
Explain it in a way that makes sense.
I shouldn't have expected a moron to get it.
What did you say? What was that?
It must be the slaves captive here.
For real?
Does he actually have slaves, or is it just prisoners?
It's for real. We saw other guys held captive here yesterday. I'm pretty sure they're from our school.
Most likely on Kamoshida's orders. It's nothing out of the ordinary. It's like that every day. What's more, you two escaped yesterday. He must have lost his temper.
Well, we did lock him in a jail cell.
Ryuji?
You wanted to be here!
You hear me, Kamoshida?
Doing that isn't going to open it, you know. Still, it seems you have your reasons.
Hey, Mona!
It's Morgana!
Do you know where those voices are coming from?
You want me to take you to them? Well, I guess I could guide you there. But only if he comes with us.
3.
I just want to get a better look at your powers, even if you don't agree. I bet this guy will go on even if he has to do it alone. Are you gonna leave him?
Let's ... him, and then leave.
It's settled then.
For real? Thanks, man.
Alright, let's do this. Follow me. This is our infiltration point.
Obviously.
Escaped out of last time?
That's right. Not barging in through the entrance is one of the basics of phantom thievery.
How are we supposed to know about that stuff?
I'll make sure to teach you as we go. Come on, follow me.
So, sorry for dragging me in, though.
But I just can't forgive that bastard Kamoshida doing whatever the hell he wants.
Really, though, thanks for coming along. I owe you big time. Man, this place is as creepy as always.
Mm-hmm. Now make sure you do exactly as I say, alright? Follow me.
But I can't turn into a cartoon, Morgana.
Let's go.
Okay, so stealth's back into things.
I had a feeling there would be guards here. Looks like we're going to have to start fighting our way forward.
For real?
Oh boy.
Also, that's not a good hiding place, Jude. You need to pick a better one.
Get all of this. Always try to ambush enemies instead of rushing everywhere headlong. Attack from behind whenever you can.
So, here's the thing. One of the fun things I like about this game, it wasn't in Persona 5. So ambushing was in Persona 5, but there was always the same battle music. But if we land an ambush, we get different battle music.
We need to rip their masks.
So I think this is a fun thing.
Control that the palace ruler has over them. If you succeed, your opponent will be caught off guard, allowing us to jump in for a preemptive attack.
Yeah, we automatically get to go first if we ambush an enemy.
So we want to get the jump on him and make the first strike. Okay.
You know you're just going to be watching, right? You don't have a persona. But anyway, let's go.
Show me your true form.
It was a pumpkin head the whole time.
I guess I don't have active control over Morgana yet.
Well, Morgana's holding his own, so...
I know, but eventually I control all the characters in the party and can command them.
Okay.
Like, I can always command them to just act on their own, so I don't have to control them.
Anyone here?
I mean, that scream had to come from somewhere.
Oh, where'd they go?
Quiet down.
Oh yeah, there were more of them further in too.
They might have been transferred already.
Transferred to where?
Oh, crap.
What other location could exist in this mind palace?
It would be a problem if they discovered us now. Hey, let's head into that room. We should be able to hide in there until they leave. The shadows probably won't come in here.
Probably.
How can you tell?
There's a lack of distortion here, meaning the ruler's control over this area is weak.
Is this a classroom?
Now do you understand? This place is another reality that the ruler's heart projects.
This is Kamoshida's reality? Shit makes no sense at all.
One could say it's a world in which one's distorted desires have materialized. I call such a place a palace.
A palace?
This is happening because he thinks the school is his own castle.
So it became like this because he just thought of it like that?
Well, and then he also achieved magical powers, Ryuji.
You must really hate this Kamoshida guy.
Hate doesn't even cover how I feel. Everything is that asshole's fault.
I don't know what happened between you two, but don't let your emotions get...
Yeah, you'll break the universe, Ryuji, with your own mental willpower.
You're curious about your outfit, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm curious as hell about it too.
Well, I don't know anything about it.
More stuff.
It's just the universe gave me a trench coat.
Anything distorts according to how a ruler pleases within his palace. A school can turn into a castle like this, after all. In order to prevent such distortions, one must hold a powerful will of rebellion. Your appearance is a manifestation of that. It's the image of rebellion that you hold within.
I'm so fed up with all this.
Ryuji, just go sit in a corner. You're not gonna do anything anyway.
I'm a human. An honest-to-God human.
Okay.
No, you're obviously more like a cat.
This is, well, it's because I lost my true form.
And for some reason, we're never gonna get it back.
Think?
But I do
No, we will
know
explore
how to gain my
Morgana's
true form.
origin.
The reason why I snuck in here was for
Because I thought Morgana was always a cat in this game.
Well, I ended up getting caught.
We will find out his origin. As he said, I'm a human, I just lost my form, I think.
And the default form for people is cats.
Well, he claims that he lost his true form, but that he can get it back. But it's not clear that he thinks of that. Like he showed doubt that he might be wrong about having a human form that he can get.
I mean, to be fair, considering the premise we've already learned, wouldn't it be more likely that his true heart's desire is to be a cat?
I'll be counting on your skills this time too, rookie.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna force it all on you. I thought it might help.
You literally forced me to be here in the first place, Ryuji. Shut
I
up.
brought this just in case. It's a model gun though, so it only makes sounds.
Why do you have a fake gun?
But it looks totally real, so it'll.
What were you trying to do, Ryuji?
He's saying it looks real, so you can at least feint having a gun.
You know what they say? Providing is something.
Preparation?
We were planning this from the start. Well,
How could he have planned this from the start? He doesn't even know how this mental world works.
He was planning to come here, Jeff. That's what Morgana's saying. Not planning to do, like, he was planning to try to figure out how to get back here. So he got himself a fake weapon because he can't get a hold of a real weapon. But at the end of the day, he can use it to feint that he has a gun in the hopes that it buys him time. And then he brought medicine in case someone gets hurt. Like,
It'll give himself another 5 seconds, and then he'll get shot anyway. It's called a Chokov. No, wait, it's a...
there are probably
Takev, I think. It's a Russian name for a model gun. A certain kind of gun.
No, it is a Chokov. Or,
That's how it's pronounced.
sort of.
I just know that it's a Russian
Tkachev.
pistol. Anyway, in safe rooms, you can scald your teammates and save your game. Because we can't save when we're just around anywhere in the dungeon. We can only save in these safe rooms.
Well,
I mean, if it's a thing that's happening, I guess we have to accept that it's possible that somehow the people who were here are transferred to a different mental palace.
He's saying they were transferred. I never said to a different mental palace. It could just be a different area of the palace, Jeff.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if we're accepting this as
They're
the
all in the
school,
training
and this
hall.
only
I'd
affects the
assume they're
school,
screaming in pain. Yeah, but the school's
where,
big. They could be
where
anywhere
else
in the
could
school.
there be in this place?
They're in the training hall. They're saying it right now. They're all in the training hall. I'd assume they're screaming in pain by now.
Huh. So even the demons of the world, the enemies, have rumors.
okay, let's go.
Let's get the easier target.
There's a guard on the way to the
Well, yeah, we saw him go there.
So, what are we gonna do?
Seems like it.
In all fairness, we saw them as in the human players. They walked away in separate directions before we technically left the room.
Wouldn't it be better to make the security level rise, because then we'd be able to fight more stuff and then we get more experience?
I mean, yes and no. This game, I won't say this game punishes grinding, but like essentially if we were to try to grind, eventually shit would basically give us nothing, like no experience. So if we essentially sit in one area and just try to grind, we eventually get it significantly cuts our experience because it knows we're so many levels above what this area is.
Well, the security level will go back
So
down
suddenly it
because there's
stops,
more
basically
enemies
stops giving us
attacking
the XP or gives us like very little.
That sounds,
It really doesn't, Ryuji.
Fine. I'll put together some info about this is crucial to successful palace infiltration. So make sure you actually read it, okay?
Anyway, if we want to reread what showed up.
I'll reveal your true form.
Plant mannequins?
Let's go. Got that.
They are called gallows flowers.
You're mine.
Apparently they're pretty tough. I dodged, but I dodged in the wrong direction.
I thought I was gonna kill it with that attack. I did not.
I guess the unfortunate part about having a really stylish UI is that it's kind of hard to read.
Gallows flower. It's not that hard to read.
Well, I meant about the other elements. It's kind of hard to get exact
stuff?
numbers from this.
Oh, when we attack?
Well, yeah, you said it. You
33.
said you thought you could hit it, and then you didn't hit it, and I was like, well,
No, I hit it. I just did less damage than I thought.
yeah, but you didn't
and
get the kill in it.
What?
You didn't get the kill you were looking for.
I know, because I didn't know how much I thought I could do enough damage, but yeah, anyway.
Hey.
Yeah, what's annoying there is I did get spotted for like half a second, so we did our level did go up. We are at 28% right now because I did get spotted for a half second before I managed to.
That is a
pull
huge
the mask
jump
off.
considering we started at 15.
No, nobody yet.
Are they actually worried about us?
Shoot. I had a feeling there would be a lot of enemies.
I figured they'd have the bravado and be like, hey, we heard some guys down here. We're gonna fuck them up if they show their stupid faces.
Long way to go, so we should be
Ah, yes. Now Morgana's teaching me the thing I will not follow. We have a long way to go. We need to conserve energy. Fuck you, Morgana. I will play this game with 0 mana. I have done this. I did. Because once again, how much free time you have is the thing, and eventually, when it comes to the dungeon, you have like a deadline you have to get the dungeon done by, otherwise it's a game over. But you can go to the dungeon during your free time, like whenever you want. And the thing that comes with that though is it takes your free time. So if I do the dungeon over the course of 3 days, that's 3 days worth of free time. Meanwhile, if I do it all in one day, it's less free time. And as I said, I like to try to get the most out of my game and be able to do as many things as possible. So I will personally continue through a dungeon with 0 mana, and I have succeeded on this. It gets really hard at times, but I have succeeded on it.
But if you believe...
It'll help once I have a full party. It'll help once I have a full party.
But if you believe hard enough, then it will shoot dream bullets, and then you'll be useful.
What? Were you listening to me? It don't even shoot pellets.
Don't worry, I'm sure this'll work. Attack away, frizzy hair.
Anyway, they were talking about using the toy gun. Morgana's got a plan using the toy gun.
One. Let's pretend we know what's going on.
Just trust me.
Wait, dude, I keep saying it's not gonna fire.
Anyway, here's the normal battle music, because this is not an ambush.
You have the gun with you, right? Point it at a shadow and fire.
Alright, gun attacks.
You have a gun
I do
skill.
want to check something, because someone seemed to say that you can get ammo back, or like something I saw the other day seemed to imply you can get ammo back, and I do not remember being able to get ammo back. So you literally, like mana, you only have so many shots a day, which is why I use the gun very cautiously, because basically I only want to use it on things that are weak to gun. Typically how I try to do it, but they might have changed it, or maybe there was a mechanic I missed in the first game.
So you can't just, you know, say,
I
hey,
can unload the whole gun right now into him if I wanted. Like, I can keep attacking as long as I have bullets. It's just I want to conserve bullets.
Of course, you can run out of ammo, but using it all up does more good than letting it collect dust.
Yeah, I know. A gun having higher attack power than... Guns have higher attack power than melee weapons, but they have a limited amount of ammunition. However, after the battle... Okay, so they changed it in this one, because you did not get it after the battle in the last game.
I'll show you my weapon too.
a slingshot as big as me.
Yeah, so everybody's got different guns in this game. The Joker's got pistols, Morgana's got slingshots. And what's interesting is some characters' guns work differently because they're cognitive world. As long as our opponent sees it as real, it becomes as such. It's a good thing it's realistic looking.
Listen to this.
They recognize it as a gun, your ammo capacity is limited in battle. But your enemies are expecting you to come at them with the guns loaded, so your ammo is replenished in a reading fight, which it was not in the first 5. Motion over here. Why, you bastards! Ready, here comes another one, take them down.
Okay, just shoot all of your bullets.
Yeah, so yeah, this is teaching us that if you played the previous game, our bullets do replenish now, because they did not in the previous game, and I was always stressing about my bullets. I'm like, god damn, because to me it was always like you eventually like pick up on like certain design elements can signal certain weaknesses, And the gun one is one of the easier ones for me to spot, which is like, if something has wings, it's weak to guns for whatever reason, or like a lot of things with wings are weak to guns. So I would always try to save them for things like that. But because they didn't come back until I, left for the day and came back a different day, it was like, well, I can't just unload the gun. I have to be very careful with it. And so I literally would use one shot per enemy weak to it so that I could down them. Oh, by the way, you should decide how we divvy up our roles in battle. Yeah, okay, so here we go. Now I can control people. Yes, assigning tactics.
Everybody's tactics will be to fight everything all the time.
Direct commands, which means by default now everybody does direct commands, which means I control them, but I do want to double check. Oh, tactics right here. Yep, direct commands. He was on act freely, but I don't like them using their mana, because if I know the weakness to something, I don't want them using an ability that's not weak. Okay, I think I got him without him seeing me. Wow, guns are really broken in this because they replenish. I mean, eventually they will do significantly less damage. Like, we probably could unload the whole gun into something that's not weak to it and not kill it. Because eventually, at least in the previous game, the guns become useful only against their weakness. They're not really like huge damage numbers. They are still better than like an auto attack. But eventually you kind of stop using auto attacks as much as possible unless something's just really weak or really close to being dead, because you can just use physical skills, like cleave. It's a new technique. Alright, he's teaching us another battle mechanic.
Things are getting complicated.
This thing's probably weak to guns, by the way. This thing's probably weak to guns because it has wings.
But you're gonna kill it in one shot.
We already know this thing's weak to dark. That's right, because I hit it with a dark ability the first time we were here.
So it's just this is the execution move.
Yeah. So if we manage to down everything on the opponent's side of the field, we can do an all-out attack, which can significantly speed up a battle because it can basically instant kill everything on the other side of the field. It won't always instant kill if the thing's significantly stronger than us, but if it's like a normal enemy and we knock them all down first, it will clean them up. So it's essentially the goal of every fight is to down everything by using as little resources as possible, and then all-out attack them to end it. And whoever does the all-out attack gets like a little signature card at the end of the battle.
To knock all the enemies down, you might be able to use it to beat them all at once.
Yeah, that was over.
It's a concentrated attack on defenseless. Now, as I mentioned before, I want you to be the head of our command. You can decide.
That's too much trouble. I'm just gonna go home.
Yeah, if Jude cannot act, if we're stunned or paralyzed or something that prevents us from acting, then we can't do all-out attacks. Anyway, it got added to the tutorial in case you want to do it.
Welcome to the birthday party.
Yeah. Whoa. Damn it! This is bullshit!
How many times do I have to tell you to keep your voice down?
There's only 3 of them. We'll be fine.
I think there's 4 of them. Maybe it's 3. I'll have to look back at it.
How do I open this?
It texted me.
Stop it! Leave us alone. It's useless. Huh? If we stay obedient, we won't be executed like you guys. You telling me you want to stay in a place like this?
Wait a minute. Were you planning on taking these guys out of here?
We can't just leave them here.
How stupid can you be?
What?
These These are only humans in Kamoshida's cognition.
That's
They're
funny.
not real humans that have entered from reality. They're different from you two.
They're props.
Essentially, yes. They are elements of the palace. Anyway, my friend texted me, but she has, on iPhones, you can set, like, notifications to be silenced after a certain time, but there's, like, a button you can hit to, like, override it if the person you're sending it to has it. It's just, you know, you risk pissing them off. But she sent me a text message, like, 10 minutes ago, which she would have had it on anyway, so I wanted her to make sure she saw my answer, because it was about us hanging out tomorrow. So I hit it, and it does this big animation where it gets really big and, like, shakes a bunch to, like, look like it's trying to get your attention. And I'm like, oh, that's funny.
Cognition?
Yeah, this is all psychic mind space shit, Ryuji. Come on, get with it. It's not that hard to understand mind space bullshit. Everything in this world is created by the power of the mind and the power of the heart, like the power of one's, like, cognitive abilities.
Why's it gotta be so complicated?
It's not really
Because
that
it's
complicated.
magic. If it wasn't complicated, then it'd just be random bullshit.
I would call this... it falls under the trope of magic by another name, because it's the cognitive world. It you know, as I said, it's like a psychic version of
it's magic.
But it's magic, because at the end of the day, psychicness in and of itself is the trope magic by another name, which is just when you take something that's magical and you give it a different name and a different, like, explanation of how it exists than just it's magic. But yeah, so things we witness here reflect how he acts in the real world. So the fact that we're seeing this happen means he doesn't treat students well in the real world.
In the real world, too? Wait, I know these guys. They're members of the volleyball team, the one Kamoshida coaches for.
They must be physically.
The entire volleyball team is dead inside.
No way they'd be so beat up normally.
Anyway, yep. So Morgana's predicting that in the real world, the teacher physically abuses his the people on the volleyball team.
He just sets them in front of baseball launchers all day, and he pretends that's training.
That Kamoshida thinks of them as slaves.
So it might be for real. Kamoshida's using physical punishment. They're just rumors.
I mean, if they were rumors, wouldn't the school itself want to look into that?
I'll use these guys as evidence.
You can't use this as evidence, considering this doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, you also have, like, weird...
It's not working. We can use the navigation app, but the camera's a no-go?
Yeah, our phones literally don't work in any way other than the navigation app.
I mean, even if you could use the camera, it'd probably just be like, you'd probably just end up taking a picture of a trash can in the real world.
That, or you'd have this picture of a castle with knights and shit, and they'd be like, what, is this from some movie, or did you, like, make this, like, for some, like, student film or something? Like, my point is, it wouldn't, like, it would raise a bunch of questions because it literally doesn't look real.
Wait, we're leaving?
Well, yeah, so the only reason we came today is because Ryuji desperately wanted to save these people, and now we know they're not actually people.
No other way. I'll just memorize their faces before going home.
But yeah, Ryuji's gonna figure out who they actually are, because they are manifestations of actual students, so if he can figure out who they are, he can then confront them in the real world, figure out what's going on. That's the wrong way.
At this point, Ryuji is just gonna shoot Kamoshida in a back alley somewhere.
Yeah, as it seems, and as it's been hinted at, he has history with Kamoshida, so we'll have to find out what that history is.
I would imagine the history is probably that he used to be on the whatever team under Kamoshida.
Nope, it's been stated that he used to be on the track team.
Which Kamoshida coached because they don't have enough teachers for all their clubs. Like every other school.
Here's another one. Holding water desperately in front of them and making them run, and if they fall, they're doomed.
I mean, it's also counterintuitive training because that's just gonna kill everyone.
Yes, it is a horrible training practice, but Ryuji is correct. This is an actual thing that happens in the real world with, like, abusive trainers for sports, is that they withhold water until you run X laps or things like that, right? Which can cause people to die because they can get dehydrated to the point where they end up dying. Or, like, catching heat exhaustion and such.
Hey, buddy.
I don't know why you guys are here, just leave us alone.
Can someone just slap Ryuji and be like, they aren't real?
Anyway, here's sort of the thing you were talking about. It's shooting volleyballs at him.
Come on, man.
Well, yeah, obviously. What, like, that's not gonna help you in volleyball. Because you don't... I don't know how effective it'd be to, like, bounce volleyballs off of your body in volleyball. I can't imagine that would do much. Even if that was a thing.
No.
Because I don't know if volleyball is like soccer and, like, you know, anything goes, you can use your whole body. You just don't because it's really stupid.
Yeah, so here we go. This guy's kind of hinting on why it's not reported. I don't want people to glare at me like they do to you. Don't drag me into this mess.
Well, at least I'm not, you know, the cannon boy.
I guess there ain't no point in saying any of this.
Well, at least Ryuji's finally catching a clue.
He is finally understanding the nature of this world. I think they said that's everything, so that we can just go.
I mean, if Jude is gonna be the leader of these ding-dongs, he's gonna have to start slapping them when they say stupid shit.
I mean, eventually we're all gonna understand how the world works. Like, that's gonna be a thing to the game, is every character that joins the party will eventually figure out kind of how the world works, and then, you know, things will be kind of hunky-dory. And the...
Do we actually have to physically get out of here, or can we just look at our phone and be like, yo, get me out of here?
No, we do have to get to the entrance of the palace to leave. However, it does do things from time to time on these, like, scripted days, because, you know, this day is scripted so that we won't be able to, like, explore the dungeon at our leisure. We can only go to certain places and do certain things. So, as it just did, we immediately teleported out of, like, the prison area, so we're out of the prison area now.
Well, we did kill all of the enemies going down there, so it was clear.
Yeah, but there were enemies on the way back. They saw enemies on the way back.
Well, shit.
To think you'd make the same mistake again. You're hopeless.
The school ain't your castle. I've memorized their faces real good. You're going down.
It seems it's true when they say barking dogs seldom bite. How far the stars...
Well, that's an interesting turn of phrase.
What the hell are you getting at?
I speak of the track trader who acted in violence, ending his teammates.
What did he do? Stab one of his teammates?
Only imagine the pain of the others who were dragged under with your selfish act.
Yeah, do the
track
second
trader
thing.
and violence.
What a surprise. So you're accompanying him.
I literally met him like 2 days ago.
Betrayed his teammates and crushed their hopes. Yet he still carries on as carefree as ever.
That's not true.
What a tragedy. You blindly trusted this fool, and he's led you right to your death. Hurry up and dispose of them. I can't stand their stench.
Damn it.
Ryuji, move!
Okay, so how do you fight a goat?
We're surrounded.
Yeah, so this is happens if the enemy gets the drop on us.
I'll kill you because King Kamoshida told us. I'll kill...
Yeah, I get it.
You guys
You're
work.
brainless demons. Let's just gun everything. Shit, that didn't work.
Oh, that's right. That's how this fight works.
More of them? This is bad.
Is there more of them?
Well, if you notice there, I literally got him to like 1 HP and it wasn't doing any more damage.
And then they insta-killed us somehow.
This is a scripted like loss thing for a moment. We will refight them in like a second.
I bet you simply came here on a whim and ended up like this. Isn't that right?
Kind of.
No.
What a worthless piece of...
He tried to be valiant, and then it just turned out that he didn't. He's not able to.
Raise your hand at me. Though it was only temporary, have you forgotten my kindness in supervising track practice?
Wasn't no practice, it was physical abuse. You just didn't like our team.
It was nothing but an eyesore. The only one who needs to achieve results is me. That coach who got fired was hopeless too. Had he not opposed me with a sound argument, I would have settled it with only breaking his star's leg.
How would that have helped anything?
Do you need me to deal with your other leg too? The school will call it self-defense anyway.
Seriously, how fucked up is this school?
Am I gonna lose again? Not only can I not run anymore, The track team is gone too because of this.
Well, he did kill half of the team, apparently.
Once these two are dealt with, you're...
No. So he abused the team, but had Ryuji not stuck up to him, he would have settled to just break the star's leg. And the star is Ryuji. So he broke Ryuji's leg once upon a time. Anyway, don't let him win or stand up for yourself.
2.
Right. Everything that was important to me was taken by him. I'll never get him back.
Stay there and watch. Look on as these hopeless scum die for nothing because they sided with trash like you.
No, that's what you are. All you
So what's his demon gonna look like?
You're the real scumbag.
What are you doing? Silence him!
Stop looking down on me with that stupid smile on your face!
You made me wait quite a while. You seek power, correct? Then let us form a pact. Since your name has been disgraced already, why not hoist the flag and wreak havoc? The other you who exists within desires it thus. I am thou, thou art I. There is no turning back. The skull of rebellion is your flag henceforth!
What can you do?
Well, at least he didn't end up looking like a pirate.
Fear and watch.
Speaking of pirates, though.
Oh, come on! Really?
Spirit does take the form of a pirate.
I said that because it was silly.
I mean, that's why they were doing the whole flag and skull thing, is because, yes, his...
Yo, I'm ready. Bring it!
I don't know why the hell he texts me so late.
Blast him away, Captain Kidd!
Anyway.
Can you fight a man on a horse?
Have you put together anything with the personas yet?
Like, what do you mean? Like...
Captain Kidd, Arsane, Zoro. What do those 3 things have in common?
Kamoshida's cognition ain't changing. And I'll act like the maker I am. Let's do this, Captain Kidd.
I can't remember much about Zoro to compare him to anything.
They're all characters from literary fiction. Specifically, they're all, you know, rebels or people who strike back against establishment and stories. Trying to remember. Okay, you resist dark.
Oh, apparently he bought Dragon's Dogma too.
Oh yeah, I saw that on Facebook. I know who you're talking to then. Ow.
So yeah, you're taking a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, but these things are dead. And I get 3 turns on Ryuji right now. Yeah, you resist guns, but you died anyway, haha.
Subjects of the glorious King Kamoshida, so why have I lost?
Because your king's an asshole.
Yeah, the party characters' personas across each of the games have like a theme in common. In this game, they're all rebels from literary fiction.
And in the earliest game, they were literal angels and demons.
Well, yeah, and so in some of the games, they're like named after gods from mythology and stuff like that. I think this one has one of the more creative themes for the the characters.
Well, yeah, because if you name these things after angels and demons, it's like the first idea you'd come up with, so it's kind of the laziest.
I mean, so once again, as I've implied or stated, the main character ends up being like a bit of a Pokemon trainer, so we'll have like a bunch.
Well, that's fantastic.
So ours won't all be, you know, characters from literary fiction. We'll have gods, we'll have characters from mythology, we'll have, yokai, we'll have all sorts of different stuff from different origins.
Hey, I just pulled a costume design from Catherine. I hope that's okay.
I mean, Sega made both, I think.
Morgana.
She has cat ears on, so, you know. Anyway, something seems off. I'm so jealous. What do you want to say?
I want to say 1 because I want to have him to have some kind of dignity.
Yeah, now that you mention it. But why is she even here?
Ryuji.
Why were the students of the school here?
I was gonna say, she's not.
This is why I'm constantly naked. Duh. So rather than have a harem, I just decided on 1 because I have time that I have to conserve.
So remember that the people in this world that show up in this world that are original to this world are how the palace owner sees them in the real world. So this is how he sees Takamaki in the real world, by the way.
Which
Caesar is a sex kitten.
Yeah, which is, you know, something that you can clearly understand from the interaction we saw in the real world.
Yep.
Are you jealous? Well, I'm not surprised. Women aren't drawn to problematic punks like you.
Fuck you, there is dating in this game. We will date someone, so there will be at least one person.
And they will all turn us down, and it'll be like the Undertale dates.
all of the romanceable characters in this game can all be romanced at the same time. However, they can eventually find out about the fact that you romanced all of them. So it can lead to problems.
Yeah, I would imagine, if you want to actually somehow juggle
anyway,
4 romances at the same time.
Morgana says we need to run right now, so our options are we can't die here, just shut up and go.
1.
To Ryuji.
Thank God you've got a level head.
I might end up making some of these decisions, some of the quicker ones, just to speed through them. Because it does slow us down a little bit every single time, and there are a lot of choices like that throughout the game.
Well, some of these choices are Pokemon choices where it doesn't matter.
Yeah, some of them don't have much of a difference.
Ignore him. Let's go.
We've been ignoring him for, like, the entire time we've known him. We haven't taken anything he said seriously.
I don't remember changing into this.
Well, you did it because of magic.
Looks good on you, you look like a thug.
I mean, both of those are true.
Alright, well, which one do you want to say, though?
I want to do 1. Ryuji's a nice character.
Should I be happy about
Yeah, so everybody's got, like...
He's
got
us.
a unique design, and this is Ryuji's design.
It ain't as bad as yours.
Oh, fuck you. I have the better trench coat. You have knee pads.
I was gonna say,
look at
between
that.
the two of these guys, between these two guys, Joker's is probably the best. Joker's is one of my favorites out of all the costumes for the Phantom Thieves.
So what's going on? Completely lost, man.
If it wasn't the way for how her weapons look, I do like
magic.
I do like our 5th party members outfit, but I don't like how their weapons look.
They either die or this happens.
It's to prevent you from being affected by distortions.
Is this a skull?
Your appearance reflects your inner self.
I mean, would it make you feel better if it looked like a duck?
You'll get it.
You say that.
I mean, Morgana's a cat.
There is a character whose mask is based off of Tengu's. So there is a character who has like a bird-ish mask. By birdish mask, I mean it's a Tengu mask. So bird is like a weird way to word it because the face of a Tengu ultimately doesn't look like a bird, but it has that long ass nose that Tengu have. But yeah, there is a character with a Tengu mask.
We might have gotten away here, but we're still screwed with Kamoshida at the real school.
Well, unless he tries to kill us at school, like, he can't... He's
Well,
not going to be able to do much
Jeff,
to get us out of
Morgana's about to
school.
explain something.
Okay, so they're separate things.
Yeah. So this isn't Kamoshida using demonic powers. This is Kamoshida's personality and how his ego is so out of whack that this happens. He is so full of himself and thinks so highly of himself that this fucking happens.
Well, I'd imagine demons would have to get involved in this somehow because, like, how the hell is he so different from everyone else?
I mean, yes. So it will eventually, like, the enemies we've been fighting and the guards essentially are there because they, like, can feed off some of the residual energy and stuff. So they're like, they aren't people, and Morgana will eventually explain something with that. But like, so the monsters we've been fighting that aren't Kamoshida, like the soldiers and stuff, those are spirits of this world, or, you know, as the game calls them, shadows, but if you want to call them demons, that's pretty close to what they are anyway.
I mean, they're essentially demons. They might define them differently, but I don't know what they're supposed to be like like, what are they explicitly supposed to be?
They are the denizens of this cognitive world. They are the things that naturally live here, regardless of whether these palaces are here or not.
What are they supposed to be like? Are they supposed to be like consolidated negative emotions? Are they made of literal darkness? Are they actually from hell?
I believe we do eventually. There is an answer to that, but I'm not going to answer it directly because I don't remember how quickly it comes.
You could just do that?
I mean, no, he needs to do it because he wants to have his real form back. He's saying, I helped you, now you're going to help me, and this is what he's telling us we're going to help him with. I need you to erase the distortion from my body and regain my real form.
So we just gotta go find magical objects?
We never said anything about helping you out.
Yeah, I don't remember making this deal with Morgana.
Also, yeah, you are correct. We did not make this meal.
I mean, we're gonna do that anyway, Morgana. We don't even know who you're supposed to be.
Let me think about it. I never promised what plan.
Say 2. That's correct.
See? I wasn't lying.
Is it because I'm not human?
I was gonna say, the only thing we did was let you out. That was the deal we made.
Shut up, Morgana.
We're gonna let you out of the jail cell and you lead us to the exit. Everything else has not been in any part of an agreement.
Thanks for everything, Cat.
Except between, you know, me and the demon in my head. I haven't signed up to shit. I wonder if that's ever gonna come back and bite us in the ass, like the demon in our head is like, hey, you're not holding up your end of the bargain.
Oh, hell no!
I mean, as I stated, it's not a demon, it's a manifestation of our rebellious spirit.
I guess I don't know if, like, is the persona, like, expecting us to do something?
Nope, not really. Other than, you know, keep our rebellious spirit alive, I guess, in a way. Which is what we're doing by facing down, you know, Kamoshida.
They kept talking about a pact, so I don't know if there's, like... That would imply, like, there's some sort of deal in place.
How you holding up?
So are we just, like, you know, we're damned to hell?
No, they're not demons. They're manifestations of our inner selves.
Okay, so... Yeah, let's say 3. Let's be sarcastic.
Me too. Yeah, but damn, if what we saw was for real, oh, this is gonna get good.
What the fuck are you talking about, Ryuji?
Taking down Kamoshida, as you said. I totally remember the faces of these guys.
You're gonna do that by yourself. Bye.
So, wanna help me look for those guys?
2. I'm not getting involved in this your personal beef.
Come on, just hear me out.
Okay, I'll hear you out.
Hey, so if you're thinking of laying low because you got a record, I don't think that'll help.
I know it already isn't helped.
Totally got you pegged as a criminal. ...
Kamoshida
opened his damn mouth.
2.
No one else besides a teacher could have leaked it that fast.
Also, we literally saw him do it to An. Well, Tamaki.
It doesn't matter if it's a student in a club. That asshole just wrecks things he doesn't agree with. Just like he did with me.
Yeah, we're aware.
one will take anything I say seriously. Still.
I mean, it doesn't really cover for the teachers because if they, like, yeah, they know because of him, but, like, they have the attitude against me. That's them. 2. I still don't want to get involved in this.
You gotta do this.
Why?
About 2.
How about you explain to me why I have to get involved?
Don't worry, I'm hyped about this too.
Ultimately, because it's the right thing to do. That would be part of it.
Dang it, they're stealing that whole month again. Can you give me, like, a bandage or something, lady? Like, I'm still beaten up over here.
No, there's no cuts. It's all bruises. Bandage wouldn't help with that.
Acting as a phantom thief would have been more efficient alone. You could have
No, it wouldn't have. Have you ever played an RPG before?
However, you did not.
She doesn't know the game's an RPG, Jeff.
That's what you decided.
Exactly.
Am I wrong?
No, you're exactly right.
I am thou. Thou
So they're just gonna recite the pact again.
acquired a new vow. With the birth of the chariot persona,
Ah, fuck.
I have obtained
I hate
the
that clicking the A. My brain always says, because they wait so long between these lines, my brain always says click A and then it skips a bunch of it. Anyway, this is our bond with Ryuji.
Alright.
You could just call it a tarot card.
Oh. Right. I haven't eaten anything since lunch.
Well, what is it, like
Oh, yeah.
7 o'clock?
So if there is a thing that's like the closest thing to a type for the personas and stuff, it's they all have a like a category they belong to, even though there's no like too much reason why they're in that category versus any other category. But he's the chariot. He represents the chariot, and that's one of the types of personas. They're all based on tarot cards.
Grab a bite somewhere.
So that's why the card is the chariot and stuff. Anyway, he's asking us if we want to grab the
Okay. You know what? Let's hang out with Ryuji. This might actually go somewhere.
Just follow me. I mean, I totally gotta hear about your past.
But I don't even know what my past is.
Yeah, we know some of this stuff.
What the hell, man? How much shittier can that asshole get?
I guess 2.
Oh, my bad. So you left your hometown and you're living here now, huh?
So it's a McDonald's, but they serve rice.
We might be more alike than I
No, it's a ramen shop. There is a place that's like a McDonald's in this game, but this isn't it. Anyway, we may be more alike than I originally thought. You may be right. How so?
I would say
what did you
1.
do?
It seems
I was
like
gonna say-
Ryuji's exactly in the same boat that we are in.
Yep, screwed over by someone with power who then used their power to kind of basically make it so Ryuji couldn't do anything about it.
I guess it's how we're treated like a pain in the ass by the people around us. Like we don't belong. I did something.
Yeah,
stupid at school.
we decided to become outsiders because other people literally made us outsiders.
Well, it all started because we stood up to authority,
Young guy.
And that too.
It's rush hour on the subway.
which you'll find is the shared theme between all the Phantom Thieves, because once again, we are all, you know, outcasts, and the theme of the game is rebellion.
You barely touched your food.
Well, yeah, you were bitching and swearing the whole time, so I didn't have time to eat it.
Also, we were telling them the story of who we are.
2.
I forget what that is that he put in our food.
I gotta thank you for helping me.
I don't know, it could be hot sauce, for all I know.
No, it's like I don't know what it is, but
As long as we do something about Kamoshida, I'm sure we'll both feel better about being at school.
I don't know, everyone still hates me. I don't think removing one person is gonna fix that.
Chat ID too.
What do you mean chat ID, like Facebook?
yeah, basically. You know, think those different chat apps. Which, like, I don't know how or why it happened, but yeah, most young people don't use texting anymore. We all use some form of of chatting app. Some of my friends, you know, if I need to contact them, I have to contact them through Discord. That's like the best way to contact them. A significant number of my friends, it's Facebook Messenger.
We're gonna start right away tomorrow. First, let's hit up those guys that were kept as slaves. The volleyball rally's tomorrow, huh? Shit's recommended by Kamoshida. Makes me want to gag.
Well, it is a school sport, Ryuji.
And it's like the big sport that our school's known for, and our team went to nationals, and we're like, you know, it brings in all this money and stuff because we're like one of the best schools for, you know, having that high school volleyball teams.
Why are you obsessed with fucking ginger?
That's what he put on the food. It's ginger. It's because it's like a Japanese thing that they put on their food. I don't know.
I don't remember ginger being red.
No, it is. If we go to a sushi restaurant sometime, we can get ginger. They just have it like on the tables and stuff. Anyway.
I mean, they're both the same. You can just pick one.
Yep. I didn't read them. I was thinking about ginger at restaurants.
That lady back there in the background looked like the lady currently interrogating us.
That is the lady that was currently interrogating us. She walked past us.
This lady was also beaten up somehow by Kamoshida.
I haven't been sleeping well lately. Whenever I close
You got a demon in your head?
I keep thinking about too many
You should
things.
probably fix that.
Shiho.
I know this is gonna sound weird, but I kind of want to know more about Shiho than Takamika.
Takamaki, I thought it was.
I don't remember. It's Taka something.
Anyway, it's her last name. We'll eventually get her first name, and then the game will just keep calling her by her first name, so...
Can we put Shio in our party?
No.
Boo. Oh, is it? It's just On, I guess.
On will be the one that, yeah, we get in our party.
It's all because you work harder than anyone else.
Yeah, Shiho is part of On's story.
Yeah. Volleyball's all I have after all.
Well, maybe On should help her with being depressed.
It looked really swollen.
I mean, I guess it's pretty relatable if she's depressed because she's injured.
Sorry to interrupt, Suzui.
Suzui?
Shiho's last name.
Told me to get you.
Huh? What does he want?
He wants to beat you up again.
It'll be fine. I bet it's a meeting about the starting lineup or something. Yeah. Well, I better go. Yep. Good luck.
You want to borrow my red pants? Maybe they'll help you defend yourself against him.
They're tight.
I feel like On should be there for her a little bit more.
We'll
Considering
get
she's
to
clearly
how
having
Suzuki in there.
problems.
I know, but On's powerless to stop Kamoshida directly. However, you know, she's getting into Kamoshida's car when Kamoshida says, hey, get in my car, and stuff like that, so there's a reason for that, and we'll have to find out what that reason is.
What, do you want a report card every day I go? Say two.
Basically.
Let's get on his level.
I'm the one asking questions here. So long as you're not...
Does any of these chat options actually matter? Like, are we somehow
they
building an
They changed the
invisible
response
stat?
to slightly different. No, we're not building an invincible stat. If a choice would cause a stat to go up, it'll show the little musical notes.
In case you forgot, your life is not a free one right now.
I mean, it essentially is.
It does change the responses that come back to us.
Maybe you shouldn't answer Facebook when you're in the middle of a conversation with your dad. Yeah,
Anyway,
just say
can you see this? Yep, nope, who's this?
His face is in his profile picture. You can see who it is.
I just like the fact that he asked, can you see this? And we can see it and say no. As the joke, because that's the joke response. Can you see this? Nope, I can't see this thing that I'm looking at and responding to by saying nope.
No, I just go into Facebook and randomly... Yeah, I get it. We have a revenge plan. the guys who are literally having a baseball launcher put on them all the time.
Just stay away from bad influences, okay?
I'm going to assault
Stay
a
away
teacher.
from bad influences, as we're talking to Ryuji, who is currently known at the school as being the bad influence person.
Don't go wandering out.
Wait, you're going to lock me in the store?
I mean, no, because the lock's on the inside.
Oh. So will
This
we
is
get a
the
bonus
DLC.
persona?
Yeah, I think the PC version of this comes with all the DLC to the game, so we might. Okay, so we got.
We actually got a teddy bear costume?
Well, no, Teddy's a character from Persona 4. So it's an item referencing Persona 4. The
Gekuken?
Yazagami High, I think, might be the school you. So Gokeken High, the bottom one's the school from Persona 3. So I'm guessing the top one is the school uniform from Persona 4. And so my guess is when we equip those, it changes our outfit to look like
Seven Sisters High.
at those ones. Yeah, I assume that's from one of the other games. I don't know most of what these. C's armband, I know what that is. That's from Persona 3. Because the Phantom Thieves is what the group's called here. C's is what it's called, and the group is called in Persona 3. But yeah, these are all referential items.
Permalin badge, Kero Kozaka High.
Yeah, so I guess the
PC.
PC version of the game just comes with all the DLC. So I did not know this, because I didn't have any of this when when a Royal came out and I bought it. But I don't know how much of this I want to use unless it actually, all the stuff that's the shirt, that's not the icon for armor, that's the icon for costume. There's like a separate category that like changes how we look. And that's what all this is. So I can make myself look like other things, but I kind of don't want to even use any of them, really. Although Stray Sheep sounds kind of funny. I want to know what that is.
Jesus
yeah, a bunch
Christ.
of these are... They're all references to the previous Persona games. Or most of them are. Summer, winter, and summer clothes might be this game's uniforms, so that you can force the game into making you wear one of the uniforms from this game. Yeah,
Oh, we could be a
loungewear, swimsuit,
butler of all
butler
things.
suit, maid uniform.
Really?
Which we can only equip it to the women. The butler can only be equipped to the guys. Christmas outfit, Starlight outfit, Starlight glove.
Ultramarine Warden's
Ultramarine
baton?
outfit, long nose outfit, Warden's baton.
What the fuck is a
leather-
featherman?
Leather cape. Well, the little star trinkets are trinkets, so I don't know if they physically change anything on our character, but those probably have stats, but the other things are costumes. But yeah, damn, you get all of the DLC, which also means, and I don't know how this works.
Oh wow,
we'll
we
get
got a
bunch of
camera
fucking-
strap.
I was gonna say, we'll get a bunch of free personas too. Like, that's a thing. Because one of the DLC things in this game is you can get the persona, like the player personas, like the character, this party member's persona from a previous game. Like, those are DLC personas that you can only get that way. So, for example, one of the ones I know that's in this game is you can get the main, so the Arsene of 4, like that spirit, you can get as a persona in this game through DLC. Which
We can be a samurai. Just be a samurai.
there's. Oh, okay. I see. We literally have to click through, like, everybody has a different version of these outfits, because some of them are. Oh, and then we get
We get 5 homunculi.
Yeah, we literally just get a bunch of.
We have
healing
5
items
Molotov
and shit.
cocktails! What the fuck?
Yeah, they do fire damage to an enemy. But
We
yeah,
have
basically
just
the
got
game's giving us.
Molotov cocktails in this
Yeah,
box.
the game's handing us like a bunch of items. Black robe is an armor, and wow, so okay, because DLC, I guess we got a fuck ton of shit. Including a fuck ton of money, which I actually like, because I can use that money to get a jump start on our skills, because some of the things that boost our skills the most cost money, and we have to either grind that money or have it, and 100 starting money is a lot of starting money. Anyway, let me go into here.
Okay, so I bothered to look it up. Seven Sisters is from both quote-unquote editions of Persona 2. Gekuken, I believe, was the location from Persona 3.
Yeah, Gogeken's from Persona 3. I know that one,
And
because I've been playing Persona 3.
And for whatever reason, Karo Kozaka is apparently a major setting in Tensei If.
Okay. But yeah, so anyway, these items, we apparently got 10 of each of them.
I don't even know if that made it to the
They
West.
all have different effects. So the team glasses give us bonus EXP. This one boosts how much money we get. This one.
Because I know a
gives
lot
us
of.
hide. I don't know what hide does.
I know a
This
lot
gives us
of.
Gnaw, Bless, and Curse. This just gives us all stats +3. That's fucking busted as hell. All out attack boost. Gun
I know that a lot of
boost,
SMT is still Japanese exclusive.
Fortified Spirit. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, they're doing the Fire Emblem thing. If is still Japanese exclusive.
But yeah, so and then Blackrock I know is a crafting item. But yeah, so we got all these different ones that do different things. And then yeah, the outfits. This changes what we look like in the metaverse, so I can equip any of these, and they're character specific. That's why I got multiple of them. This is because they go to the other characters.
Should we just do a montage?
Well, no. I mean, we can look at them, I guess, when we're in the dungeon, because they won't change what we look like now. They'll change what we look like when we're in the dungeon. But I have to go to the bathroom, so give me a second.
Boo! Give us more options. I demand full customization of every location. Even though you gave me like 50 DLC objects. I want to be able to wear a swimsuit everywhere.
They're just with the PC version of Persona 5 Royal. I don't know if they were free in normal Royal. Maybe they were. I don't know. I don't remember. Because, you know, maybe this is the DLC from 1, from like, you know, the vanilla 5, and then you just get it all with Royal. I don't know if that's how that works.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and be patient for the costumes.
No, I'm back now, but there certainly is a
What's up?
Well, I am curious about, because we will get the personas from the other games too at some point. I assume that's when we unlock the thing that lets us like customize our personas and stuff, which won't be for like a couple days here. It'll be like once the game shows that we can recruit more than one. Oh yeah, I have to go straight to bed right now. We're getting a text from Ryuji again.
Yes, it was. Yes. Delete it at once. I mean, it is literal magic technology, so somehow it works.
Kind of. Like, you're correct in calling it magic technology, but it's more just like magic disguising itself as technology. Like, it's not like the phone itself is doing something, it's just that's how it visually appears to us. It's just, the end of the day, it's just magic. It just happens to look like an app on our phone because that's convenient.
You should probably use the smart ass response.
Anyway, what did he say? But with it, we can go to that
Really?
Really? He's too dense, he missed those.
Well, yeah, he's focused on his revenge, and he needs this technology to do it. We can't go to sleep properly, because every time we go to bed, we go to jail.
Velvet room.
What, is Igor asleep too?
Nope, he's just leaned over his desk like normal.
I thought about resuming our previous conversation tonight. What are your thoughts? Are you becoming...
Oh, absolutely fucking not. Don't be stupid.
I don't have the guts to tell him that.
Really?
What are your thoughts?
Okay, so we only have one option.
Yeah, so there are some dialogue options that a lot of the like super crazy ones are locked behind having certain stats. And like, if you notice, we haven't had the chance to ever boost our guts, so that one's kind of a new game plus only one. as I said, this game is designed so you can't do everything in one playthrough.
Rehabilitation is to thwart the fated ruin. However, such a feat cannot
Do you really want to call it rehabilitation then, if we're just using that to thwart the thing that's trying to destroy the world?
you entered a partnership.
But essentially doing the good is our rehabilitation. That's what he means.
I guess technically, I mean, I got a tarot card with his name on it.
Involving yourself with others is an important foundation for your recovery.
Becoming an RPG protagonist is important for your status in life.
Nah, he's teaching us that there's benefits to the social stuff, which, like, there is. Like, there is stuff locked behind. Like, if you get so far in certain people's confidants, they get bonus things and stuff. The party gets the most stuff because it's stuff they can use while you're doing it, but there's characters who aren't in the party that give you stuff that can be useful. Like, they give you access to areas that you didn't have access to before that you can use during free time and stuff like that.
The expansion of said ring will, in return,
you know, there's the shopkeeper that sells healing items. Their inventory gets larger if you help hang out with them and boost your relationship with them. But yeah, basically any important character in the game is a confidant in some way, shape, or form that you can hang out with or talk to.
There are countless people in the city with talents that a weakling like you doesn't. You better rack that noggin of yours and get them on your side. We'll change that into power.
Got it. Confidants create power. Confidants are people you trust who share a similar goal. You can find these people in places like school and around town. Try forming a bond with these people by visiting them multiple times, earning their trust and proving your value. Once you form a bond, you can open the menu with Y and select Confidant to check your strength of your relationships. There are 10 levels to every Confidant.
You should be prepared.
Which I will now state something that's super important, because while I will kind of let you pick who we hang out with, there are 3 characters that I'm not letting you not hang out with. And that's because one of the characters prevents us from getting the true ending. And then the other 2 prevent certain bonus content from happening during that true ending phase. So if we don't do the 1, this game ends where Persona 5 ends. If we do the 1, then we get like a whole extra like couple months of the game or something. Like, there's more time that the game has after what would have been the end of Persona 5. More shit happens, and it's like all new story stuff to Royal. But you have to have 1 confidant at a certain level by a certain date in order to have that. Then 2 other characters, if you got their level to a certain point before this happens, they have special stuff that happens during that continued story stuff that happens. So,
aw, but what if they're really shitty people?
They're not. I mean, you know, they're not. I was gonna say we haven't met one of them. Well, we haven't met 2 of them. But one is that red-haired girl that's new to this game. In fact, 2 of the 3 are the 2 that are new to this game.
Oh, Mrs. Doormat. We're gonna meet up with her at some point.
I mean, the super kind person. I'm not gonna call them a doormat. Anyway, would you ding?
I am thou. Thou art I.
You're just explaining this to us again.
I mean, it's a different
It hasn't changed yet.
I mean, yeah, it's the last line's gonna be different.
The fool who's the fool in this one?
And the relationship with Igor is the fool persona.
Huh.
The fool is actually representative of the main character in every Persona game.
Wild talk.
Yes, it allows us to negotiate with spirits after performing a holdup. This is how we capture new personas. But anyway, the fool one always auto ranks up as you play the game.
Earn bonus XP when fusing personas based on their confidence.
Yeah, which is what the other confidants do. So remember how I mentioned that like the Toro cards are like essentially a type, like the closest thing to types that the persona have. It's like a category each persona's in. If the higher rank we have with a persona or with the confidant of that type, when we fuse, which you'll see later, when we fuse personas to make new ones, the one we fuse will have get a bunch of bonus EXP based on how high that is. So if we hang out with Ryuji a bunch, any chariot personas we make will get a huge boost of EXP to the point where they can out-level the character. So like normally your personas can't be any higher than your character level, but if you fuse them and they get bonus EXP, they can go above your level. And we'll learn fusion, I think, once we... Yeah, this is confidant abilities, rank, blah, blah, blah. You can always see the name of the next one, but you don't necessarily notice what it does. There is a confidant whose ability is that you get to see more about what the next thing confidants would give you, funny enough.
Now this conversation's over.
Yeah. Alright, I'll skip through the confidant things whenever they pop up, because the first 2 phrases are the same out of the 3 phrases. Anyway, now we're on Wednesday the 13th.
How annoying. We've barely started high school and already they're making us play in a volleyball rally?
Ann and whatever her name is, I forgot already. Suhi?
That's Shiho.
Shiho, thank you. I was like, I know there's an S and an H, but I can't remember the vowels.
We get to see his technique live and in person though. We should totally get spiked on. Yeah, okay. You're gonna get your face smashed in. Just look at how banged up the volleyball team is.
It's almost like they can't actually play volleyball.
Okay, quiet down.
Anyway,
Change into
so
what?
we go to the gym. Change to our gym outfits. We're going to the gym.
Okay, I thought we were spectating an exhibition. Oh yeah, it's that guy who's constantly assaulted.
Mm-hmm.
Han could give less of a shit.
Pretty boring, right?
I mean, yeah, it is boring if you're not paying attention. I can't stop noticing her. She's clearly a protagonist from a different story. Oh no, the back guy failed at volleyball.
Sorry. Hey, are you alright? Someone, take him to the nurse's office.
Get the ult in. Wait, where'd that volleyball go?
It rolled by Ryuji and he threw it back towards where the players are. So it's presumably just on the ground somewhere. Kind of, yeah. I was gonna say that whole thing, yeah, is basically just a huge ego thing for him.
Well, yeah, he destroyed his own volleyball team. Just, you know, they can't play the sport, so he just, you know, rolled all over them.
I mean, more like he's an Olympic level player versus high school level players. Because as it stated, our team did go to nationals, so we do have a good volleyball team as far as high school teams go. However, we, you know, at the end of the day, they were against what seemed to be alumni. I guess the game didn't clarify who those other people were, but alumni and the Olympic coach.
Yeah, it was pretty one-sided, which made it a really stupid exhibition. 3, because I didn't see any of their fucking faces.
I remember them clearly. The first one that popped out was a guy from Class D. So let's start from there. That's your class. Hopefully you can get him to talk without any issues. People have been avoiding me lately.
Don't worry, I'll break his leg and then he'll give us all the information.
Alright, now we can fast travel places. Anyway, our class is where he said the guy was, so let's go to our class. That's not her, 2D.
Well, yeah, it wasn't the girls' volleyball team.
I assume it's this guy right here.
What? Are you skipping out on the volleyball rally? I guess I expected from you transfer.
What the fuck happened to you, boy?
That's the guy who was over at that castle. You too, Sakama? What do you guys...
How'd you get injured? You got very, very injured.
What does that have to do with anything?
How the hell did you get that injured playing volleyball?
I ain't gonna tell anyone you squealed.
Getting slapped upside the head.
Just tell us about how Kamoshida's abusing you. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're a coward. Let's dunk on him.
You guys are talking complete Don't try and hide.
This is the stupidest way to do an interrogation.
No. You have proof.
Your face is proof enough. Look at you.
Ridiculous. Please leave me alone.
No, because he can always do the, oh, I ran into a doorknob, right? He can always do that stupid bullshit where he claims the injuries aren't caused by the abusee, and because, like, you need, essentially, in order to catch an abusee, like someone who's an abuser, you need the abusee to speak up. Otherwise, the abusee will just always cover for the abuser, and then, you know, you don't have, everything else is just hearsay, right?
Yeah, he lost 4 teeth. Yeah, let's split up, because
Well, because... So
I'm gonna be terrible at doing this. He's gonna be more effective.
In the gym right now. Most of the people are in the gym right now, which is what we're using to like run around and like avoid. Okay, 3C.
The first guy looked like he got hit with a baseball bat. The second guy's gonna have a leg missing.
3D.
I thought it was 3C.
Ah, that's annoying. Okay, so the first years are on the top and the third years are at the bottom.
That's because the third years get the privileges.
I mean, that makes sense. They don't have to go upstairs for their classes. It was 3C?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 3C.
Okay, it's on.
Hey, Shio.
Everyone's saying a lot of bad stuff about that transfer student in your class.
You mean the guy right behind me?
I know I hate rumors already, but they're only getting more and more complex.
Well, they're getting more complex because people keep making up random
I
stuff.
hope he's not letting it get to him too much. That's just like you, always worrying about other people before yourself. Kind of like when you were there for me.
So you're still saying that Shio isn't a character?
I mean, Shio is a character. It's just she's not a party member, and she's basically just tied to Ann's story, more so than like her own separate character and story. Like, Shiho's not a confidant. We won't be hanging out with Shiho, even though there are party member confidants. Shiho will be a part of Ann's confidant story. Anyway.
It didn't look like it got hurt too bad.
It's from practice. Hey, I know. Well, he's got like an eye patch on. Like,
he does have an eye patch.
I'll rotate the camera once we're done.
So you're missing an eye, huh? How did that happen?
Anyway, look, our volleyball team performs at a national level. Of course, our practices are going to be tough. Mr. Kamoshida is just dedicated to training us. Don't believe everything Sakamoko says.
That's corporal punishment. Let's dunk on him, too.
Talk like you know. Hey, if we should stop talking to him. What if he loses?
Oh, you're not going to talk about your abuse? How about the abuse from me?
I heard he even carries a knife around. Who knows what he's capable of?
And then we start stabbing him.
Going.
You tell me first.
Tell me first. No good. Everyone's too freaked out about Kamoshida, but I still gotta lead a first-year new student. First-year new member. He just joined, so he might not be all wrapped up in Kamoshida's what the bullshit. Go around with the first year, see what.
Yeah, I understand how instant messaging works.
It's telling us that, yeah, but we can check the history of our messages anytime we want. There'll also be messages that like aren't like stories important, where like characters want to hang out and stuff, and those are for us to read as, you know, at our leisure.
We have to
we'll have an icon on our screen saying if we have new messages that we haven't read.
We have to constantly tell Ryuji that we don't want to go bowling.
I assume this is it. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, what are those injuries? Ooh, special coaching, huh? Yeah, ask him about Mishima. This is a lead, we need it. The entire volleyball team was dragged to the nurse's office. Why didn't we tell him that we found a lead? You might know who this person is.
Well,
Talk to you for a sec.
Why do you want to talk to me at all? Say I'm busy.
It'll be quick.
No one has respect for us at school, so let's just, you know, throw it back in their face.
The other day was a lie and all. There's that weird rumor about you too.
How I'm an alien.
Right back at you. You're not even in our class.
Yeah, but I'm his best friend.
Just happened to get to know each other.
What are you planning on doing to Mr. Kamoshida?
How do you know about our plan?
I see. I get you.
well, we did just spend the entire second half of our school day basically running around questioning volleyball players about him, and then those volleyball players who got questioned can be like, "Hey, why are all of the volleyball players being asked about Kamoshida by these two dudes?"
I mean, yeah, but considering that they're so tight-lipped, I would never imagine they would actually talk about us having those conversations.
Fair enough.
It's kind of like the thing I said about the guy we assaulted.
Shiho is on the female team, so if the volleyball players talked about it amongst themselves, just, you know, to say, basically say, hey, no one say anything or something like that, Shiho can tell On can tell us.
This has nothing to do with you, Sakamoto.
If you found out what he's been doing behind your back, you'd dump him right away.
Behind my back? What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, he's probably having sex with like 4 of the female students behind your back.
Anyway, people are already talking about you too. I don't know.
They've been talking about me since before I got here.
I'm warning you.
Yeah, we're the school's local delinquents at the end of the day, so.
We're somehow the shittiest person here and the most celebrity at the same time.
I mean, you know, it's not, you know, we're infamous, not famous, right? That's what it is. You know her? She seemed annoyed.
I was gonna say, well, that's how you write a strong female character, Ryuji.
You know her? She seemed annoyed. Which one? Okay.
We just went to the same middle school.
So you've known each other for 4 years?
What we're here to talk about.
Kind of. They, like, loosely know each other. Like, you know, I went to middle school with people who we went to high school with. I mean, you included, but, you know, some of the people in middle school that were in our middle school class, like, I didn't really know them. I just knew of them.
Anyway, let's get this lead.
Anyway, who's
It's emphysema!
Emphysema. Do you want to pick emphysema?
Yeah, because I imagine that this story's gonna be written in a way where we're just gonna go back to the correct option anyway.
I might have to be.
So apparently Ryuji doesn't know what emphysema is either.
Oh, I mean, he asked for a person's name and we said emphysema, which makes no sense.
What, you don't know the Japanese name emphysema before? Oh, you mean the guy who was assaulted literally today?
Hey, got a second?
Why are you being so aggressive about it?
You too.
Calm the hell down, Ryuji. What the hell?
Coaching you, huh?
Ryuji is always not calm.
You sure it's not just
He's a very excitable person.
You know, bad cop, good cop doesn't work when the good cop is silent.
What are you talking all polite for? Anyway, we saw him spike you today.
Well, because he's Mr. Doormat, wife of Mrs. Doormat.
Still, that doesn't explain all the other bruises you've got. They're from practice.
Like how you're missing a leg. Pulls up his leg and he has a wooden one.
What's going on here?
I'm asking him about how he's so great at volleyball.
I'm not feeling well today.
What?
I mean, you're not feeling well all the time, Mishima.
You're never going to improve that crappy form unless you show up to practice.
Didn't you hear? He ain't feeling well.
Well, Mishima, are you coming to practice or not?
I'll go.
As for you, any more trouble and you'll be gone from this school for sure.
Yeah, because the PE teacher can expel people.
No, but he can claim that a student did XYZ and he has more authority and everybody's gonna believe him over us.
Didn't the principal tell you to keep in line?
I'm literally just standing here.
You have an amazing spike, I was just leaving.
Oh, two. Let's dunk on him. I mean, we're the protagonists. NPCs can't touch us.
The students anxious
As the protagonist, we have power over every NPC that exists.
Let's go, Mishima. Shujin Academy is a place where those with aspirations come to learn.
It's also an academy where dropouts come to finish out their degrees.
Get with the program.
I mean, it's not degrees. They're not in college. It's high school. I mean, I guess it's still a degree. No, it's a diploma, not a degree. But no, the school took us in specifically. Once again, the school isn't like known for taking in people. They took a calculated risk with us to try to boost, you know, to help boost their reputation more. Because you want to be a prestigious school so that, like, you know, rich people send their kids here and people like your school and you get more money and blah blah blah.
Huh? Proving that he's physically abusing us is meaningless. Everybody knows. Principal, our parents, they all know.
Well, how shitty is the society that your parents also know?
This has gotta be a joke. Don't be a pain.
I don't think a parent's gonna be like, oh, the person who's doing it is that famous Olympic guy? Well, you better keep it under the rug then, son. Taps him on the shoulder.
I mean, once again, there's that conformity stuff to Japan, and then on top of it, like, there's this whole thing where, like, you need to have good transcripts is, like, really pressured in Japan, so, like, pulling your kid out of, like, a really high-performing sport, like, goes to nationals, like, so that he's not on the national team, can have repercussions for his future, for, like, colleges and stuff. Anyway, what now, or are you gonna quit?
Let's question him. Let's be like, hey, buddy, why the hell are you being such a puss about this?
No.
You wanted to do this dumb thing. You better see it through.
Alright, so Ryuji's gonna try again to persuade everybody. Meanwhile, we're going home.
We're gonna go back tomorrow and Ryuji has
Might be our
kidnapped
first time at free
Mishima.
I'm worn out from all the stuff I have in the day. She probably had to sleep too.
Well, yeah, you had to be a cop
Damn it.
today.
Damn it! I was like, this is our first night of free time? No, it's not.
You'll never have free time.
Hey,
It's a
this-
trap.
Don't
The
make
game's
it.
trapped you in a
Principal and even the
linear
parents know about
experience.
the abuse. Why ain't anybody speaking up? Because volleyball, they're afraid of Kamoshida.
Because volleyball put that in there.
Yeah, I
That's
mean that is actually the actual more correct reason, as I was just saying. Like, it looks good on transcripts to be a part of the national, like a team that went to the nationals for volleyball.
That's such a stupid response, but I love it.
So that
Because
whole-
volleyball.
the right to do.
He's firing them out of cannons into walls. Well, I mean, both of them are the same question. And my entire class is made out of NPCs. I don't know who anybody is.
That's not true. Mishima's in our class, and An is in our class. They're not NPCs. I mean, okay, An's not an NPC at the end of the day. Mishima's an NPC, but he is a confidant. We will get Mishima as a confidant eventually. Do we have to go to the... Okay, cool. I was like, I really want to progress through more of the main story, and I don't want to just have more talks with...
Yeah, we probably
Igor
should.
right now.
We probably should think about cutting it off after today, since it's almost 11:30.
Well, I was gonna say what time, because it is Saturday. I was wondering if we could go a little later, like not 2 a.m. or anything, but I was thinking maybe 1.
Well, we can see how
Another hour and a
how
half.
Thursday goes. Fucking hate Thursday.
What? What do you mean how Thursday goes?
I've always hated Thursday.
Oh, Thursday as in the day we're currently on. I was like, I thought you were saying like we're gonna play this game next Thursday. I'm like, no, that's the reason we're playing today. It's because we're not gonna be playing next week. I was wondering if we could get something out of Tamaki.
Since she's with Kamoshida. Well, why don't we just go talk to Shio then?
Well, because they're the idea here.
Oh,
is
he already
that
tried.
Volleyball team, the volleyball team is super tight-lipped, but maybe they whisper things to their close friends, and maybe the close friends aren't as tight-lipped, and we might be able to get something out of their close friends, right? That's the idea Ryuji's going with currently.
Shouldn't you be heading to volleyball?
I don't want to.
Uh-huh. That bruise above your eye.
Wait, he just punched you in the face?
Probably.
Are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard?
I'm okay. Volleyball's the only thing I can do right.
The only thing I can do is be your friend and volleyball.
Shouldn't you take that?
It's probably just my part-time job.
And let me guess, it's a maid cafe because clearly you're the boner character.
No, she's a model. We already know this.
Oh, fuck, you're right. But she's still the boner character.
Kind of. But yes, she is the lover's card of the tarot deck.
Oh, Atlas.
Today won't work.
I have to go stalk my best friend.
Hey, wasn't that Takamaki?
Rumor has it she's dating Kamoshida.
This game is very judgmental about their NPCs.
You know, she seems pretty easy, huh? You think I'd have a chance too?
Really, dude?
Come on, dude, you can't go after Kamoshida's bitch.
Oh, God.
Yep, so now we're learning about Tamaki's horrible facts.
Yay, we get to talk to
Horrible
Shio.
life.
Oh, I'm in the way, aren't I?
Say I'm sorry,
Don't worry
too.
about it.
Oh no, it's totally my fault. I shouldn't have been spacing out like that. You don't look familiar. Could you be that transfer student from Class D?
Yes, you're correct.
Throws on trench coat. Yes, I am that person.
Business, but don't let the rumors get to you, okay?
Wow, this is the first person that's been nice to us.
Ryuji has been nice to us. Anyway, yeah, they don't bother me. Why would you say that?
2. Let's look like a badass in front of Shio.
I'm glad to hear that. My best friend is often misunderstood too, all because of her looks.
I figured she'd be more misunderstood because of her job.
I didn't mean to drag on like that.
I mean, her job is because of her looks at the end of the day, Jeff. So
I have to go practice.
she's a model because she's attractive. And the school's decided that she's a slut because she's
No,
fat.
come back, Shio. You're like my second favorite character.
What the hell?
Let's dot him.
Oh, sorry. I was like, well, you haven't said anything in a while, so I click, and then as I was clicking it, you said, let's dot.
I was just sad that Shiho left us behind.
Shit Mishima was talking. Kamoshida had to have told him something. At this rate, looks like we'll have to go to him directly.
What, do you want to just shoot Kamoshida?
Should have started with that, there's no point.
1.
I know. But seriously, isn't there something we can do? No way I'm gonna give in like this. Can you think of anything?
How about... Yes, 2. Let's just kill him at this point.
Fine if we could do it without getting caught, but if we did, we'd be seriously done. Got any other ideas? So you want to tell him about the castle? Have any... What do we do?
Can you give me a third option?
Yeah, we do have it now. Let's punish the king.
King? You mean that other world's Kamoshida? I didn't think of that, but is there any meaning to...
I finally found you.
Wait, you're Morgana?
You say something?
Don't think you can get away with
I mean, that is a talking cat.
That voice. Is that you, Morgana?
How dare you up and leaving me the other day?
The cat's talking?
I am not a cat. This is just what happened when I came to this world. It was a lot of trouble finding you two.
Wait, you came to our world? Does that mean you've got a phone?
You don't need one when you're at my level. I did get pretty lost making my escape, though.
So how are they gonna square this with, like, the rules that now a cat is able to persona up?
How should I know?
As I said, we'll eventually explore Morgana's background. Like Igor, Morgana's confidant automatically goes up throughout the story of the game.
3. I really have to have some more patience for these sarcastic options. You gotta get up that sarcastic bar.
I like picking the joke ones too whenever they show up.
You know, I could tell you a thing or two about what to do about Kamoshida.
I mean, do we really need hints? Can't we just, like, you know, persona up, punch him in the face, shoot him in the balls.
Well, as Ryuji was getting to, like, would that even do anything to attack the other world Kamoshida? Would that, like, cause anything to happen? Like, it's...
Well, if he's a manifestation of his shitty attitude, if we kill his shitty attitude, we'll be able to force him to become a better person.
I just heard a meow somewhere near here. Didn't you hear it?
How the hell did you hear a cat from all the way over there?
Every nook and cranny around.
I mean, Morgana was probably yelling at Ryuji, and that means Morgana's voice is raised, which means the meow is louder.
Does that mean only us two can understand what you're saying?
Yes, that is what that means, Ryuji. If everybody else hears meow, and we hear her talking voice, it means everybody else sees this cat as a normal cat, because they think it's a normal cat, because they don't know what it actually is.
This is coming from a guy who heard a voice in his head that caused his brain to feel like it was melting, and he's questioning this.
You're quite the skeptic for being an idiot.
Hey, tell us more.
That is true, he is pretty skeptical.
Here, stick it in your bag for now.
You can't put a cat in a backpack.
Hey, how dare you treat me like...
It's pretty easy to manhandle cats.
Don't be so rough with me.
Enough of that. Said
You did jam him in a book bag.
Kamoshida, right?
It has to do with what this guy was talking about earlier. You'll need to attack his castle.
What do you mean?
Well, what would that do?
That castle is how Kamoshida views this school. He doesn't realize what happens in there, but it's deeply connected to the depths of his heart. Thus, if the castle disappears, it would naturally impact the real Kamoshida.
So how do we burn down a castle?
A palace is a manifestation of a person's distorted desires. So, if that castle were no more...
He'd become an honest man. Sure.
Precisely. You sure pick up things fast.
It's really helpful when you only give me 2 options to pick.
It's gonna turn good? But is that really getting back at him?
Erasing a palace essentially means forcing the owner to have a change of heart. However, even though their warped wants disappear, the crimes they committed remain. Kamoshida will become unable to bear the weight of those crimes, and he'll confess them himself.
You for real? That's possible?
And since the palace will no longer exist, he'll forget what we did there as well.
I mean, he won't know that what we did there anyway, because...
Not only will we be able to...
So it's just very convenient.
But there won't even be a trace of our involvement.
Well, yeah, because it's happening in the mystical realm.
You are one incredible cat.
Yep, so there we go. If we can destroy the palace, we can force him to have a change of heart.
So back to the other question. How do we burn down this castle?
Yep, that's what Ryuji said. How do we get rid of the palace?
Stealing the treasure held within.
Sure.
I'll tell you more once you agree to go ahead with this. It's my
I mean, Ryuji's going to agree for me because he's dumb.
If you want to help me out, I'll gladly teach you. What's your call?
Our luck's running dry looking for witnesses. Guess we have no choice but to go along.
We can't be cops, so we'll become...
No other way.
We'll become supernatural do-gooders.
Supernatural do-gooder thieves, because we have to steal the thing around the castle in order to get the castle to crumble.
So how do we plan a heist in a magic location?
There is no doubt that the person's distorted desires will be erased as well. But desires are what we all need in order to survive. The will to sleep, eat, fall in love. Those sorts of things.
What are you getting at?
If all of those yearnings were to vanish, they'd be no different than someone who is shut down entirely. They may even die if they're not given proper
So we have to adopt Kamoshida.
They might die.
Will you listen to everything I have to say first?
No, I need to make presumptions immediately.
Aren't you determined enough to face those kinds of risks?
Hey, what do you...
I don't care about Kamoshida, let's kill him.
We'll have to risk it then.
For real?
Yeah, he's a bad person.
And this is what I get. It's not like anyone will ever find out.
That's not the point. If we just go around secretly doing whatever we want, we'd be no better than that effing Kamoshida.
Isn't this...
But if we only do it to bad people, is that really making us the same?
Man, we're getting all worked up for nothing. I'll try and see if I can figure out. Come on.
And once again, Ryu will come back and Ryuji will have kidnapped Mishima and is forcing him to confess. What'd he do? Kill his mom? Kill her mom or something? What do you mean? Okay.
Yeah, let's listen to other students as we go home.
I mean, they're just gonna be talking about me.
Aoki always looks kind of unhappy. The new transfer student hanging out with Ryuji.
Sakamoto.
So scary. He doesn't look like the kind of guy who would have a criminal record. Maybe he's one of those, you know, the people in the accidents. Maybe he suddenly freaks out and attacks people, huh?
I mean, he hasn't murdered anybody yet.
He's just been coming to school. Actually, he seems almost kind of normal. And from what I hear, after you have a psychotic breakdown, you go brain dead and die right there.
I mean, the specific people who do that do, but not in general.
Sakamoto's been asking questions with the volleyball team.
Just who does he think he is? He thinks he's
Never
cop
tell him
man.
anything. They're all completely loyal to Kamoshida. While Kamoshida likes them, their future is pretty much set. Of course, they back him up.
I mean, it'd be set going into college, but nothing beyond that.
I hear Kamoshida's new favorite girl is someone named Suzu. Oh, the girl who's chosen to be regular. Her face was all swollen. It looks pretty bad.
It's almost like everyone who goes on the volleyball team keeps getting constantly beaten up and having their legs broken.
Man, she even looks hot.
Isn't this that guy that was being unreasonable earlier?
I don't know. These are just kind of nameless NPCs.
I mean, they're literally nameless.
Girl with the ponytail better. Oh, you mean from the volleyball team, I guess. Also, a cute first year with a ponytail, though. Why not her?
How is everybody in a ponytail?
I mean, not everybody. So one person they were talking about, so one guy was saying, I think On's hot. The other guy was like, I don't know. I like girls in a ponytail. And then he brought up Suzu. And then the other guy's like, well, there's also this first year that has a ponytail. Speaking to the person you've been calling doormat.
Oh, she's talking about red hair. I thought this was a callback to that other girl who was like, I want to be noticed like red hair girl.
Nope.
Well, the game's not going to give her a name. I'm going to pick a dumb nickname.
I mean, we're never going to see her again.
Shit. Hello, I'm depressed and sick and going to work.
Yeah, that sounds like people in Japan.
All the salarymen are like dying inside.
I mean, yeah, remember that Japan has a very high suicide rate. And part of it's because of the things that this game has been pointing out.
Oh, because everyone's a shithead?
Because the societal pressures are really high, and you're expected to conform and do all this very specific things that if you don't do... Which way am I supposed to go to get home?
Can't we just click a button and just be at home?
I mean, not right now. Like, normally I can, but, like, right now I have to travel there so that I...
Oh, because On appears.
I told you, I'm not feeling up to it. Wait.
I mean, I don't like On, but On says her name is On, so I have to say it.
Teacher? This has nothing to do with Shiho.
You really want to have this conversation in the middle of a crowd?
I mean, he called her.
Are you even on the volleyball team?
Nope.
Wait, were you listening?
Well, everyone was listening, not on purpose.
Haven't you heard of private...
We are in a subway station.
I was out of line. Sorry.
Well, at least you're a reasonable person.
So, how much did you hear?
2.
nothing at all. Nothing.
On's weird.
I mean, you don't know what that conversation was about yet.
Don't do that! What the fuck are you thinking? You don't just decide to get involved in people's personal business.
Okay, she went to the bottom and then a right. Oh, that's an up escalator. To the right. On. There she is.
She's just staring at a column.
No, she's probably crying in the corner. I can't calm down.
I don't care because this is dumb. Just pick one. One.
What the heck? I don't have anything to talk about with you.
And yet you came to a cafe with me.
I mean, that means, well, she has conflicting feelings. She both wants to talk about it and doesn't want to talk about it.
2. Let's not presume things.
You heard every last word then.
Not really. We heard, like, the tail end, but, you know.
Thank you very much.
Oh, they even animated this.
The rumors, haven't you?
That somehow you're a massive slut, in spite of being 16.
Everyone says we're getting it on. But that's so not true. That was him on the other line.
Why are you trying to stare at her chest?
For the longest time. He told me to go to his place after this. You know what it means.
I can make a few guesses.
He said he'd take my friend off as a regular on the team.
Wow, that's really fucked up.
I'm telling myself this is all for Shiho's sake. I can't take it anymore. I've had enough of this. I hate him.
Jude can't deal with trauma very well.
She's all I have left of that sorry excuse of a school. Tell me, what should I do?
Sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's not your problem.
Why are you looking at the floor?
He's thinking.
I really, really want to avoid the conversation that I decided to force myself into.
What am I saying?
No, looking down like that, he's probably thinking, and I'll admit there's probably an element of not wanting to look at Anne as she's crying, but not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't, want to be here and part of this conversation.
2.
You're so weird. Usually everyone just ignores me.
Are we boyfriend and girlfriend now?
Really a bad person? I've heard people talking about you, but I just don't see it.
1. Let's just throw it in her face.
Is that supposed to be a joke? Kinda had a feeling they were all just exaggerating.
No, I just like rock music.
You seemed lonely. Almost like you didn't belong anywhere.
I literally don't.
Maybe that's why it was so easy for me to...
Well, why don't you belong there? What's your backstory?
Everybody thinks she's a slut, so everybody ignores her. And, she sticks out because I believe she's part American? I don't remember. But I know there is that. There's like an element of that, like, why her hair is a different color and stuff. Because I don't think she dyes her hair. I want to say, if I remember correctly, she's part American. Like, one of her parents is American. Hence how she gets the name On. Which is just a Japanese pronunciation of the name Anne.
I wish he'd just change his mind.
Yeah, so basically, the reason she's been hanging out with Kamoshida and essentially doing everything she says is because she's doing it on the
it's because of the
Shiho.
thing that she literally said?
Yeah, yeah. It's all to help Shiho, and now it's gotten to the point where the next thing she has to do, because he keeps escalating it.
Well, unfortunately, since you're clearly a protagonist, I want to cross over with your story to make myself more popular. 2.
I wasn't asking for a serious response.
Well, because clearly it can't happen.
Do feel a bit better now. I'm gonna head home. Don't tell anyone what I told you, okay? I'll try and think of a way to persuade Kamoshida. Well, thanks.
And then we read in the news tomorrow that she was found dead in an alley somewhere.
Suzui, are you leaving?
What is it?
Mr. Kamoshida, he's in the PE faculty office.
What did he say?
I don't know. Well, I have to go.
I don't know, but it involves you.
I mean, basically, he wants to see you, but I don't know why. Sorry, I'm putting on chapstick.
He's gotta break your other leg.
No, I think it's more the fact that because An refused to do what An did, now Shiho has to step up.
You're late. Where have you been?
3.
So I shivved him.
Just don't come running to me when you get arrested. That'll be it.
What the fuck is wrong with the society that, like, I get assaulted, I assault them back, and then somehow I'm the one in jail? Two. He's also a bad influence.
Well, they've got to be pretty strange to want to spend time with you.
Well, fuck you too, Dad. I guess I'm going up to my room.
He's not Dad. He's just, you know, our current guardian.
He's Uncle Sujiro.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, Uncle might be a good, like, kind of how he ends up feeling in a way, like Uncle who's currently responsible for us.
In the future, try not to come back so damn late.
Well, what is it,
turns
like
around on
1 in the
us, but-
morning?
No, it's not 1 in the morning, but it's still later in the evening than he'd like us to be out.
Why have we still not gotten rid of those 8 gas cans? That's gonna burn down this room.
I don't know if I can know this.
Yeah, that's kind of a question we probably should ask. Is like, is this treasure like actually his warped desires? Then why would we want it? Or is it
Anyway.
like literal treasure and we do want it?
I mean, sure, I'm fist at him, but I don't really want to kill the guy. So.
Say he deserves it. Let's be edgy. We're 16. We're allowed to be edgy. Because if it's literally like his desires, then we'll have like an object representing perversion, and I don't know if I'd want that.
You'll see it when we get it.
It turns out that it's actually a giant jack-o'-lantern. Or a choo-choo train.
So I assume all of you know about the separation of powers. There are 3 branches in our government. The National Diet is legislative, the Cabinet is executive, and the Supreme Court is judiciary. This division of power provides checks and balances, which ensures no one branch becomes unstoppable.
You know, until we fall into fascism. Why did we bring the cat with us?
No, he popped out of our desk. He came here, not the other way around. He hid in our desk at some point. However, you know, while I get the whole, like, statement you made, what just got described was Japanese government, not our government.
Well, yeah, I could figure that by the fact they called it the Diet.
Well, that and the cabinet's not one of the branches of the government. They're a part of one of the branches in our government, but they're not the branch. We both have a Supreme Court though. That's the one we do have in common.
Let's say 2.
Did I just hear a cat just now?
Not just a cat, but a teleporting cat.
He didn't teleport. He could have hid in there during the night.
Rumored cat be
How is this cat so famous that people are rumoring about you?
I mean, it's not famous. More like someone spotted it around the school, and now the school faculty is trying to find it to get it out, to get rid of it, because it can't be in the school or shouldn't be in the school.
Why are you texting me now of all times? Are you cutting class? The answer is yes.
If you only knew I'm reading this too.
Wait, how are you reading this? You can only see the back of my phone.
No, our phone's in our lap.
It's Shiho running through the hall.
You're really close.
Wait, she's going to jump.
From the second floor window?
Hey, stay in your seats. Do not step foot outside of this room.
There's a suicide attempt happening, possibly. Which, again, shitty person.
The audience heads up, by the way. We are gonna see this happen.
Oh, really?
So, trigger warning.
Oh, it didn't even add a splat. Was she actually on the roof? I don't remember where it was.
She was on the roof. She was on the roof.
Okay, so she's
opposite where our classroom is. So if you would look up, out through the courtyard where there's the little lip to the courtyard, and then look up.
So she's actually
anyway,
dead.
we need to go down to the courtyard now.
She turbo died.
Where's the court? Okay, so that's. We gotta find a path that's open. I think
it might be a bit difficult.
Nope.
Or we'll just push down 7 people. This isn't a time for flavor text.
Okay, this one's a little less crowded because everybody's crowded outside because that's where she is.
Class is still in session.
She's still wobbling around, so she's kind of alive.
Yeah, you can see that she's breathing currently.
Are there any teachers around?
She looks pretty well for just having head trauma.
We should leave this to Principal.
She's not even bleeding.
I mean, she didn't dive head first. She just jumped. So she didn't necessarily land head first.
Please hurry.
I'm sorry. I can't take this anymore. Shio? Huh? Kamoshida?
You're doing a pretty good job for surviving a 3-story fall. On the grass.
I think she fell from the roof. I don't know.
Maybe a bench or a bush.
Yeah, she might have hit the bush, maybe, or the grass.
That shopping cart. Or whatever that was. Or, she might have fallen into that tree.
Hey, wasn't Mishima acting weird?
He's always acting weird.
We're gonna make him talk this.
Oh, so we're actually going with the kidnap plan?
Return to your classrooms for the time being.
I'm Kingpin, you have to listen to me.
That hurts.
I think looking at you hurts. You're bruised literally everywhere.
She jumped and tried to kill herself.
She jumped and tried to kill you, the person she fell on. 2.
Just tell us. Okay.
He's right. We ain't trying to get you busted. We won't say you talked either. Susui. She was called out by Mr. Kamoshida. Wait, what? I was called by him a number of times too. To the teacher's room. It wasn't just me or Susui either. He'd nominate someone when he was in a bad mood and hit them. So the physical punishment thing was for real. Yesterday, he called Susui out of the blue. She didn't make any mistakes or anything.
That's because On turned him down.
She just seemed really irritated that day. So it must have been.
So he literally can't handle any form of rejection. How petty or slight.
He is an egomaniac.
Now let's push Mishima into a locker real quick.
Alright, so Ryuji just ran off to go after Kamoshida.
And we're gonna run off too because we're dumb. And we want to be implicated too.
We're gonna run after him to try to stop him, but we clearly didn't catch up to him in time, so now we're gonna run into the faculty room and see what happens.
Well, what could possibly have happened in 12 seconds? Or I'll hit you with this chair.
What you did wasn't coaching.
What did you say?
You ordered me to call Suzui here. I can only imagine what you did to her.
You hit her with that umbrella? And dropped a fridge on her?
Actually, I think it was sexual, but...
You dropped that, whiteboard on her. There's a lot of things you can do in this room to her.
Exactly as you imagine it to be, hypothetically speaking. What can you do?
Um,
To call from a hospital.
I could hit you with that baseball bat.
And her chances of recovery are slim. How would someone like that make a statement?
Wait, she's in a coma?
Yeah, she ended up in a coma.
She just
eventually passed out, went into a coma.
Also, Morgana's here.
Yeah, Morgana was also in the last scene where we were questioning Mishima. He was on top of the locker.
Another case of self-defense.
No, I'm just gonna murder you right now. Beats him to death.
Why are you stopping me?
One.
But still.
Oh, you're stopping him? What a surprise. There's no need to hold back. Why not attack me? Oh, you can. But of course you can. Everyone present right now will be expelled. I'm reporting all of you at the next board meeting.
What? You can't make a decision like that.
Who would seriously consider what scum like you say? You threatened me too, Mishima. So you're just as responsible.
Huh?
To think you didn't know why I kept someone as talentless as you on the team. You act like you're a victim. But you leaked his criminal records, didn't you? It's all over the internet, correct? How terrible.
Mishima? He told me to do it. I had no choice.
Now, are we finished here? You're all expelled.
Well, we're all expelled.
In the future.
At the next meeting.
Which is in 15 minutes.
No, it's the deadline for the dungeon, as we have to beat the dungeon before that meeting.
Huh? Oh, right. We have that.
Huh? Have you lost your minds?
Me, the guy who has a tea kettle in his office.
Go ahead and try. After all,
And also this megaphone so that I can yell at the person right next to me.
I mean, they have, like, plug-in tea warmers and stuff for tea sets in Japan.
We can't waste any time. We gotta hurry up and go to that world.
Like a hot plate. I guess it's...
We're not beating him up. We're simply stealing his distorted desires. Can I assume
Can't we do
that you've
both?
made up your
It's just mind control. You know, just a little bit.
for a mental shutdown?
Kind of.
Someone almost died because of him. I don't give a rat's ass what happens to him anymore.
And you?
We're gonna take that umbrella and kill him with it.
Then it's settled.
By the way, is getting rid of a palace hard?
Well, not the first one.
Right?
When did I ever say that?
Anyway, yeah, I can beat this palace in one day. I already know I can do this one in one day. I've done it in one day multiple times now.
Everyone's talking about it.
How? That happened like 30 minutes ago.
So you came all this way to tell us that?
You're going to deal with Kamoshida?
We really can't, On. We can't just do that.
Back and do nothing after what happened to Shiho.
Shiho, the best character?
Don't fucking
But it does. Shiho's my...
I said don't get in
That was harsh.
Well, yeah, we're in a harsh situation.
I hope she doesn't do anything too crazy. Women can be much bolder than men at times.
I don't know about that.
Let's go already.
I was gonna say, both of you, stop being sexist.
The moment we cross over,
Anybody can be bolder than anybody at any given time.
so I hope you're ready.
So when we
I
come,
don't think it's a gendered trait.
so what do you like? How shitty do you think they're gonna feel when we come back from defeating the dungeon, and then someone just beat Kamoshida to death with a baseball bat?
Oh, we'll have to find out. Anyway, those covertly sneak in and stylishly steal treasure.
Well,
which is
who's
a good way
judging
of
if it's
distinguishing-
stylish enough or not?
Well, he's describing what a phantom thief is. So a thief steals stuff. A phantom thief is that one that does the whole gloaty, leaves the calling card, like that whole thing where they like make a show out of stealing it to show that they can't be stopped.
Let's do
That's
two.
Phantom thief.
Aw.
A good example of a phantom thief, Jeff, is the character Arsène Lupin, where, gee, I wonder where our persona gets its name.
Is it from the guy who wears a top hat and is also half bird?
I mean, no, our persona gets its name from the literary character Arsène Lupin, who is like one of, if not the place where the Phantom Thief like archetype came from. I don't know if it's the original or if it's just like one that made it really popular.
What the hell's all this work? Did someone make it?
So what do you think? Do you want to like somehow like stomp through this dungeon, or do you want to cut the episode now?
So I'm gonna tell you right here, right now, we actually, the next time we go into the dungeon, we won't be finishing the dungeon. There's like a automatic stopping point that's gonna happen. But once we get the entire free time, do it when you want moment, I will beat it then. So I wanna see if we can get to that automatic stop moment. If we can do it fast enough, I could beat it in an hour, but I don't think I'm going to beat it in an hour. But I do think I might be able to get to that automatic stopping point within an hour.
Seems useful enough.
So, because I think we're going to go in here shortly, and then that's going to be the start of...
You really are going to do something.
Yeah. Today's the day that the automatic stop happens.
School?
We're transcending again.
All right, time to bust on through.
What is this?
Takamaki?
That voice. Sakamoto? And
You seriously can't tell it's me?
Why are you?
I'm wearing half a mask.
how should I know? What's going on? Hey, where are we? Isn't this the school?
I see. Perhaps she was dragged in because of that app thing. If multiple people can enter with the person who uses it, it stands to reason it'll pull anyone nearby.
Yes, we have to be way more careful with this in the future.
Wait. So
Gotta do it a little bit more covertly than the old Spider-Man.
Yeah, we can't just do it in an alleyway near the entrance of the alleyway where a passerby could happen to be, or in this case, a spy.
Also, I
Sure,
can't
fine on
leave. Or this instead.
They're going to find us if you make a scene.
They don't go outside the castle.
it's hot. Oh my god. It's a monster cat.
Monster?
You better explain what's going on. I won't leave until you do.
Looks like we gotta force her. But how are we supposed to do that?
Throw your phone at her.
Take her back to where we came in. That's how it worked last time, right?
Oh yeah. Can you lend me a hand?
I do feel
Feel
bad.
bad or got it? So we're essentially just gonna drag her and try to throw her out right now.
What are you?
We'll explain after everything's over.
We're also not doing anything. Well, now we are.
And just where are you touching?
Well, you're not cooperating.
I didn't mean that's not important.
We're not trying to. We're just trying to carry you out or like drag you out. All right, we kicked her out. Good.
So we pushed her across the street.
Yeah, we pushed her through the barrier that's there.
You used. Why do I, the one who was just watching, know more about it than you two?
Because
you were
you've been
here
here for
before
5 weeks. You're the person who can freely transcend into this fucking place without tech.
With this
Why are you so interested in her?
Because he likes her.
Shadows have noticed us. You better brace yourselves.
Yeah.
We're counting on you, Joker.
This is the first dungeon. Wait, he just called him Joker?
Yeah, Morgana is dubbing that we need to use code names to hide our identities because we're Phantom Thieves.
And there's no telling what kind of effect yelling our real names will have on the palace. It's just a precaution.
Okay, I guess.
Why is he Joker?
Because he's the Joker card.
He's our trump card when it comes to fighting strength.
Also because we make a bunch of jokes.
That's embarrassing.
Just go with it. You're Joker.
It ain't too bad, yeah?
You'll be, let's see, Thug.
Morgana is terrible at this.
I was gonna say, his name doesn't end up being Thug.
I think I'd rather call him Duke.
Kinda like it. What if we named me after this?
Fine. Why not Skull then?
Actually, that's pretty fair.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Oh, so he's Skull.
I'm Skull.
There is one character who I just absolutely hate. Anyway,
Is named
so
Kitten.
what do we,
Because
what do you
Morgana
think?
is
Anything's good. Let's go with what do you think?
How about Mona?
How do we even know that Morgana is the cat's actual name?
I mean, Morgana's what he introduced himself as.
Skull and Mona. We need to be absolutely
Yeah,
about using those codes.
I don't know if there's like a meaning to Mona or if it's just a shortening of Morgana, but
No, it's just...
Morgana's is Mona. It's not the best one, but it's not the one I hate. There is one I hate because I'm like, there is a automatic cool ass name that comes to your mind when you see them, and then the game does a dialogue choice where you get to like pick from a list of names, and the name I want is in that list, and then you pick it, and they'll go nah, and I'm like, fuck you. Anyway, we can now dash. I've been trying to do this whole time.
Well, when you get used to it, it's hard to go back to where it's not in play yet.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I forgot that it's not in play right away. I got so used to, can we go here? Nope, doesn't sound like it. Oh, wait, no, yeah.
I mean, if he's just in the foyer, we can just go beat him up now.
I mean, and fight all those guards at once, sure.
We can probably fight 12 enemies. We've been doing fine with 3 at a time.
I'll reward whoever brings me their heads.
Praise be to King Kamoshida.
We even fought that golden horse dude earlier.
Hey, Mona, can't we just beat the crap out of him and call it a day?
Look at all those soldiers, idiot. It'd be suicide. And I'm sure you don't.
But we leveled up last time we were here. We're level 4.
There's no point beating him up.
I was gonna say, all of the guards in the castle are just gonna look like various knights. We don't know how powerful they truly are until we rip off the mask and reveal their true form.
I will admit that, like, Morgana's suggestion for Ryuji was a lot better than my idea. Yeah, let's go kick him in the face.
Remember how I taught you hold-ups and all-out attacks? I'll teach you their practical use. There's another use for hold-ups. Besides, shadows are beings born from people's hearts.
Okay, there you
So
go.
naturally, they can talk.
So the people who don't have crazy out of whack egos just kind of generate these ones. Like just the regular old people who aren't very important.
Okay, fair
Shadows
enough.
just come from them, and then they just kind of do their own thing because they're not sophisticatedly tied enough, because there isn't large enough desire and stuff there to form something bigger.
Money or items, since they don't want to die.
Yeah.
I mean, it is literally called a hold-up.
In fact, talking has a better chance of scoring something great, as opposed to just offing them.
You know, so now we can try to get shit out of them. One of which is we can recruit them, which Morgana actually doesn't know about. Alright, seriously, you guys are intruders that King Tomoshi was talking about. Can't get worse than this. What are you going to do with me? Give me money, I want an item. What do we want, Jeff? Do you want an item or money?
Now let's get some money. Let's build up a bank account.
Alright, give me money. Will you let me live if I just give you money?
Something along those lines. Now let it be money or items. Just cough it up.
Sorry.
Let's kill her.
Wait, what? This isn't how... if that's the case, I guess it's time for you to go to hell.
For real?
Well, yeah, it's a holdup. Kill her. Yeah, 3. I don't know, it was pretty good for off the fly.
What the? What's going on?
Cool. I am thou, thou art I.
So Pixie just decides to become a part of us.
It's to demonstrate it. So essentially, when we have them in a holdup, we can do 3 things, not 2. Mona said 2 because they didn't know about this, but we can either try to recruit them, we can demand money out of them, or we can demand items out of them. And we can, one of the things we can do, part of what it is and makes it a little trickier is there is a negotiation kind of deal that can go south and then the battle ends up resuming. So there is like a risk to it where if we fail at it, then we end up losing out on our potential all-out attack. But it's not super difficult, and there's some confidants that like help give you more chances and stuff like that.
Huh? Oh, it's Goat Man again.
But yeah, so.
And his friend, Goat Man.
Alright, now it's teaching me how to change personas.
But why would I want to fight them as Pixie? Pixie's a terrible persona.
Why is she a terrible persona?
Because every time we fought her, she died really fast.
Well, so the personas are visually the things we're fighting, but their stats aren't the enemy version stats. Anyway, the reason it wants us to switch to Pixie is because Pixie has the ability that's weak to these guys.
Did you take in the Shadow's appearance and powers as a persona?
Yes, that is the protagonist's ability in all Persona games.
I mean, it'd be kind of weird if the NPCs could do it.
Yep. It's part of that whole, anyway, let's talk to him. Alright, do we want to have the goat guy? Do we want to demand money?
I take the goat guy, they're pretty strong.
Alright, let me hear. So that's your move, then I guess I'll talk first. I'll decide if I want to help you after. Or really talking.
This really isn't how a holdup works.
It ends up being a negotiation. At the end of the day, if we start feeling it's going south, I can always just hit all-out attack. But if we go through the whole thing and it goes south, so anyway, all these kids these days doing stuff like this?
3?
Yeah, we sure are. Join in. Nope. How about it, Senny? What kind of trip do you want to take?
Let's just say the trip.
A trip to hell, or
no, the trip, not the sarcastic option.
Oh, he didn't like that. Yeah, and then he got the guards down, so.
Then we take damage.
I mean, he gets a turn. But now they die. But yeah, it is wonkily random, like what you have to pick. I think it's like based on which persona it is, they have different like traits and stuff that they prefer. But there is stuff that can give us hints. But you know, it's not as hard as it seemed there. Like we just happened to pick the wrong ones.
He sealed the enemy's appearance and powers into his mask and made it his new persona.
Yes, we did that to Pixie.
Impossible?
Yes, for me it is.
It's nothing important.
Only one heart exists per person. So normally incredible. That ability will give... Alright. Try to do that even more if the opportunity.
You can
arises.
become every type in the game.
Well, there isn't really types again, Jeff. But yeah, at the end of the day, Joker's the most versatile party member because I can constantly switch what my weaknesses are and stuff like that, and what abilities I have at my disposal. Anyway, turn a hold up. You can negotiate with any enemy. If your enemy is a persona that you already have, a mask will appear besides its name. If you ask it to lend its heart, you'll grant EXP to your own persona. So essentially, if we bump into an enemy Pixie and we hold it up, I can just get EXP for Pixie. Another thing with it that it didn't bring up, or I don't think it brought up, is eventually once fusion becomes a thing and we can fuse personas into other personas, if we come across Pixie again, we will always just be able to get Pixie. Like, now that we got Pixie, any Pixie will just automatically recruit when I talk to them if I don't have Pixie anymore. So if I get rid of Pixie, I don't have to go through the whole talking thing. I just automatically get them if I want them back. That's the way we came from.
Well, I guess we're going down the side path.
Yeah.
And that's the stopping point.
Treasure chest spotted. Let's open it.
We have 3 enemies to deal with first, Skull. Oh, we got a 3-fer.
Use wind to hit its weak point.
Okay, well, we don't have wind.
We have a
Let me
Pixie,
check
but it's not wind.
Hold on. Let me see what Pixie's weaknesses are before we continue this. Okay, because these guys do fire. So I want to make sure.
Okay. Oh, he has wind attacks.
Alright, I do want this one, because he is useful for making certain things.
I mean, I'd go for it just because he has fire powers. Fire powers are pretty useful since it's a basic, I always want a autograph or a selfie.
There we go. I got that one right.
Where's the camera? Wow, you got me.
Oh, we got him. I am Jack-o'-lantern. Anyway, anything with Jack in its name is like a big mascot character for the franchise. So Jack-o'-lantern's like the one that's, but eventually there's Jack Frost, and then if you fuse Jack-o'-lantern with Jack Frost, there's like a different Jack you can get, and eventually there's like a really powerful Jack that's called Black Frost instead of Jack Frost, and if you fuse all the Jacks together, you get that one.
Hey, it's Goat again. So we get a second chance at this. Something bad happened in our life. I got bad luck.
I was gonna say, he talks like an old man. Damn it.
Yeah, I didn't know about that Antacid's line.
I don't know. He talks like an old man, so I was trying to think of appealing to an old man.
Okay.
Well, at least we got guy number 3 still.
Ah, fuck.
No, you gotta beat him up the old-fashioned way. It's 2 goats.
Let's go.
Looking cool, Joker.
Okay, opportunity number 3.
I have scars from what Morgana just said. So I cosplay as Joker at an anime convention, and literally every person I walked past for the whole weekend said, "Looking cool, Joker," to me every single time. It was so annoying.
Something bad, yeah, bad luck. That seemed to go
We
somewhere.
did that last time. No, so it always does 2 things. We want to find the notes above their head. We want to find the one that puts notes above their head.
Okay, so 1?
Shut up's the one we didn't do. We've already done the other two.
Oh, okay. What the hell are we trying to tell them?
So it likes it when
Why
we're
do
mean
we
to
fight?
it. No, it shut up was us being rude, so I was like, let's pick the ones that are kind of mean. Alright, he is Bicorn.
So apparently these personas just don't have clever names.
Your power's incredible, Joker.
No, they're all just based off of things.
And the other unicorn gave up.
And I will state that, you know, because when I did bring up that yeah, I know.
All right.
So when you loot a better weapon, a character always goes, "Oh, hey, do you want to equip that?" And then you can just equip it right away instead of having to pull up the menus. But anyway,
Save room.
Yeah. So anyway, the what was I getting at? Oh, don't get attached to any personas we carry, really. Because the whole fusion mechanic, this game isn't like Pokemon where you really get attached to them. You're constantly fusing to get better ones.
Just said the word Sakamoto said, and I ended up.
Princess?
Huh?
Princess!
Well, this is convenient for On not getting killed.
Aren't there even more shadows here than before? Just getting this far has been a real pain in my ass.
Not really.
I mean, you didn't have to fight that last guy.
Still, he seems to be awfully on guard.
I wanted my Bicorn, damn it.
Anyways, how are we supposed to steal that treasure thing?
Especially since we don't know where it is and we didn't plan.
We need to secure an infiltration route.
What?
We have to find the thing and then have a path to it.
But honestly, I think we'll need a little more manpower in order to accomplish this. At the very least, one more person would be nice.
Really, Morgana? Foreshadowing.
Let's go find a talking dog.
Let's go find a blonde girl.
Let's go get Shiho back from the hospital.
She's in a coma.
She'll probably be more effective than On still.
At least you're a step above that moron.
Don't call me a moron. You sure talk big, but what if it turns out you're just some stray cat in the end?
Well, Morgana's already a cat, so that wouldn't change much. Aren't they gonna be confused when they bring the princess in and, like, the bikini girl is still there and they're like, what the heck?
Yeah, but Kamoshida's a horny, evil, taking that maniac, so he would be like, 2 sexy girls? Why not?
And yet another question goes unanswered.
How about you go answer it then, Ryuji, instead of just standing around like an idiot? Remember codename, sure. I mean, if we're gonna be doing this shtick, we gotta commit to it.
That was fast.
Your friend, Lady On. She's been taken by shadows.
And you didn't save her, Morgana? Slap.
You didn't single-handedly fight the enemy, even though you're the character with the lowest HP in our current party.
And also the shortest and the one who has the least amount of personas.
I mean, no, he's tied for least amount of personas.
Which means it still counts.
I have 4, they have 1 each. They will always have 1 each.
But what if they get into totem pole formation and then they end up with 3 of them?
Anyway, I'm going to heal Joker up while we're in this room.
He's really smug in the menu.
And then I'll save over here. I don't really care about the consultation things. It's just typically it's shit like, yeah, we have the energy to keep going, or if you're low on mana, they're like, I don't know if we should keep going, guys. Like basically shit like that.
They're not useful.
Oh, okay, we have to head back. That's what it is.
Well, she was taken in through the front door, so.
Anna's like, Anna, speak to your manager.
She's learning Karen abilities in spite of being 16. How did you have time to do that when you were being kidnapped?
Touchdown with him.
How did she push the entire suit over?
I mean, I assume because it's hollow,
yeah,
if you
I'm
move
good
the
to
right
go.
piece, the whole thing just falls over. Yes, I healed when we were in the safe room.
Okay, we're just gonna crucify her now.
Well, those crosses, which, yes, at one point in history were used presumably for crucifixion, if I recall correctly, are also a sex thing.
Hey, it's that thing I said would happen.
More importantly, what is this place? Why is the school turned into something like this?
Aren't you more confused that a clone of you in sexy clothes just showed up?
She gets mad about it, don't we?
What is that outfit? Have you lost your mind?
I do as I please.
So apparently she's never done a swimsuit shoot, which would make sense considering she's 16 now that I'm thinking about it for more than 5 seconds.
Even if she has done a swimsuit shoot, like, there's, like, weird fetish wear with, like, the weird cat ears thing going on and shit.
Wait, is this some red light district?
I mean, Kamoshida's basically naked, so...
This isn't funny! Enough of the bullshit, Kamoshida!
I'm not actually Kamoshida, I'm just darkness wearing the form of Kamoshida.
Talking back is, like, totally unforgivable.
Well, that was embarrassing.
In that case, she should be executed. Now then, how should I play with you? Shall I tear you into little pieces?
Are you kidding me?
This is effed up.
This, yeah.
What do you think to the girls on the volleyball team?
They're also all topless.
Yep.
Takamaki!
Just when I was about to start enjoying.
Do you really have your harem in your execution room?
I mean, this isn't his execution room, Jeff. Didn't I just bring up that cross can also be used for sex? This is the sex room. The guards brought her here to be used for sex. And then Kamoshida comes and is like, "You stupid guards, this isn't this isn't the sex on. This is some other on. Like, we'll just kill this one for talking back." Like,
Times are you gonna come back?
I think we could squeeze in another 4
the
more.
execution room is where he was gonna murder us earlier, like the dungeon where he like tortures and beats people.
Wait, he already knows that? He already interfaced with his regular self?
I mean, he is basically a constant version of, like, he's constantly connected. Anything his regular self knows is automatically connected to this one.
No! Take one more step and I'll kill her on the spot.
I mean, that's fair. Their swords are right there.
Just sit back and enjoy the dismantlement show.
No, don't!
Maybe I'll start with the clothes.
Well, then we'll have time to, you know, save her.
Hey, what are we gonna do? Takamaki!
Honestly,
I mean, if we try to step in, he's probably just gonna go from, we're cutting her clothes, to now just kill her if we try to step in.
but we would have 5 seconds.
Should have looked like this from the start.
We'd have a few seconds, but...
I'm so sorry.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have, like, broke into the castle.
Alright, you're just gonna listen, or don't give up?
Let's just say don't give up. We're gonna use the power of
Don't give
willpower
in, I guess.
to have this work out somehow.
You're right. Letting this piece of shit toy with me?
You have to spark her flame of rebellion.
What was I thinking?
It's like I always say, slaves should just behave and...
I mean, even if she does that, would that really matter when she's chained to this cross?
You pissed me off, you son of a bitch!
My, it's taken far too long.
Has it, though?
Who is going to avenge her? You don't. Forgive
But she's also not dead.
Yeah, but avenging the fact of what happened to her. You can avenging someone doesn't mean death.
I am thou. Thou art
It's just taking vengeance on someone's behalf.
I. We can finally pour.
I feel like this contract is kind of being forced on.
I hear you, Carmen. You're right. No more holding back.
There you go. Nothing can be solved by restraining yourself. Understand? Then I'll gladly lend you my strength.
So, literal catsuit.
Yeah, literal catsuit is indeed Anne's outfit.
It has a tail!
I mean, as you said, literal cat suit.
You stole everything from Shinko. You destroyed her. Now it's your turn. I will rob you of everything.
How dare you! Enough of your insolence!
Murder.
Can you fight the power of 4 goats?
They fused into one big thing.
No, I've had enough of you. No one's gonna stop me now. Let's go, Carmen.
This persona is just bored.
And sitting on a toilet.
King Kamoshida's love, you selfish lass! Pay for this insolence with your life!
That dirtbag just sees women as sexual outlets. Don't make me laugh with that love bullshit. Come on, Carmen. Let's give him hell. Persona! Carmen! You did it! They all flat!
You can hold him up, he's only lost 20% of his health.
Yeah, but as long as you knock down every enemy on the other side.
Also, that did do a lot of damage.
Oh, he's a mid boss. He's pretty tanky. So it's doing a very good chunk compared to my other moves.
It turns out that that toilet actually has a really high defense.
Ah, fuck.
Jesus.
This is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Okay, he's healing. Had he done the wind all move again, Joker would have died, and then that would have been game over, because if Joker dies, it's automatic game over.
Oh, that's fucking annoying.
Anyway, we're not gonna get... Well, it doesn't matter, we killed him. Well, we weren't gonna get an all-out attack there, because at the end of the day, Joker's down right now.
Outside of school, that guy's nothing but a pathetic loser.
Even in school, he's a pathetic loser. He's just, you know, has a lot more power there.
So yeah, On's designs are kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, yeah. I also agree with you.
Now I'm even more charming.
If I remember
Batra.
correct, yeah, it's a. So here's Dizzy, Forget, Sleep, and Hunger. Sure, all debuffs. Dia's heal. So these icons mean, you know, heal stuff. That's a wind icon, you know.
Well, I know now. She couldn't handle being so great, so she's tired.
It takes a lot of energy out of you when you first summon it.
Hey, is that how you speak to a woman? Are you alright, Lady On?
Morgana, stop simping.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Morgana, could you please not be a white knight?
How can it talk? And where in
You're asking that question now, when you just looked at a clone of yourself and also killed it?
It's going to be okay. Don't worry.
I mean, she still doesn't know where you are. She just knows it's some weird thing.
calm down?
Well, Morgana's not a bobblehead.
Huh? Why am I dressed like this? When did I... what's with this?
1, do not say 2.
How can you expect me to be calm?
Well, I'm stumped. A search party will be coming for us soon. There's no time to explain.
Or, you know, just reinforcements.
Retreat for now.
We were just getting fired up and you had to go and get in the way.
Well, you know, she has to recuperate, and Morgana thinks that we need another person, so... There you go.
Anyway, yep. So now we got our full party for the first dungeon.
Okay, so...
Now we have full party. Yeah, okay, that was significantly shorter than I thought. I thought you had to do more of the dungeon before the thing happens.
So, yeah, just some more dialogue. We'll go back to the bedroom, and we'll probably call it for this episode.
I mean, we might be able to, you know, I think we could get through the next day of school, too. Like,
No,
go to the
I'm ready to
dungeon.
call it on this one.
Okay.
I'll have to make a command decision here.
Alright. You have something going on tomorrow they have to...
No, I just
Or
don't
what?
want to edge it over too much.
Okay.
Cause you know it's 12:30, and if we do another day of school, it might go to 1:15, and then we usually have a post amble sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, if we do the post amble, then yeah, it might go to 1:15.
Plus, I think that this is just a good. I think it's just a good point, you know.
Yeah.
Then
you know, we're gonna say we're gonna head into battle. We're gonna, you know, get hyped up about, you know, getting revenge on Kamoshida.
There is a bit more of that conversation tomorrow, because we end up having like a team meetup tomorrow, and then I don't remember if the game forces me into the dungeon tomorrow or if it's like my first choice of when to go to the dungeon.
Do you have like free saving ability? I would imagine not, considering there are save rooms.
Only in the dungeons can I only save in specific places. In the open world areas, I can save at any time. As long as I'm not like in cutscene stuff like this.
Because if we don't do it correctly and the game shoves us in a dungeon, then
It's only natural that you're confused.
Right. So one thing we'll learn the next time we go to the dungeons, we can fast travel to all the safe rooms.
Huh. Well, that's nice.
Because so think about it this way, Jeff. I brought up beating it in one go, but how do you, if you're not going to be able to beat it in one go, how do you do it? Because if you always have to start at the start, see where I'm going with this? So what it is once you get to a safe room, you can always fast travel to that safe room. So that's how you know, like, if you're not doing too hot, if you get to a safe room and you're like, all right, I guess we're coming back a second day, you can start up at that safe room. Like that, you can immediately fast travel to that safe room and start at that spot. So safe rooms are kind of if you want to take a break from the dungeon, you're not going to lose progress because now you've gotten to a safe room. If you run past the safe room but don't find the next one, then all that progress is lost if you choose to just randomly turn around. So either always stop when you find a safe room or stop when you complete it.
So, like, do we at the very least have the option to throw a different costume on?
Yeah, we can because of the DLC costumes. It's just she's not gonna look like a thief with a mask. She's gonna be like just her in an outfit, you know, like a casual, normal closed outfit.
I know that's not gonna do anything for her persona, but at least it would help.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. So I remember talking about confidants and how the party members have more upgrades in their confidant line. If we do get a confidant, like one of the party members, to 10, their persona evolves into a more powerful form. So they do technically have like a second persona. It just replaces their first persona because their persona evolves into the second form, and it's a different persona with a different name, and everything.
If guys like us try and complain,
but you have to get them all the way to 10 in order to get it. So it does take some time. I do not remember what An's looks like for her second one. It still might have the whole domineering, you know.
I would imagine it would still have the gimmick, but you know, it's a possibility.
I don't remember the name of Ryuji's, but I know instead of standing on the ship that has the shark face painted on it, it's on like a rocket with a shark face painted on it. It also has a really strong ability. Ryuji's does.
I want to make him pay for what happened to Shiho.
But yeah, and as I stated, there is not enough time in this game to get every confidant's shit to 10, unless you're really, really good at mapping it out. And like,
so we'll have to pick.
So we're gonna have to pick and choose who we want to spend time with. There is reason to prioritize the party members over the other confidants, but also other confidants do give us abilities, and those abilities are sort of unlike the parties, where a lot of those abilities like affect them specifically. The non-party members ones are passive things that like affect stuff. For example, one of the ones that we're going to use because we have to do it, the guy we need to do in order to get to the true ending of the game, one of his things gives Joker specifically a % chance to just get mana back at the start of his turn, which is pretty useful because
did you just say let me help?
Mana is you know, you can always heal HP if you have mana, and the physical moves, if you notice, take HP, so you hurt yourself to do physical moves, but the magical moves take mana, so including the heal moves. So if you have a way to get mana back, you essentially can just keep yourself going indefinitely.
You mean you want us to keep you along?
In base 5, I remember it being really difficult to get mana items unless you went down very specific routes. So I basically went the whole game with very little to few mana items. Luckily, the DLC just handed me a fuck ton of mana items right now, so I'm not really concerned about that at the moment. She'll be great.
I agree as well. We are lacking in manpower after all.
Now we have a full party.
Don't worry. I'll protect her.
because we can only have 4 people in the field at once. Eventually, we're gonna have to.
Even if you said no, I'd just go in
people up.
alone.
However, going back to the confidant things, don't shirk off on the party members we decide not to use once we have like a number of them and start deciding like which 4 we're gonna prioritize. Because there are passive abilities they get where they'll like interrupt the battle and do something from the back lines. Like there's a % chance abilities that you get from hanging out with them that they'll do shit like that. So there is use for still hanging out with the ones we're not prioritizing using in battle.
Then it's decided. Well, I hope we get along.
And if you haven't noticed, every character except for Joker is essentially focused on one element. Ryuji's got lightning, Morgana has wind, Anna has fire. We'll get one of, I think we get one of every type. I think there's a lot of types, so I'm not sure, or like the damage types. Because Joker's is dark.
I won't let any more people.
Sadly, we won't be carrying Arsane around. Well, we might. Well, no.
I'll do whatever it
There are people who do Arsane only runs, but at the end of the day, because of the nature of how Joker's character is meant, Arsane.
Yeah, she's
our personas don't level up the same way.
She is an aggressive lady. Oh, we even get shoved into the future again.
Yeah, because so every time we start a confidant, we get thrown into the future where Sai brings up that confidant in a question to us.
A group like yours must have relied on subtlety and misdirection. Otherwise, you'd never survive.
I don't know if we have a lot of need for deception when we're fighting, you know, beings made of darkness.
Some of you might have even been hiding behind a public face their entire lives.
And this is where we reveal that Jude's name is not actually his name. It's been a double cover.
She's referring to the fact that An's a model, so thus she's like, she has a public face.
It shall become the wings of it is the birth of the lover's persona. I have obtained the winds of
Lovers.
What can An do? I guess we'll not know right now.
I can pull it up once we get to where we can save at the end of the day.
Oh, wait. We don't have each other's info. Hey, give me your number and chat ID. And
I'll randomly text you like Ryuji.
Now we're setting up group chat.
counting on you then.
Group chat.
same goes for you, Morgana.
The pleasure is all mine, Lady An.
Morgana, quit simping.
Well, you know, if you want to give her a nickname, I'm fine with that. It's just the other things.
Such admirable consideration for others.
He does. As we get more party members in, there's more people to talk about and talk to during these group conversations about what we're doing as the Phantom Thieves. There is less and less of Morgana simping, and most of the time it ends up just being the Lady An.
She cares about her friends, and she's beautiful to boot.
Shove him in your backpack at this point.
Captured my heart.
Dude, you know, it'd be better if this group could get together quick from now on.
Well, how do you do that? We're all people.
Would be to make a secret hideout where we could discuss these things.
A meetup place that we all go to all the time.
It's almost like I have something basically like that at my house.
Shop would work.
Or this.
Goes up there. For the time being, that will make the perfect hideout.
You know, if the janitor never comes up there.
So, Jeff, it's funny that you say that our bedroom and our, like, where we are works as a great hideout, because you're not wrong. But for now, we're using the school rooftop. However, it might come a day where we need a new one, and we switch to Joker's room.
You know, someone burns down the roof, so we have to go somewhere else.
It's all you. There's no way I can at my place.
I have 5 brothers.
No, so Morgana's now our pet cat. That's essentially what Morgana decided there. He's nominated us to be the person he hangs out with to blend into the real world. So now we have, essentially, Morgana's our pet cat.
How about we put him in the back alley and don't let him in ever?
I don't know, I like Morgana, even if he simps after people.
Whoa, who is this lady now?
Yes?
I know she looks like a stereotype, but even then, that's a little presumptuous. Jude.
I don't mind.
Who's Blue Lady? She Aquamarine?
Well, she sticks out enough to the point where she sticks out enough to the point where I have a feeling she's a confidant, because the confidants all stick out.
It's because she's all blue.
No,
That's it for today.
because she has like a person head that shows up when she talks. There's other stuff.
She's the head doctor over at that clinic down the street.
Yep.
Well, Shio did too, but then they just threw her in a trash can.
Sells some
That's true.
homemade medicines on top of that.
Anyway, if you remember at that beginning opening scene where we were walking down the street and she was walking behind us, she was in the doctor outfit then, but she was there. It was her. And she still had punk shoes on. She had like the punk shoes on, but she had a more doctor outfit on.
They should really just leave her alone. It's not like she's getting.
Oh yeah, she is the vendor for healing items.
Are we there yet?
Well,
So if we get to know her, she's like, hey, have a 20% discount.
Yep. I think we can get discounts if we hang out with her. She also gets expanded inventory.
Because for some reason she wasn't smart enough at business to be like, hey, I should sell other things.
Actually, so remember how he brought up like the weird experimental medications and stuff
Yes.
he just brought up? Essentially by hanging out with her, she's able to get farther with that research, and because of that, she has new breakthroughs and thus is able to offer new things.
To be fair, I am literally living in a storage closet.
Hey, are you? I was wondering why I heard meowing.
Everyone in Tokyo hates cats. Don't you understand that?
Doesn't have a home, it was abandoned. Follow me here.
Let's look like a good person.
It's a shame.
And we're gonna guilt trip Sojiro into having a cat.
Animals are a no-go.
Well, this isn't the restaurant. This is where I'm living.
Guess you might stay on good behavior if you've got a pet to take care of.
Sojiro then gets us a
having
pit
a pet
fish.
builds responsibility.
But keep it quiet when we're open for business. And don't
I mean, it's not gonna be here for like 80% of the day.
It's true. It ends up being in our backpack literally all game. Everywhere we go, he's always in our backpack.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to work for Sojiro then.
We always have a bag with us, and he's always in the bag.
Shut up.
He seemed pretty understanding for someone who keeps you cramped up in this dump.
He is
Yeah,
not
we'll do it.
understanding at all.
Normal people, I just sound like a meowing cat.
We'll eventually.
Seriously, had to keep calling out in that cute little voice. Make sure you watch that.
To be fair, considering that Sojiro is immediately nice to Morgana, makes me want to slap him.
Huh. I was hoping I'd get to name it.
Oh, we already named it. Its name is Morgana.
Fuck you, uncle.
Looks like the chief likes me better than you.
Yeah, we got it.
And to be honest, this place is heaven compared to Kamoshida.
Wait, you were actually living at that castle?
Remember how you guys asked
For a
me
while.
before about what I am? To be honest, I don't remember anything about my birth.
Okay, so you're just a possessed cat that happened at some point.
My memories and my true form.
Yeah, I think the metaverse's distortions made me lose both my memories and my true form. So.
2.
I already told you, I'm an honest-to-God human.
You
So
are
you
a
believe.
cat.
If I were originally just a cat, how could I talk? It doesn't make any sense.
Sure.
Says person who lives at Magic Castle for 2 weeks.
My real self. I'm
Well,
sure that once that
There is, I was gonna say, as I mentioned, Morgana's confidant, like Igor's, automatically goes up as we progress through the story. So Morgana's backstory will be explored as part of the actual story.
It turns out that Morgana is the good half of Igor. He was split into 2 things.
I mean, Igor is currently trying to help us and stuff, so.
hungry over in that world.
Igor's a bad guy. He's just stringing us along, and he's actually the villain.
Let me make myself clear. Your taking care of me won't be for nothing. It'll be
So,
given to
this is where we get the confidant. He's just gonna give us his tarot card.
I have a lot of intel on infiltration tools.
Yes, once we're done with this conversation, we will start we'll get rank 1 of his thing.
Wait, so...
However, he is.
So, if we level up his card, he'll give us the grappling hook.
No, I think the grappling hook. Well, once again, his card levels up automatically as you do the story. Like, you can't hang out with him to level it up quicker. It just, on specific parts during the main story, it levels up. So his always levels up to 10 by the end of the game. Like, you will always max his out by the end of the game.
I can't tell you more unless we settle on a deal.
There's only
Well, what is the
2
deal?
or 3 characters that do that.
You keep
Is it literally just, hey, let me live at your house for free,
Yeah.
and I'll give you stuff?
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It specifically was let me live here and I'll teach you how to make tools. So it's the crafting. He's still unlocking the crafting.
2.
Oh, well, I already did.
I wanted to give you the answer you didn't like. Now shove him on the floor.
The future.
We just talked to her, and we're already talking to her again.
She does it for every confidant. Every time we start a confidant, she has a little conversation that like hints at an ability or skill of that person.
Do you just want me to give you my black book or my address book? Here's literally everyone I've ever known. If that's all you want.
Answer me.
I can't. I'm mute in the interrogation room.
I am that. It shall become with the birth of the magician persona.
I don't remember. Is magician actually a tarot card?
Yep.
Huh.
Anyway, now that his is level 1, we get the line for the
It's a
crafting.
French tarot card.
They're all French.
Yep, there it is.
Now, the thing that annoys me about infiltration tools is it takes time to make them until there's like another person's confidant that lets us do some really like it gives us a little more wiggle room when it comes to certain like minor activities in free time. There's another confidant that if we get her to rank 5, it lets us kind of get some of like things like build shit during like kind of skirt around that taking time and stuff.
I'm gonna guess it's probably goggles.
The stronger that power gets, the more reliable it'll be as a trump card.
Well, so remember that not all the confidants are party members. There's like 12 or 13 of them or more. There's a lot of them.
Personas are the strengths born from one's heart.
Yes, we know that.
Depending on what kind of life experience you gain, I bet it'll affect that power as well.
So what, it'll gain wind attacks?
You become acquainted with capable people. You might learn various useful skills too.
No, it's more like he's referring to the passive abilities we get from confidants. Because some of them do affect shit like, you know, as I said, the one makes it so we can randomly get mana back, right? That's what one of them does. It's a passive ability for Joker when he's in any place. Anyway, also I'll come to you when you go out. Don't worry, it's free charge. Just gonna run and catch.
Is this actually the first time that we can leave?
No, we can't leave. This is like the end of the night. He's just saying that when we do leave and go places, he will always be with us. So what I was talking about earlier, where Morgana's literally always in our bag at every given moment of the game.
Gee, she has a long time to think.
That's because I have today for the next one to come up. Anyway, you saved me, and I didn't even think you had it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You should think Ryuji. Don't worry about it. I can't. Anyway, I don't want it.
You guys send messages to each other with that thing, right? I want in too. So, I'm gonna have to ask you to type for me.
How about no? Okay.
Yeah, we get around to cleaning it more. Can I go downstairs though? No, I can't. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is good.
So, there are a couple things in the game that we can do that don't take any free time, and one of the reasons why I keep wanting to go down there at night is that, if you remember when we first came in here, Sojiro is doing a crossword puzzle. There'll be crossword puzzles sitting on the table, and if we do them, we can get free stat ups and it doesn't take any time to, like, any in-game time to do the crossword puzzle. Like, it takes us time to physically do it because we have to do it like a mini game. However, it doesn't fast forward to the next day or anything when you do it.
I remember he was messing with like a newspaper at one point.
Yeah, he was doing like the crossword puzzle in the newspaper, and we can go down.
Oh yeah, it was literally saying that about
Sometimes there's
fish.
crossword puzzles down. Yeah, sometimes there's crossword puzzles. Well, the answer was clam. To the one he was doing, the answer was clam. Anyway, I'll quickly show you the confidant thing because you asked about like what's the next thing. Oh, do we need? It must be a specific confidant lets us see the next thing. Because I know there is a thing where you can. Oh no, it's right here. Okay, cool. I was like, I swear there's a thing that lets us see it. So
there you go.
At rank 2, we're gonna get an ability called Third Eye, which lets us see things normally invisible to the naked eye by pressing a button. His is follow-up, chance to perform a follow-up attack if Joker attack does not down the enemy. Hers is girl talk. If negotiation with a female shadow fails, you can try again. His is punk talk. If negotiation with an upbeat shadow fails, you can try again. These like personality types are those things that like help us know what we need to do. It's just, in my opinion, I have difficulty. One, the game doesn't have like one space where you can like look at here's all the ones that exist, right? There's no like spot where you can do that. So it just kind of, you have to just kind of find ways to label them yourself. Like I called the one like, oh, he's talking like an old man. That was one. But yeah, so he lets us redo uppy ones. But yeah, that's what I was talking about, where it gets easier, right? There's confidants and stuff, and we don't get to see what they give us in the future, but they do give us other things in the future. No, don't sleep yet, because we're literally just saving and quitting the game.
So yeah, we're going into the 100-hour monstrosity of an LP. Yeah, I'm not like super gripped yet, but I'm still very interested. I think it was very surprising that for me, Shiho really stood out as a character. And now she's been thrown off the table entirely.
Which is weird to me because her character is very similar to characters you called doormats. Like, she's kind, and she also has a problem where someone's kind of using her. And like the male version of her, you literally called a doormat. You decided he was Mr. Doormat. So I do find it interesting that for some reason she felt different, even though the male like counterpart to her was just a doormat to you. And
I think it was probably because it was a lot more obvious, and Mishima doesn't have anyone to bounce off of, so it's like, you know, he's the character that...
As it stands right now, he doesn't have anybody to bounce off of.
He's the character that seems to be forgotten in the shuffle of things, specifically because he has no backbone. Yeah, whereas at least what Shio was doing was like, you know, is like, I have to go to a meeting, he wants to talk to me, so I'll go do that. And... I don't know.
Well,
it doesn't
to those things, but yeah.
It doesn't sound as pathetic as what Mishima was doing, because that was his entire character. It was like, I'm Mr. Pathetic Guy.
He's, you know, they're still in the Mishima will still be in the story for I'm pretty sure the entire rest of the game. No, I don't think it's for the entire rest of the game. Shiho's. But basically, we won't physically see Shiho anymore. I don't remember if she's in the hospital the whole game, but I don't think she is. But I think what happens is when she gets out of the hospital, she transfers school. But there is constant like when we hang out with An and stuff, we'll get updates on what's happening with her in her life.
So yeah, since we did this bonus, next week we're only going to be doing Wednesday. I still haven't gotten it in the mail for some reason, but... I'm still kind of hoping that we can get to the dreadful crimes, but again, right now, because everything with that potential LP has gone wrong, I would probably still say there's a decent chance we are going to start our genocide run on Wednesday instead. But...
That's neat. I didn't notice that. Look to the right.
Under Morgana's the word, like, there?
Under the L. No, under the word L. Under the L and
the mirror?
Royal. Yeah, there's a mirror.
Or a TV screen.
No, it's a mirror, and our characters on the ground are like you can literally. Oh, maybe it's a TV screen because now that I look at it, like An and them on the that are on the balcony are also in there, even though they're kind of not. In a position where
it's going Hall of Mirrors effect.
But yeah, all the movement of everything is being reflected there. It's just kind of neat. Hopefully that doesn't kill my frame rate. There's a thing in there's a mirror effect that's in Persona 3 Reload that I had to turn off because like in certain areas where there's a lot of reflective things, the game just suddenly frame rate just gets horrible because my computer is not good enough to handle that. And a lot of people, it's like literally only like a couple places in the game, but like there's like one of the main hub areas you can go to do stuff has a water fountain, like in, you know, a centerpiece fountain, big fountain like that people throw coins in and stuff. And the water of that fountain is all reflective. But because of how it works, I was talking to my roommate because he kind of knew about it. How it works is there's essentially multiple things that the game's doing to reflect stuff. So it suddenly eats like all of your processing power to have that reflection in that fountain going, so that particular area just chugs your computer, even though like literally that was the only area I had issue with. I immediately turned it off because it's not that big of a deal to not have super crystal clear reflections, right? Instead, you have like these more fuzzy, older video game style reflections.
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
In the mirror.
I'm probably gonna wait until April because I want to see what my finances look like after I pay my mortgage.
Oh, for updating the computer. Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, I'd like to get to it, but I don't want to. I guess the thing is, I don't know if I want to do it all at once. So I might have to wait on it longer. But yeah, like my computer was having issues running Elden Ring when I was trying to play it, even after I kicked down a couple of settings, to be honest.
People just like it is just awkward for this.
We'll get into the on thing throughout the game, because she's one of our party members. I just like her character says that she's not the promiscuous, but like every design around her is.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of On's design, especially because like in other Persona games,
it seems inherently hypocritical, which is the reason I don't like it.
In other Persona games, the lover person isn't necessarily super sexed up. I will state the person who if I remember right, is the lover in 4. There is some stuff like On, but 5 is the only one where they have like crazy unique outfits when they're in the other world. You know, that character, the other character who, you know, is kind of similar to On and is the lover persona in 4, at least doesn't have like a costume they're constantly in that reminds you of it, and I don't think their persona has that element to it. But there's like, you know, during their introduction, it's a similar thing where there's like sex and stuff being brought up and the character is being sexualized by people. But yeah, so yeah, I'm not huge on On's design. That's part of the reason I didn't use her. She's kind of like she has, I don't remember if she has the lowest health total or if Morgana has the lowest health total, but she's got like the best healing abilities out of all the party members. Like,
yeah, there's Robin Hood in the background.
Who was that?
Yeah, Robin Hood's mingling in the crowd.
Oh yeah.
That's 100% Robin Hood.
But anyway, On's role in the party design, because all the characters have like their strengths and weaknesses and like what abilities they get as they level up. On is the only character in the entire party, I think, who's purely magical and never gets any physical special abilities. And then she has the most healing abilities, and like the better healing abilities in the game are on her. However, because of the versatile of Joker, when I played 5 for the first time, I found Joker to be the best healer anyway. So I ended up not using On. My party included Skull, the party member that's to the left of Joker right now on this screen, and
the Power Ranger.
And then the one that's to the left of On up on the ledge. Those were the 4 I used. I used Skull, Joker, and then the 2 I just pointed out.
Lady and Dude.
And one's to the left of, yeah. So if I figured I'll number them because it's not like it's the second they show up, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, that means they're the next one. They are number 5 and 6 respectively. Like those 2 are 5 and 6.
So
weirdly enough, not all the party members are in this shot. Oh no, they are. They're just really far back. Look in between Joker and the person that's to his left with the cape, and like look carefully while the people are walking.
Oh yeah, there is a red person way back there.
So there is that.
Well,
can I not skip this? I'm hitting buttons to skip it.
I guess that is the episode, unless you want to wait to look at the menu screen again.
I mean, no, this is an episode. I'm just trying to. Can I not skip this? No, there we go. I just have to get through the 2 like company logos. I think. Yeah, there we go.
You gotta have the stingers, otherwise, the companies will get upset.
But yeah, so You know, there are how many party members?
Okay, so we got 8
on this screen. Let's see. There's Morgana.
They transferred over here.
Well, yeah, whatever. Depending on what screen. Okay, so there's the one girl that we saw at the beginning. The one that's new to this game.
Hey,
There's the
Goggles.
one you called Goggles. I'm trying to think how many there are. I want to say there's 9 or 10 in total. Because there's. Let's see here. That one.
Let us start the game, please, please.
There's 4 right now.
I want to be played.
There's 4 right now. Then there's the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one.
Oh,
yeah,
why won't you hit load game? Says the menu.
And in this game, I believe there's 10. There are 9 in the previous one, I think, because the one character is new.
The one character is actually invisible.
Yeah, I mean, I already told you which one's the new one. It's I think new game was the spot where you can see her the most. Yeah, right here on the left side of the screen. She's the brand new one, the one that like we bumped into during the tutorial, like starting thing. I mean, not really
in
tutorial,
for like
the
no
game doesn't
reason.
teach you what to do there. But yeah, she shows up and is like, "I'm not part of the Phantom Thieves, but I'm here to help you because I owe you for something that the player doesn't know about yet." Oh, there's the last party member. They're hiding there, all the way back there, behind Skull. That's the last one.
The one popping out of the alley.
Yeah, the one that's over Skull's shoulder. I think that's the last one. I think we've seen all of them. They're all their silhouettes on one of these screens now. Yeah, they're the last one. So yeah, that's all the party members. But yeah, we will end the game. All right.
Yeah, I'll be seeing you on Wednesday, and then we'll be on holiday break.
Yep, potentially for hopefully if you get your copy, potentially for that. Otherwise, I guess it's Genocide Run.
Yeah, hopefully you emotionally prep yourself for, stabbing a lot of people in the face.
Yeah, I'm really curious and really interested to see what how the narrative changes for the Genocide Run. I'm gonna have to teach you some things so we don't accidentally fuck up. Because you know how you can't go back to the ruins after you leave.
So not accidentally running into dead ends.
Yeah. Because if we don't kill everything in the ruins before leaving the ruins, we won't be able to do a Genocide Run. Because in order to do a successful Genocide Run, I believe you have to kill literally everything in the game. So that means we have to kill everything in the ruins too. So
when we say it's a Genocide Run, we are as literal as possible.
Yeah, I will. There'll eventually be a thing that will make it really obvious, but you won't know about it. So essentially, we'll just start killing things, and once the thing happens that makes it clear that we're moving towards genocide. It'll be obvious. But the problem is if you don't know to look for something like that, and you're just killing things as you come across them, you risk leaving the ruins before it comes up, because you have to kill an X amount of things before it shows up. Because the game's got to be like, oh, okay, they're killing everything. And then it brings a thing happens that will then make us, okay, yep. And then we'll know that we're doing genocide, and the game they'll do stuff. And that when that moment happens, when that thing comes up, is when the whole world of the game starts changing significantly. Like, Cause the way, when we did the main run we did, had we restarted it and then did like a different pacifist run, right? There'd be like dialogue where they'd be like, hey, this kind of seems familiar, but at the same time, like shit would just kind of play out the same way anyway. Things will dramatically shift once this thing happens. Like the whole scenes will play out differently from start to finish. Like they'll just be entirely new scenes, to my understanding, I guess I should say. And that's where things like, I already brought up the fact that Undine's boss fight is different in Genocide Run, and everything. So, but yeah, we'll do that. So, all right. I actually do have brunch tomorrow morning, so it's probably good that we called it a little earlier.
So, yeah, thanks for joining me here. I'm in on this Persona 5 thing. I think once everything starts settling down and we kind of get into the groove is
yeah. I mean, we
probably
haven't
when
even
it
had
starts
free time
improving.
yet. Yeah, we haven't really had any free time yet. We've been
'Cause-
forced into main story stuff constantly since the start right now. And yeah, eventually once the Phantom Thieves like establish themselves, then there's more other stuff, and then with that comes bigger mystery and bigger story elements that haven't started yet. Because right now we're kind of in the phase of the story where the characters themselves are learning about this other world, right? So we don't. We have like a minor enemy, but we don't have like the big who are we going to be going up against like the whole game kind of deal, and we don't have certain elements and stuff like that, and certain bigger things haven't been started to be investigated. Like they've laid groundwork, like, hey, what's going on with these like mental shutdowns that are happening, and like where like people essentially like what happened to the driver of the subway thing that we saw and things like that. The game has put that in front of the players to be like, hey players, start thinking about why these are happening, right? This is part of the mystery, and we're gonna find this out. But the characters themselves haven't started to really look at that or anything yet, so eventually we'll start doing stuff like that. And yeah, the game is broken kind of into chapters, I guess. They don't really label it as chapters, I don't think, but we moved forward day by day. But once we're done with one dungeon, that's kind of like a chapter end, and then the story starts to do like the next Kamashita, right, for the next palace and stuff.
And then eventually we work all the way up to the Prime Minister, who's clearly going to be that guy from SIU.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll eventually have to figure some stuff out, and we'll take on bigger characters and bigger stuff, and eventually we'll get to the point that we were at the beginning of the game. We'll catch up to the casino heist.
So yeah, I'll be looking forward, and thanks for joining us here at The Balancing Act.